Yeah! With your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite master harmonica enthusiast, Adam Friendon.
What's up? How are you doing, Sitch? Oh my
Doing
God, this election.
great. Oh my god, I know. It's like it's so funny. We were gonna do this video, I think, last Sunday,
Uh-huh.
and then I forget why, but
I
we
know.
had to shelve it for a week. And
What do you mean you
like
forget why?
I don't
I think
I
Biden
forget
dropped
everything
out,
week to
didn't
week.
he? Or
Oh, that's
Kamala?
right. Yeah, Biden dropped that. Yeah, it's like everything's been changing. Like it's so crazy. You have Trump, he gets shot at, then you have Biden drops out. It's just like everything's just happening so quick. It feels like no time has passed, and 100 years have passed. It's
Biden
insane.
Biden dropped out a week ago today, 7 days ago. It feels like an eternity ago, right? It
Yeah,
feels like 10 like 10
beginning of
weeks
the year,
ago.
Biden dropped out of the race.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Well, we all
Exactly.
knew he was going to drop out sooner or later, so
That is true. That is
I
true.
mean, you and I literally bet money on it. So, hey. So yes,
That's
Biden
true.
dropped out last Sunday. So we changed the schedule to talk about that, and we're going, I guess, back to a lot of this. It revolves around the Trump assassination attempt, which has completely been forgotten about since
Hmm.
since that happened. I guess that happened a few days before Biden drops out. So
Right. Right. Yes, yeah, because we want to cover this just because some of the reactions to the shooting attempt were I thought were good and some were just so awful, and it was kind of interesting to me, sort of to
yes,
to show the comparison of how to do it and how not to do it, and the psychology of people's emotions and anger, basically preventing them from being good vehicles or vessels for their message or propaganda, depending on how you want to look at it.
yeah. Well, here's the way that I see it. So there's an assassination attempt on Trump, and we still to this day don't know the motivation behind it, which allows both sides to basically claim victory. I hear a lot of people on the
Right.
left saying he was a Republican, probably disgruntled because Trump didn't go too far enough for him, right?
Hmm.
And the people on the right are saying that obviously he was Antifa, a leftist who hated Trump's guts and had TDS. Like those are the two narratives that are going around. We haven't really got a lot of information on this guy yet, right? I think his
No.
last search before he did this was for porn. So that's,
You know.
I mean, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So, and we had the head of the Secret Service went in front of Congress and they pretty much tore her a new one and she ended up quitting and stuff like that. But we don't know a lot about the shooting. But at this time, when these interviews are coming out, a lot of people, I think, are worried that the shooter is going to be inspired by one of these left wing commentators that keeps calling Trump Hitler, Adolf Hitler, comparing him to Adolf Hitler.
Hmm.
And so, they're kind of nervous that their rhetoric might have inspired this guy. I think
Right.
as
Right.
time has gone on, they're like, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to keep calling Trump Hitler. It's working politically. I'm going to keep doing it, right?
Hmm.
But at this point in time, I think the interesting thing for me is that Piers Morgan kind of makes them squirm because they don't want to not call Trump Hitler, but they don't want to call him Hitler after this assassination attempt has taken place.
Right. Well, and it's also interesting now because to see this, in kind of retrospect, because right after Trump was shot at, there was this big call for unity. Trump seemed to be, on board with sort of that call for unity. Utilizing uh, the assassination attempt to his advantage, to an advantage I think that a lot of undecided swing voters would like. And now this has all been thrown in the trash and it's been discarded, obviously, by both sides. Both sides are right back to pre assassination attempt. Everything's just it's almost like that didn't even happen, right? In terms of the rhetoric.
I
Like,
saw a tweet by David Pakman right before we started saying
mhm.
like he's skeptical that a bullet even hit Donald Trump. He's basically saying, well, something hit him, but I just don't know if it was a bullet.
Right. Well, so, I mean, he was bleeding. So obviously something hit him. Um, the people were pointing to the Christopher Wray, for the head of the FBI, testified, which I listened to the other day, and he made some comment about a bullet and or shrapnel could have hit Donald Trump's ear. They said they
Right.
didn't know whether he was hit by the bullet or shrapnel from the. Now, to be clear, some people were saying that they thought maybe a piece of glass because the bullet hit like a teleprompter and the glass like flew out. Supposedly he meant, and the FBI clarified, they meant shrapnel from a bullet. So like maybe the bullet hit something and then a piece of the bullet flew off and hit his ear or
Did
something.
it hit a teleprompter? Because I heard that it
I
hadn't,
don't
and
know.
a photo of a broken teleprompter has not surfaced. So
That's why I'm skeptical of that
yeah,
claim because yeah, I haven't seen a photo. I haven't seen anyone bring up a photo of a broken teleprompter. You'd think you'd see that, right?
of course you would. Yeah.
If there was glass or something else that got hit, you think that would be all over the place. There was so Trump has appeared without his bandage recently,
Right.
and there's only not a lot of like I'll send it to you, not a lot of damage looking to his ear,
Right.
which is called who sort of like reignited this. Maybe there's like at the top you can see there's something that maybe something happened there, the top of his ear, like it got cut. So, I mean,
Right.
to be clear, none of this really matters. Like it's funny. There's all this like focus on this thing that it doesn't really matter, regardless of like
Of
whether even if
course
the
not.
guy even if the guy shot at Trump and just come totally missed, like it doesn't matter. Like nothing, none of this really changes. I guess it just changes the optics of like Donald Trump is such a badass that he got shot in the head and then he stood up afterwards and posed, right? Like it kind of like on an emotional level, maybe it lessens sort of the magnitude of the picture and all that stuff. But from a logical perspective, from a brain perspective, it doesn't really matter whether the person shooting at Trump hit him or missed him in terms of like, obviously it's bad. And we should, we shouldn't be fostering this community, this sort of rhetoric. And what the fuck was wrong with the Secret Service for allowing the security breach to happen in the first place?
Trump loses his killer line though. I took a bullet for democracy.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Which is a good line. I mean, who
It
doesn't
is a
want to
good
take
line.
a bullet for a republic? Huh. Who would
Yeah,
do
it's right.
that?
He should have said a bullet for a constitutional republic. That's true.
Yeah.
So there's the
Okay,
picture you can
yeah, here it
see.
is. The ear.
So you can see like there's a slight
Nick there?
looks
Yeah.
like a nick at the top left, like some kind of something there. I'm assuming
Yeah.
that's where it hit because there doesn't
Oh,
look like there's any damage anywhere else. So
crazy.
it is kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird how could that hit that part of your ear without hitting the rest of you? I guess if you're turned just the right way, maybe. But
Scary. I don't like to
it is
think about
scary.
it.
Yeah. There was someone I know, I'd have no clue the legitimacy of this, who was in the military. They said like if a bullet is shot at you and it comes, even if it doesn't actually, the bullet doesn't hit you, but it comes super close to you, it can still make you bleed and like cut you. So I don't know if that's
Right.
true. It's just
From
what
the
someone told me.
velocity.
From just the velocity, the air pressure and everything.
Well, cool.
Anyways,
We all know that Trump feels like Logan, so he's cool.
that must be it. That
He's
must be
all
it.
better already.
Right, right. So yeah, I mean, and so maybe I don't know. Maybe we'll get a high resolution image of Trump's ear or something, and you'll see some more clear
Well, I'm sure they
damage or
took
something.
plenty of pictures. I'm sure the
Well,
doctors took plenty
I
of
am kind of
pictures.
what you think that they would release that, right? Why is there
Well,
not
no,
like an
I mean
image of
HIPAA.
like
They can't really release them
no?
without
Why would
Trump's
Trump's campaign
permission.
not release like a picture of his bloody ear for like to
Sure.
help him?
Okay. Yeah.
You know? Anyways, okay. Rexon for $20 says, "Hey, Sitch, I've been a huge fan of you guys since last year and a half. By far the best podcast on YouTube. I gotta say, A Team reigns supreme because Sitch doesn't like One Piece. Points deducted." Well, there you go.
Look at that.
Look at that.
God.
Adam hasn't even tried to watch or read One Piece. Okay.
What do you mean? I watched the live action.
Yeah, I watched it. I like the live action one too, but I mean the anime.
Okay. But I have a One Piece T-shirt that
Oh, okay.
virtue signals my goodness.
Okay. Well, anyway, so the first clip we're gonna watch, it's only like let's see, it's only like 5 minutes or so. It's a short clip, but it's an interesting clip. This was shortly after um the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. He's got this guy named Luke Beasley on, who I know he does content on YouTube. I don't think I've ever seen his content or I've watched it and forgotten it or whatever. I know he's like very progressive and left wing and all that stuff. But I want to show this before we watch the Mehdi Hassan clip, because this is sort of like Luke Beasley, whether you like him or not, he handles the situation like completely correctly in terms of how to frame your message and how to come across looking good. And it's very interesting to watch this and then the contrast it with Mehdi Hassan, who totally fumbles the ball, drops the ball, and makes it like a complete shit show disaster. What should be a relatively easy talking point.
Right. Yeah.
Beasley, the progressive political commentator who was actually at the Trump rally in Pennsylvania when the attack went down, and CJ Pearson, who's the co-chair of the Republican Youth Advisory Council. Well, welcome to both of you. Luke, I can't imagine what it must have been like to have been in that audience for what should have been a pretty routine rally, and to suddenly realise there was an assassination attempt unfurling on the president. What is your recollection of what went on there?
Piers, good to be with you. Indeed, it was pretty frightening. A lot of confusion, as a lot of people have testified to initially about what was happening, and then just crowds running away thinking, is this a mass shooting of the crowd? Is this an assassination attempt? And so all horrible. And pretty quickly, once we found out what was going on, I think it was instantly occurring to everybody just how horrific what happened was. And then, of course, learning that there was a death, Corey, and this is not something that should be happening at a political event. With any of my differences with the people at that political event, it's absolutely unacceptable in our democratic process. And that very quickly occurred to us, and I think was my overwhelming reaction.
Joe Biden addressed the nation last night, but he didn't address comments he made to donors that were reported last week, where he said it's time to put a bullseye on Trump. As a Biden supporter, are you pretty horrified about that rhetoric? I'm not saying for a moment Trump hasn't used language that's been completely wrong as well, but simply the President of the United States using that kind of language literally days before somebody does put a bullseye on Trump seems at best extremely ill-advised and at worst dangerous.
This is a good tactic right here to head off the whataboutism before it ever gets shot off right there.
Whoa, 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 language.
Before it ever gets blasted out of
Whoa,
their mouth.
whoa, wow.
I think the whole Biden using the bullseye language is just silly give me a break. Come on, please. Right. We all frame campaigns in war terminology, right?
Right.
So
that's what it is on an evolutionary kind of gaming level, right? It's we're kind of projecting a violent conflict for leadership through this political process. So that's why we all use this language. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So I don't care about that stuff. I do think the comparing Trump to Hitler, I think, is a completely different thing than using bullseye language.
Well, obviously, obviously, there's a scale. Like if you're like, we should blow off the heads of our competition, like that's a little bit different than saying we got to like put a bullseye on someone or focus in on someone or we got to beat someone. We
should beat them to a bloody pulp.
Yeah, when you start adding the qualifiers, like, okay, wait a minute, what's happening here? We're going a little too far here.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think for everyone, this is causing us a little bit to reevaluate and do some introspection about how we speak about these things. I saw Congressman Dan Crenshaw mentioning we've gotten so used to speaking about politics as if it's a war, a battle, and all of these metaphors that align with that. As you mentioned, Biden is not an exception there. Very common, but I do think Biden should rethink. It seems like he is. He delivered a pretty strong and unifying message a couple times already about this. And people across the political spectrum should think about how do we have these political debates, because they're important and these issues matter, without giving the types of nuggets to be put into the minds of people who are deranged and want to do deranged things.
Do you accept, finally, before I go to CJ, do you accept that the real problem the Democrats have with this election now is that Biden...
So, but before we get to the last part of it, so far, all his answers been like perfect, okay? It's political violence is bad, shooting at Donald Trump is bad. We should all be rethinking and introspective about using this kind of language because it can create violence, okay? These are all like perfect answers. No problems with any of these answers. Okay. And it's good because it doesn't feel like, whether you think he's secretly lying or whatever you have in your headcanon about it, okay, none of that matters to like the normal person watching this. It makes it seem like, oh, this is a normal person who's not like they're so stuck in the tribal political lens that everything has to be framed through like, is this good for my party or bad for my party? It's just like, this is just an honest take. That's how it comes across.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Biden was already really struggling because of the debate debacle and the assessment many people made that he's got cognitive issues that make him unfit for office now, related to his age. So he was already in trouble. And the reaction to what happened to Trump, I mean, of course, it removes, in a way, one of the biggest weapons that the Democrats have had against him, which is he's a threat to democracy. Here you have one of the biggest attacks on American democracy of my lifetime, an attempt to try and assassinate, to murder one of the presidential candidates. It's quite hard for the Democrats to now go after Trump on that narrative they were pursuing so aggressively before, that this man represents a great threat to democracy, when this has just happened to him, isn't it? So on those two levels, many people think this election just ended.
Yeah, I would be being dishonest with you if I acted like the imagery that came from that day, the fist up and sort of this happening to a former president, is not going to have an impact for Trump's campaign and sort of a rallying around him effect. I disagree that we shouldn't still make an accurate fact-based case, maybe more mindful, as we mentioned, about the language that people use. But I know myself and many elected Democrats should continue to explain, because it's true. And we shouldn't let this deranged shooter completely derail the political discussions that we're having. Again, let's rethink them and do our best to unite, while also being honest about the ideology that's represented by MAGA and the way that it seeks to deteriorate the foundation of our democracy. I don't think we should all of a sudden start lying about the observations that we've had, even while understanding the horrific nature of this attack on democracy and Trump.
Okay, let me bring in CJ Pearson. You're the co-chair of the Republican Youth Advisory Council. You're in Milwaukee for the RNC.
Okay, so this is an interesting comparison. So at the end, he's like, well, I still think that Trump is an attack on democracy, but obviously we need to watch our rhetoric and talk about things in a mature way, blah, 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 blah. Right. Okay. So that, to me, very good framing for your political message. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it is completely irrelevant. What matters is being effective with your message to an audience. Okay. You don't want people who maybe are undecided or don't necessarily agree with you to turn on Piers Morgan and watch it and be like, oh, this person is unhinged and I'm not going to side with this person regardless of what their stance is, just because they come across as unhinged. Because unfortunately, a lot of people who aren't super involved with politics, this is kind of how they come to their conclusions. They watch people have a conversation, and whoever they get a better vibe from, whoever seems like a cool person and a not like crazy person, like, I like that guy, right? It's it's funny because that was what happened with Dick Cheney. Remember, Dick Cheney, he was went to Washington to work as a staffer, and there's like a Democrat guy that came up and he spoke, and there's a Republican guy that came up and spoke, and the Republican guy like seemed like kind of like cool and like folksy and chill and seemed like a normal person. The Democrat seems like stuffy and like elitist and kind of like a coastal elitist type. And Dick Cheney at that time had no like political leanings one way or the other. And he's like, oh, what party is that guy from? They're like Republican. He's like, I'm going to be on that guy's side, right? Just based on like the way that guy's like vibe was.
What movie is that?
It was the Dick Cheney movie.
Right?
Yeah, the Dick was it just called Cheney or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was called Vice.
There we go. Vice.
So, but I believe that's a true story that Dick Cheney, or at least that's a story Dick Cheney has said was how he came to this conclusion. So
right.
So we'll see how. Yeah, so we'll see how this other guy does in the conversation now.
Convention. Obviously, it's going to be a very different convention now. First of all, what is the atmosphere like there?
Well, I'll tell you, the mood here is definitely a lot more somber than it was going into it. I think people are retrospective of what just happened this past weekend, which is, as you described it, indeed an attack on our democracy. But it's an unsurprising one, especially when you look at the rhetoric of the left over the course of the past several years. They've equated Donald Trump to Hitler. They've demonized half of America. They tried to lock him up, and when that failed, now they tried to put a bullet inside of him. And this is the type of rhetoric that has just been commonplace in our politics. And I would go to say,
yeah, I hate this. I'm already like,
well, so a lot of people I've heard on the right have said this, including there's another clip, which we're not going to watch on Piers Morgan, where he kept saying they tried to shoot him.
Yeah,
they tried to shoot. It's like, who's the they?
That's
right?
a huge claim there, buddy.
Right. So saying who's the they? Is the Democrats try to do this? The deep state tried to right. And so and it's kind of annoying because a lot of people, I've noticed a lot of pundits sneak they tried to do that. They tried to, impeach him. They tried to arrest him. They tried to shoot, as if it's like one, amorphous blob, one amorphous cognitive entity that's like doing all these actions.
Yeah, when it's obviously a bunch of different players, and the player that actually tried to shoot him, we still don't know much about. So
right.
It's taking some giant liberties here.
Yeah. Now the counter, I think to steelman a little bit the other side, they'd say, well, the other side would say all of the rhetoric about Trump being Hitler and a threat to democracy and all these things is what would motivate that action. I disagree in terms of, I don't think it was intentional. I don't think the media was pushing this rhetoric with the intention to get someone to shoot Donald Trump. I think those people believe what they're saying. I think they honestly believe, I think most of them honestly believe what they're saying. And thus are just reporting their feelings, whether, you agree with it or not.
Right. And even if the shooter was doing it just solely for attention, the fact that the media painted Trump as a Hitlerian figure made it seem like he would be a bigger target for attention.
Right. He would get more attention for doing it. Sure.
Yeah.
Say that Joe Biden is not the exception, but he is the rule. You look at him saying that he wants to put a bullseye on the president. You look at Reid Hoffman saying that he wants to make Donald Trump a martyr. You then see the advisor to Reid Hoffman going out and sending an email to the press saying we should actually perpetuate the false narrative that this was all staged. The left has not learned their lesson. They continue to traffic in this rhetoric. And hopefully you would think that after Saturday, they would reevaluate what happened.
Okay, so unlike your co-panelist Luke, you've at no stage in that statement made any attempt to talk about your own side having similar issues, which they do, or wanting unity and to bring people together here. And this, again, this is part of the problem, CJ, I think. Actually, I applaud Luke for what he said. He made no attempt to pretend that on the Democrat side, they're part of the problem. You've ignored the part of the problem, which is clear and demonstrable, which is people on the right often do things just as bad as the stuff you've been detailing about the left. And until both sides acknowledge that and make a joint agreement to dial down the collective rhetoric, nothing changes.
Well, Piers, I would push back on that because it's not conservatives or MAGA Republicans going out and committing violence against Democrat elected officials. It's not them shooting up congressional softball games. It's not them attacking presidents and former presidents. It is Democrat politicians. And at the end of the day, the left wants to talk about January 6th. They've been talking about it for years. As Kellyanne Conway rightfully said, every single day a Democrat wakes up. It's January 6th on the calendar. They get it in their, electric vehicle and they drive to Planned Parenthood. That is their reality. And so if we actually want to talk about real attacks on democracy, and as you said, Piers, rightfully so, we just saw one. We just saw an actual attack on democracy, not a talking point, not some rhetorical attempt to divide, but an actual attack on democracy.
But are you saying that your side?
So one of the important things again to
January
remember,
6th is not an attack on democracy, Sitch.
I know, it's ridiculous, but is that morality binds and it blinds. Okay. It binds us together into cooperative groups and it blinds us from the transgressions our group does against the other group. It just blinds it. Like we literally don't perceive it. And we all kind of know this even if we don't want to acknowledge it, people kind of feel it. They know it on an intuitive level. And I think that's why people that are a little bit more moderate or undecided, they kind of would watch this interaction and they would look at what Luke said like not knowing, either of these people, they look at what Luke said and be like, oh, this guy seems to be not kind of existing in that paradigm of just my side good, other side bad. There was an acknowledgement of, my side has, had issues that it's, needs to work on. It's done these bad things that it needs to work on. And the other side on the situation doesn't seem, CJ doesn't seem to be acknowledging any of that position, doesn't even seem to be sort of trying to acknowledge that, yes, the right has been doing all sorts of, very hyped up rhetoric as just as the same as the left has done. And I've something that, I've said a million times, that we've said a million times on the show, which is the problem with this rhetoric, the hyperbolic rhetoric, is it's all fine until someone finally decides to do something violent. You could point to the right talking about all the groomer stuff, right? All they're grooming children, they're mutilating children, right? All it takes is one person, one crazy person to go, blow up, shoot up, Joe Biden or one of these trans health clinics or something. And they go through and say, oh, well, it must have been libs of TikTok, right? That incited this violence. It must have been all this grooming talk that incited all this violence. Or someone who says, oh, we've been saying that, the Democrats are socialists. They're going to destroy your country. They're going to keep you locked down in your houses forever. They're putting microchips in the vaccine. There's like a million of these things, these very extreme things that people have been saying in politics. And like most people probably listening to this, we kind of hear this stuff and we just kind of like hand wave it away because, we've heard this sort of this hyperbolic rhetoric so often, we kind of become immune to it to an extent. But all it takes is one crazy person or the perception that a crazy person did it. Because again, we don't know any of these guys' motivation, that they did an act of political violence because they heard this hyperbolic rhetoric. And then suddenly everything's on the table in terms of criticizing the language.
Yeah. He's not willing to take any responsibility for anything that's taken place on the right. So,
well, it just from a strategic perspective, it makes you look bad in the conversation. So
not being willing to admit some sort of fault. He doesn't see any fault.
Yeah, well, it just makes him seem like very partisan blindered. Like he's just completely in partisan mode, which when I don't know how other people perceive this. When I hear like pundits and politicians talk like this, it just screams like phony to me. Like it doesn't seem like a real conversation with a real person. Like
what
it's
is
just like, oh, I'm just talking to talking points, essentially.
What is the response though to, like, obviously there were riots all over from George Floyd. I mean, there was Chaz. Sure. They literally took over a section of the town. Like, what is the right wing response to that? I mean, obviously January 6th happened, which I would say, there was a property destruction that took place then, but nowhere near the scale of like the George Floyd stuff.
Right. And that would have been that's a great point for someone on the right to make. And this is why we're going to watch this clip before we watch the Mehdi Hassan clip, because Mehdi Hassan does not do what Luke does. He does not acknowledge the left's culpability in any of this whatsoever. So then it's like Piers and him have like a 30-minute conversation where they get stuck on this one point because Mehdi Hassan, for some dumb fuck reason, has stuck in his mind that he's not allowed to give the right any wiggle room or any ground whatsoever, or he loses like a limb. And all it does is it makes him look like a fucking idiot and super lying and dishonest to like every normal person who's listening to the conversation. Where if you're like Luke just says, yeah, we did a mistake. And then it's just like, oh, then you just move on, right? Then it's just the conversation just moves on and you don't get bogged down in this stuff. And you brought a really good point because like CJ could have just been like, yes, the right has done a lot of things that we shouldn't have done. We shouldn't have made fun of, Nancy Pelosi's husband getting attacked, broadly. We've been using incendiary rhetoric, groomers, blah, blah, blah. We've done all this stuff, right? And we all need to sort of kind of get better at this. And then he could bring up the BLM stuff and say, this isn't the first time that, and I think the left needs to be introspective because it's not just, the shooting of Donald Trump that's caused violence, but we saw an entire summer of riots where people died. Okay. Something like 25 people died. You had millions of damage of property to private property. How many people lost businesses they worked their whole lives for because the rhetoric of the left was so hyperbolic, was so incendiary that it drove people insane. Right. So you have to acknowledge what's true you have to give some leeway, some ground to the other side to kind of get the conversation moving as opposed to getting stuck in the mud forever. And then you go for the attack, right? And then you go, well, BLM stuff.
Right. Yeah. You're on firmer ground there. I just, obviously from a real perspective, I'm trying to figure out which side is more culpable. Like,
Well,
I'm not in a partisan way. I'm just,
Right.
Mathematically, like, who's done more damage to the left or the right? Like I think obviously the philosophy of the left, the problem is that they see like anything is justifiable for them because they see the political fight as an existential fight. Like, that's why they frame everything as, a genocide. It's a genocide on this group or that group or this group.
Yeah.
So then they can literally burn cities to the ground and they can feel morally justified about it. Where I don't, like, even in the January 6th situation, I mean, they lost an election, right? I mean, that's not a literal genocide or an existential threat. I mean, various people on the right did try to gin up those intuitions about genocide. I think Scott Adams said, "Oh, now they're going to come for us.
They're going to hunt the Republicans.
They're going to hunt us down," which is trying to push people to feel as though their lives are on the line and therefore that they will strike out in violent ways. But I think the left is just philosophically predisposed more towards violence than the right because the right often, I mean, they don't see this battle. I mean, some do, obviously. I don't want to say the entire right. Some people on the right don't see it, like, they just see it as a political fight.
Well, I don't think it's like a universal thing because obviously there will be times where the left is more predisposed to violence and there'll be times when the right is more predisposed to violence.
Right.
I think the left is more predisposed to violence because there's more acceptability of left-wing violence in this country at the moment than there is right-wing violence.
Horrible, yeah.
Which is horrible, right? And that's why I think CJ is handling this conversation completely wrong.
Yeah, you're right.
If he would give that level of acknowledgement that yes, the right has said a bunch of incendiary shit they shouldn't have said and has been hyperbolic, which they shouldn't have been, you bring up again another good point, which is I think if you're going to sort of weigh like who has caused more domestic violence, political violence, the left wins that hands down just because of all the BLM riots, right? Like if that didn't happen, then I wouldn't know the answer to the question. But because of all the BLM riots, the left just wins that like crown of causing more violence hands down. Because even if you want to point to like, to me, and again, if they want to bring up January 6th, I don't think obviously I think people rioting and breaking the Capitol is horrible. And I think people could have done violence. But I think that the Elector stuff that Trump was trying to do was 100 times worse than people breaking the Capitol, which I don't think would have had any substantial effect on the outcome. Where the BLM stuff was like destroying people's lives and livelihoods for no fucking reason whatsoever. And was just wanton chaos and violence. So again, when you're having these conversations, if you get stuck in like the NPC tribal mode, you're going to lose the ground to make a better argument as opposed to just being like true and saying, yes, we have fucked up, but I think the left has, created a much worse environment for the country in terms of creating this political violence in the right.
Yeah. People in the chat were saying there was some problem with your audio. So I half paid attention to that.
What's wrong with my audio?
I fixed it. We can move on. Let's go. Let's go.
It is completely blameless in the political temperature reaching these horrific heights.
I'm saying that if you show me a MAGA Republican that has aimed a rifle at the head of any Democrat politician or former president, then we can equate the two. I think rhetoric, we should all, be introspective about what our words mean and what they actually portray. But what we're seeing is not actually any double take being had by those on the left. AOC just yesterday said that Donald Trump is a fascist. She is using the same rhetoric that very well could have led to him almost being nearly assassinated this past weekend.
Okay, I tried, Luke. So maybe you can directly challenge CJ Pearson.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, Piers. Super sad, CJ, that immediately you're just sort of back to super divisive and dishonest talking points. You said that people haven't pointed rifles
What's
at
dishonest, Luke,
Democrats.
about a member of the
So
radical
let me
left?
say, Gabby, you remember Gabby Giffords? Gabby Giffords was.
Look, how ironic. How ironic. Like, he's already placing the shooter as a radical left. Oh, wait, is he talking about the Gabby Gifford shooter, or is he talking about...
No,
'Cause
he's
I don't
talking
even...
about the who shot Trump. Yeah.
Okay, so look, that is completely dishonest, because you don't know that that guy was a member of the radical left.
Yeah, we don't know what his.
Yeah.
We still don't know his motivation.
I'm not sure we even know the Gabby Gifford shooter was a leftist.
Shot, and then you also...
I mean, so Gabby Giffords was a Democrat. So
Yes.
I looked into this the other day. I just kind of like briefly looked into it. I'm sorry, the perpetrator, he was both like crazy, like he was a paranoid schizophrenic, supposedly. But he had extensive writings where he was like, oh, like very anti-left-wing writings. Like, I believe, they're letting the
So it was
immigrants into our
political.
country to destroy us and all that kind of stuff. So even though he was both crazy and had like a political narrative in his mind.
Cool.
said more recently, Paul Pelosi. I was curious.
Donald Trump president?
I was curious. Hey, I let you go for it. Let me. So Paul Pelosi was nearly killed by being bashed in the head with a hammer. And do you know what we heard in the aftermath of that? Unlike the response to this horrific attack on Trump, we saw people in positions of power within MAGA, like Trump himself and Don Jr., joking about this elderly man's head being bashed in with a hammer. And so I think I would feel weird with myself if I even walked out of this conversation allowing for the false equivalency. I agree, Piers, both sides need to be honest about roles they've played and be mindful of their language without completely ignoring important points we need to make. But also, there isn't an equivalence between the leaders. Yes, people online, I've seen some deranged people on the left, to Piers's point, celebrating whatever it might be, pushing conspiracy theories. I hate that. That's terrible. It should be denounced. But Democratic leaders immediately came out in unison and have denounced this, whereas jokes were made about Paul Pelosi. So that should be noted as well. I think CJ should really do a lot more introspection than what we're seeing.
Well, let me come back to CJ.
Yeah.
Look, CJ,
you're comparing apples to oranges there. Paul
CJ. Well, the truth is, Paul Pelosi was widely mocked and ridiculed in a disgusting manner by people on the right. That is unquestionable, right? And so when I see people doing the same thing to Trump from the left now, I think, well, yeah, but you were very angry when this was done to Paul Pelosi. So why are you now doing the same thing? There's a double standard that runs through a lot of
powerful Democrats, though.
Sorry?
No powerful Democrats. Trump was a powerful
I don't really care if they're powerful or not. I just think that if you're instinct
bringing topics on X this past weekend, how could you miss? Like, regardless of whether or not you want to play this game where you say, well, it's not Democrat leaders saying this, it's not Democrat elected officials saying this, it is the progressive left.
Well, you can find a random person online saying anything all of the time.
Talk, Luke. Let me talk. Luke, I'll let you talk.
All right, go for it.
The base of your party is actively musing as to why they did not allow this shooter to finish the job. That is your party. That is your base. And it doesn't matter if Nancy Pelosi releases a flowery statement. Your party is actively celebrating what would have been the biggest, most consequential attack on our democracy in American history, at least in our lifetime.
I'm just curious, which prominent Democrat are you citing?
So I think these are both kind of disingenuous talking points on both sides of it, which is, yes, there has to be an acknowledgement that there were a lot of people on Twitter and a lot of people in political space, a lot of like just random people who were in favor of Trump getting shot, and they would post that and they would get, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of likes and retweets. And that does say something about sort of the temperature of where we are as a country and where people, are and how they feel about these things and sort of the comparisons of Trump to Hitler and all this other stuff. But at the same token, there is something to be said about, well, there is a difference if it's random people on Twitter that shows something's wrong with the base and the voter base. That's still different than if the elected politicians or representatives of that voter base are advocating for political violence or making jokes about the political violence. Like, that would be substantially worse if that was the case. If the Democrat politicians were like, yes, they should have shot Donald Trump, like that then that makes something that's bad like 10 times worse, in my opinion. And so you have to acknowledge that, yes, it's bad the base is doing that, but yes, it's good that the Democrat politicians are not. And the Republican politicians, even though it's a different situation, and the situation itself with Paul Pelosi was like just a weird situation, which I think is why people were kind of more making fun of it. It is still pretty kind of fucking disgusting that a person was attacked by an insane, like a completely crazy person, and almost died and was seriously injured. This slammed in the head with a hammer is not a joke. And people just made fun of it because of the politics, because they don't like the political person of the situation. And if you're not willing to if you're not willing to accept that, then you're just a hypocrite at that point. Then you're just an NPC at that point.
Yeah, it's such an easy thing to call out too, but I guess he doesn't want to call out his political leaders. I don't know. I don't know which particular political leaders were making fun of Paul Pelosi. Like, we didn't even cover that story because it just seemed weird.
Right. Well, I don't, he said Trump did. I don't know what Trump said about it. I know Donald Trump Jr., he tweeted out a picture that was like, I have my Halloween costume, and it was like the hammer with the tidy whities or something. So he was making some joking reference to the Paul Pelosi thing. I don't know what Trump said specifically about it, but
uncool.
Yeah. Just acknowledge it. It's like, it doesn't cost. People get into this like emotional state of mind where they're in these debates and they don't want to cede any ground because they're angry or they think it makes them look weak, but it does the opposite. It makes you look brittle and weak, and it gets the argument bogged down in you just defending something stupid and ridiculous. Where if you just say, yes, you're right, no one should have done that. You say that all the energy from that argument just disappears. And then you just move on to something else. You can move on to something strong, like something that's a stronger ground for you.
Right.
Which prominent, because you can find someone saying crazy things online in response to everything. So I hate that.
Oh, we can talk about Destiny. We can talk about Destiny. We can talk about Destiny. Who's been
a streamer being deranged, not the same as the presumptive nominee of a party. CJ, let's be honest. Come on.
Well, I think a lot more people probably follow him than a lot of the members of Congress you're citing here, right? And so what Destiny said,
CJ, why? Let me ask you, CJ, why are you so implacably reluctant to accept that anyone on your side has done anything wrong as part of this debate? Because I just find that it's a very odd exhibition of defiance when you've had your own leader, Donald Trump, show a very courageous act of defiance just after being shot. I think it was a remarkable thing that he did to spring to his feet like that, risking his life potentially again. He didn't know how many people were there. But your act of defiance is simply to ignore the bleeding obvious. I mean, everybody knows that people on the right and the left have done and said disgusting things, that they've all been part of the rising tide of inflammatory, incendiary rhetoric. And I just don't understand why you wouldn't just accept that and say, yeah, listen, there are people on my side who are part of the problem too, and we should all dial down. But you're very, 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 very determined not to do that. Why?
Well, Piers, I would say that, I think, as I said earlier, I think we should all be introspective about the words that we use and the fact that they have power. But I think it's also important for us to be clear-eyed about the fact that actions do matter. And the action that happened on Saturday was a direct attack on democracy that was inflamed and incited by a radical left that continues to compare this president to Hitler, continues to dehumanize half of America and treat us as if we are second-class citizens in a country and we're all anti-democracy.
Do you accept then that January 6th was an appalling attack on democracy as well? And people were openly calling for the execution of people like Mike Pence and assassination of other elected officials. Do you accept that that was an attack on democracy? Because I do. I think they both were.
I don't think anyone of any consequence was calling for the execution of Mike Pence. But of course, I disavow that rhetoric and I disavow, any type of political violence. But I think, again, we have to be mindful of who in this country is committing the political violence.
For Trump to be executed
on Saturday.
Now, did he switch? Now he's saying it matters only if it's a person of consequence.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's a great
totally
point. He totally switched. Yeah. Well,
those people were nobodies.
I mean, and also, Piers gave him, Piers gave him an out by bringing up the hang Mike Pence chant anyway, because the question should have been like just broadly, do you denounce the political violence or even the non-political violence, the attempt to overturn the election on January 6th, which would also be, damaging to our democracy.
Of course not.
The attempted assassination of President Trump on Saturday, after the attempted assassination of President Trump, you didn't see Republicans out here rioting, looting, and burning down America. Imagine what the left would have done. Actually, we don't have to imagine, because just a few summers ago, they burnt half of this country in the name of social justice. They're the party of violence. They are the party of terror. We are the party of decency, and we showed it in the way in which President Trump has called for unity, called for grace, and continues to deliver for the American people, as he will this week.
All right, I'll give the.
He never answered the January 6th question.
No. Well, it's funny too, because obviously seeing this in retrospect, all the calls for unity have all been thrown in the trash can by both sides now. That's all gone away.
Of course, yeah.
That
only lasted like 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, I that was kind of, in my estimation, a baffling misstep of Trump from a political perspective, to throw that all away when Biden dropped out. It's you're right. He didn't answer the January 6th question at all.
Of course, he pivoted back to the assassination and said it's the violent left. Look, if that happened to Biden, everyone would be burning cities down.
Well, it's kind of funny. If Biden got shot and died, do you really think there'd be riots? I don't think there would be riots. I don't think
if Trump got shot and killed, do you think there'd be riots?
If Biden got shot and killed.
No, I know, but I'm making the point here. Like, obviously, I'm not sure there would be riots over Biden, but I think there would be riots over Trump.
Oh yeah, no. If Trump got shot and killed, I agree. There would have been riots. There would have been a lot of issues that would have spawned. A lot of violence and craziness would have spawned from that. If Biden got shot and killed, why would
there would be celebration?
Yeah, they'd be like, yeah, Biden's out, Kamala's in. Like, I don't think anyone would have been like that riotous about that event.
There'd be no one at his funeral. Oh my God.
Final word to Luke on that.
Yeah, I think, Piers and the audience, what you're seeing is a big difference between the pro-democracy movement right now represented by the Democratic Party with its flaws and this current MAGA ideology. When someone who I've spent every day talking about the flaws of being Trump, when someone such as him is attacked, universally, people in positions of power, elected Democrats, are able to recognize the attack that was on democracy. And we believe the threat that is posed by the MAGA ideology to democracy should be prevented through democracy, which is why we're against this.
It makes me all this democracy talk makes me want to puke, Sitch, because democracy is like the first thing that gets kicked to the curb. Everyone wants to say, look, I'm all for democracy. Well, until it goes against something that they want, and then they just kick it out like yesterday's trash.
Of course, but from a rhetorical perspective, the Democrats have, just as the Republicans have the massive advantage with the BLM stuff and the political violence, the Democrats have the massive advantage of Trump doing the January 6th elector scheme, and the right never acknowledging it and moving on. They've become stuck in this rut forever now because of this, and because they can't, because Trump's a nominee. So
yeah, no, I agree. It's comes off as bullshit every time anyone says it to me.
And that reaction, Biden denouncing it immediately, wanting this to see justice, comes in stark contrast to the conspiracy theories we heard from elected Republicans, not random people on the internet, post January 6th, what we're hearing here from CJ, wanting to further divide and spread falsehoods, and what we saw in the aftermath of the Paul Pelosi attack. One side incapable of denouncing this sort of violence, the other very able to, and I think that's quite the indictment of the two ideologies.
Okay. Look, and then he just shivs him right there on the way out. He's like, yeah, bitch.
Well, listen, from a propaganda perspective, from a strategic perspective, he nailed this conversation.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
On the way out, he's like, one side totally magnanimous, the other side delusional.
Right.
Okay.
You can't call yourself.
Look, and he's ready to fight now. He's ready to fight.
So pro-democracy when your side tries to impeach a president, jail him, and then assassinate him. You failed all of those times. You'll fail again come November.
Do I get to respond to this, Piers, or was that the wrap up?
You can respond.
Because I'd love to respond. Yeah, I would just say supporting an attempt to block the peaceful transfer of power is the most prominent example of an attack on democracy. And so universally, we should be opposed to attacks on democracy, not just when it's politically advantageous.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. But thank you both for a spirited debate. I appreciate it.
So yeah, very, very interesting from like a rhetorical perspective. I think Luke did very good propaganda for his side. CJ did very bad propaganda for his side. So
Right.
okay, let me see. Where's the Mehdi Hassan? Oh, here it is. Okay.
Everyone's so dishonest. Oh, just gets under my skin.
Yeah, and it
makes my skin crawl.
Well, it's interesting because CJ said they tried to impeach him, which I mean they did. The Democrats tried to impeach him twice. Then he said they tried to hit him with the lawfare, jail him,
Yep.
which is dishonest because obviously it's not like people will disagree about this, but obviously it's not the federal Democrats in Washington that are pulling the strings in all these states and these state.
Yeah, he never got charged federally with insurrection.
Well, he did. Well, not with insurrection, right?
Yep.
He was federally charged, which I don't think is going to ever go anywhere. And then, they tried to kill him as if the Democrats, did were behind Crooks's assassination attempt. So.
Yeah. The Democrats did it all.
Well, I think you can't really make the argument that the Democrats are using incendiary political rhetoric to heighten the country to violence and then turn around and say the Democrats and the FBI and the Secret Service are all trying to kill Donald Trump, right? Because that rhetoric is just as incendiary as saying Donald Trump is Hitler. This is why I hate this conversation, because all it takes is for some crazy person on the right to start trying to assassinate someone on the left because they believe that, for suddenly people to acknowledge that level of like the rhetoric being problematic. So
yeah.
Well, I wanted to say both both Diving Dan and Twitter Sucks said that if a bullet, they said that the person that told me that was incorrect. That if a bullet comes near you, it's not going to cause any damage. Like the blast of like the bullet or the force of the bullet coming near you won't cause any actual damage. So that person was incorrect.
Air Force wake.
Yes.
The air resistance.
Yes. Twitter Sucks for $20 says the claim that the concussive force of the bullet missing you and still doing damage is absolute garbage, by the way. So there you go.
Right. Maybe if you do it, point blank range.
Right. Yeah. Diving Dan was saying like if you are near the barrel, the concussive blast of the barrel, if you're near, could do damage, but the bullet, flying by isn't going to actually do anything.
Because it sprays out a bunch of gas and stuff.
Right. Yes. Yeah. JMac for $20. Thanks so much. A Circuit Father says, but he didn't say crosshairs. He was saying, the thing.
The
thing. Oh wait, let me put in the.
Put him in the crosshairs.
Let me put this video in the crosshairs.
Do you genuinely?
Okay, so we could see.
This is the best.
Yeah, so now we could see how to not handle this conversation and to look like a total fucking idiot. So
Mehdi Hassan is both a BBC and a MSNBC commentator.
Is he still? I know he used to be. I don't know.
You don't know if he's still on MSNBC? Let me look it up.
Yeah, I'm curious. I don't know. I think he had a show on MSNBC at some point. I think he was on Al Jazeera at some point. And I don't know what he's officially doing nowadays.
Right. Piers Morgan, right?
Yeah, there you go. I don't want any talks there.
The Intercept, Huffington Post, Al Jazeera, right. English, Peacock, MSNBC.
Thal for $20. Thanks so much. Says, listen, Adam. Listen, Sitch. Oh, listen, Adam. Listen. Sitch is against political violence. Unless it's the pop heretics and the pineapple on pizza heathens and the horse-sized ducks. A-team reigns supreme. There you go.
Yes, of course. Of course. Thank you, Thal. So January 2024, he announced he was leaving MSNBC. This is Mehdi Hassan. And Now he is a columnist for The Guardian.
Oh, okay.
The Guardian.
Oh, wait, I'm a retard. Diving Dan is Twitter Sucks, I think. Okay.
Oh, it
there
is?
you go. There you go. Well, thank you, Twitter Sucks, for the
Both
clarification.
Diving Dan and Twitter Sucks.
Yeah. Well, it's just
The same person.
the same person. I pulled an FBI. Okay. I counted one source as multiple sources. Asha C for $20 says, for me, the reason the whole both sides contribute falls flat is when the right did January 6th. There's none of this. Both sides are extreme. Hyperbolic talking points are bad. They were calling Trump a fascist back then too. I mean, it's true. When that happened, no one was saying that, and that's fair. I don't think they really were. So that's true. But obviously, you could point to the BLM riots, and the left's insane rhetoric led to that. So to me, January 6th isn't even I mean, obviously the rhetoric is what led to people to break into the Capitol. So
Yeah, they
I
thought
guess
the
that's what they
election
would
was
say.
stolen. Ironically,
Right.
they thought they were saving democracy, right?
yes. But Twitter Sucks for $20. Thank you. Says, for some reason, YouTube isn't letting me send the super chat because there's a restricted word. Go to your DM, Sitch. Did, and thank you. Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's nice. Welcome new members.
Toxic Mix for $20 says, I'm getting a little tired of the memory holding around January 6th. Plenty of people on the right condemned the violence when it happened, and Trump's approval was at a massive low, but we just pretend they're all on board. So January 6th was super weird in terms of, and that's a good point, Toxic, in terms of like the way it was perceived. Because and I remember very clearly, I don't remember if we were streaming on January 6th or just afterwards, like the rhetoric around January 6th when it happened was so different than it is now.
Oh yeah,
like when it first happened, basically every single person on the right said this is unacceptable, this is horrible, this is the worst thing ever, blah blah blah. And then over time, very slowly, the rhetoric shifted into it wasn't a big deal, or it was an inside job by the Democrats, blah blah blah, like a total downplaying of it. Now,
this is the bottom-up process of democracy right here, because that's people pandering to the electorate. We could bring up the Mitch McConnell video. That's like the clearest example, because Mitch McConnell comes out on the Senate floor and just fucking rips Trump a new one.
Yeah.
The condemnation is just palpable in that talk. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, that's why they almost impeached Trump after that, and the Republicans almost went along with it. And I think the only reason they didn't go along with it was because I don't know,
they were worried about the electorate.
They were operating under the idea that he wasn't going to run again, and they thought, like I was, I guess, and they thought it would just look bad for the Republican Party as a whole to do that. And they thought, well, he's out, and then he'll just be gone and done with. And they didn't want to have to to mar the Republican Party with that. And I'm sure many of them are regretting that now. But yeah, well, you're right. You had when it first happened, there's such strong denouncement of it. But then there's that process that we always talk about, the Sitch and Adams law, which is, the Democrats, they use the January 6th incident as this broad brush to forever attack the Republicans as long as Trump is going to be involved with the party. It just becomes this Trump's involved, you hit him with January 6th, hit him with January 6th. So then the Republicans reflexively start to downplay and diminish the badness, I should say, of January 6th in order to create a defensive posture around that to defend the fact that Donald Trump is the nominee.
Yeah. It's great.
I mean, it's annoying. This is how politics is.
I love politics.
Unfortunately, functions this way.
Yes. So. Recollections may vary, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And then also there's another incident too, which is that the fake electors thing is too complicated, I think, for the average person to sort of wrap their mind around. I think it's two things. The average person, it's too complicated for the average person to wrap their mind around. So it's hard to point to that as a bad thing because it's weird. It's a weird scheme. And the second thing is, I don't think most people, because I had a conversation with someone who's a Trump supporter about this, and I didn't realize this. Most people, I don't think, have gamed out what the potentiality of the elector's scheme could have been if he had been successful. They haven't gamed out what that would actually look like.
Oh, it'd be a nightmare. I think obviously the Supreme Court would would shoot it down, I don't think Trump would have been able to remain in office, but it would have kind of torn the country apart politically more than it has. I mean, it has
Yes.
done a considerable amount of damage, but just on the fake electors thing, you always say fake electors, but it's an alternative slate of electors, right? Until Pence actually takes the electors.
No, it's
Then
not.
they become the fake electors, right?
No, they're always fake because so it's kind of hilarious. And there's like a huge hypocrisy to this. If you recall, there was like like from a lot of right-wing lawyers, there was I forget the exact why this came up, but there was a lot of talk about how state legislatures have the full power and authority to dictate who they're going to vote for and who their electors are, granted by the Constitution. We heard this from all the right-wing lawyers again and again, and it's completely true. When it was an argument that was persuasive, whatever their cause was. And it's true that the Constitution grants states the power to completely decide who their electors are, period. And they could devise whatever weird situation, whatever weird, wacky way to decide who they're going to vote for president. Now, obviously, there's not a weird way. Everyone uses just a standard voting, first past the post sort of elector system to make that determination. But it's entirely within the state's power to make and decide who the state wants for president and what the electoral process for that looks like. For the vice, so if you have a
people are saying your audio's like messed up. I can't hear anything on my end, guys. I don't know exactly what's going on. So
let me like when they say something's wrong with it, what do they mean? Like what is wrong?
It's got to be something that's happening in OBS.
No. Like what? Describe what you're hearing that's wrong with it.
People are saying pops, cracky, Sitch.
Oh, that sounds like it's like a lag issue or something, right?
Yeah, but it sounds perfect on my end, so it's got to be something going on with OBS. So I don't necessarily know.
Do you want to restart OBS or something?
I mean, I'm not really sure that's gonna fix it.
Well, okay, because you're right. Because I mean, if you're hearing it perfectly, that means it's not with Zoom, and it means it's not my internet. Because then, if it was my internet, you'd hear it kind of fucked up too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm working on it. So go ahead with what you were saying.
Well, no. So what I was gonna say is, I forgot I lost my train of thought.
Sorry, I totally derailed your. But everyone was freaking out about the audio.
The fake electors thing. The fake electors. Yeah, no. So if the states, by their constitutional authority, say that the way that we determine who the electors are is that we have an election, and then the governor and the state legislature signs off on the electors and says these are the official electors, and you have a random person, come along and write on a piece of paper and lie and say these are the official state electors when they're not, and they have no legal standing. Those are fake electors. And to me, it's completely like the height of like leftist word playing to like try to make like, oh, they're not fake. They're not fake. They're alternative. They're some like, that's all bullshit. There's even in one of the emails, one of Trump's own lawyers called it like the fake electors, in the email. Like they're fake. To have someone say, I have the authority of the state when they don't is a lie. It's a fake and it's a lie. And it's just cope to say anything other than that.
Well, I hope you don't think I'm coping.
No. I hope you're not.
Look, I'm just, in all honesty, I'm just kind of like bringing it up because I just think it's funny. I think it's funny because I do know people get super triggered by the words fake electors just trigger the shit out of people. Well, so
it's just annoying because like I've heard so many people who whenever like the people defend it, I've literally never heard a person defend it and speak about it in a knowledgeable way or honest way. Either they're just missing, most of the time they're missing key facts, or they're just dishonest about it. And it's very frustrating to deal with because it's an indefensible action, essentially.
Right. Okay.
So
yeah. Well, there is a situation where you come up with an alternative slate of electors. Like if, say, one of the court cases could go either way, right? Obviously, Trump lost all of his court cases. But if he would have won one of his court cases, those alternative slate of electors would become the real electors in that case. So
They wouldn't.
They wouldn't.
No.
So the real electors would just change their vote? Is that how that would work?
No. So, okay. So this is what people are talking about when they compare it to the JFK situation in the 60s. Okay. And so in the 60s, JFK was running against Nixon, and Nixon was the current vice president at the time, too, which adds another wrinkle to this. And when Hawaii did their first count of their votes, they said Richard Nixon has won the election. Okay. And JFK, but it was close enough that it triggered an automatic recount, or JFK could ask for a recount, and they did. But there's a problem, which is that if you look at the law, there's specific deadlines that these recounts have to take place by in order to change the vote. And this is what came up in 2000, if you remember, in Bush v. Gore, was they wanted to do a recount of the state of Florida, but they literally didn't have time to meet the deadline to do the recount. And so they only did a recount, or only wanted to do a recount of specific districts. And the Supreme Court said that that'd be a violation of the civil rights of everyone. That you either have to do a full recount or no recount. You can't do this like piecemeal shit. Right? You remember this? Or are you still working on the OBS stuff?
No, I remember.
Yeah. Okay.
Totally.
So
I'm just waiting till we get to the elector part of it.
Right. So with the JFK thing is Nixon wins, they do a recount. JFK is worried, or his administrator, or his team, his campaign is worried that even if they have time to do a recount, they won't have time once the recount's done, they won't have time to convene the electors and have them vote and have the state legislature and the governor sign off on everything and then send that up to Washington. And that'd be a problem, because even if, like, say, they say, okay, Nixon won, they do a recount, but the recount's done after the deadline, and it says JFK won, it doesn't matter. Nixon still gets the votes because after the deadline.
So they do two sets of electors, one for each candidate.
Don't say they, because this is important. So Nixon wins. The official state of Hawaii does an official electoral slate that is real and official and signed and says Nixon won. They do the recount, while they're doing the recount, JFK's campaign gets their delegates to create a piece of paper that says JFK won the vote. Okay. And this was done on the off chance that he won the recount and there was some sort of time dispute. Right. But to be clear, at the time of the creation of that slate of electors, they're fake. It is technically a forgery. They're saying they have the official, capacity to be electors when they don't. But it turns out not to matter, because Hawaii is able to do the recount before the deadline and is able to create a third slate of electors that are completely official, that is signed off by the governor, that says JFK won the election. And they send that to Washington, D.C. And that's what's counted. Okay.
Right.
So
what was the purpose of the fake electors in the JFK situation? The second set of electors.
The purpose of the second set, the fake set, was that if they did the recount, found JFK had won the election, and
didn't have time to do the third set of electors.
Right. And didn't have time to do the third set of electors, they would maybe either try to get the governor to just sign it really quickly if they had time, or even if they didn't have time, send it to Washington and maybe hope that somehow Nixon would accept it or something. Right. Even though he's the candidate, so I don't think he would. But
if Nixon does accept them, then they're no longer fake.
Well, actually, no, it would be contentious. I mean, whether they're really fake. I mean, they'd never been officially sanctioned by the governor, so they would still be fake technically, even though he won the recount.
Right. Okay.
So the vice president, accepting them doesn't make it real or fake.
Well, the election is what makes it real or fake.
Yes. The election is what makes it real or fake.
Yeah. So
anyway, that was long to get there, but
yeah.
Okay. So this is Trump the new Hitler? No. Piers Morgan versus Mehdi Hasan. This is how not to have this conversation, how to get bogged down in this insane conversation and to just kind of come off looking foolish.
Everyone says your audio is great now, so.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you did something. I also changed the Zoom thing to not mute as much as like I turn it from medium to high. I'm sorry, from
Anything
high to
you do
medium,
is
so.
immaterial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll change it back, and if the audio gets fucked up again, I guess we'll know.
Believe that Donald Trump is the new Hitler? Yes or no?
I believe he's someone who quotes Hitler. J.D. Vance is a Republican. He compared him to Hitler. You know perfectly well Biden was not inciting violence. It's a figure of speech. Ben Shapiro had to deny any influence on the Quebec City mosque shooter who killed 6 Muslims in January 2017. Ben Shapiro called Obama a fascist.
You deflect on every single question I've asked you.
Because you are so one-sided, Piers, so I have to give some balance.
It's a lot of sad bullshit. And we should be better than this.
You're spreading Russian propaganda.
Let me finish and shut up and just let me finish. And then you can say it's propaganda, which is the line that you guys on the left use.
I had to sit here and listen to an insane, ridiculous, nonsensical discussion for 40 minutes.
Former president.
Okay. That's a good like little like warm up there. So let's get to the
Terrible music.
yeah. So let's get to when Mehdi. We don't need all the introduction stuff. So,
Nonsense.
yeah, all the nonsense.
Meta Hassan.
Yeah, let's
This
get to
guy's
Mehdi here.
hilarious.
Plenty of questions to answer about that in a moment when we meet tonight's panel. But joining me now is the editor-in-chief and CEO of Zeteo, Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi, great to have you back on Uncensored. First of all, your reaction to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump.
Well, first of all, Piers, thanks for having me back on, and I enjoyed your Roy Jenkins line there about carrying the vase across the floor. Let's see if Trump can do that. The assassination was horrific. I remember hearing the news on Saturday. I was stunned. And I'm absolutely like you. I agree that if he had been killed, all hell would have broken loose, as you said earlier on the show. I totally agree with that. And I'm glad he wasn't killed because, number one, unlike Donald Trump, I don't wish death upon my political opponents. And number two, obviously, it's fundamentally immoral and illegal to try and kill your political opponent. I would rather see Donald Trump convicted in court and or defeated at the ballot box. So I'm very glad that he did not die on Saturday.
You know, I interviewed Destiny yesterday.
So before he gets into the interview in Destiny, so I think that first response, it's fine. He gets his little digs at Trump, right? He's like, oh, you know, Trump wants his political opponents to die. I want him to be arrested or defeated, right? But he denounces the violence, so, you know, good on him, right? I think it's a totally fine answer in terms of denying or decrying political violence.
Sure.
A big following online, and I tried to get him just to condemn what this shooter attempted to do, and this is what he said. I'm asking you to condemn what happened as an egregious attack on democracy. Can you do that?
No, I won't. No, I won't. I won't.
You can't do that. You see, so why the hell,
Absolutely
frankly,
not.
Destiny,
Absolutely not.
why the hell
Absolutely
should
not.
we listen to a
Absolutely not.
word you have to say? I found that pretty startling, actually, and very indicative of what I've sensed about politics in America, in Britain, in other countries as well, that since the advent of social media in particular, fueling this kind of toxic tribal nature of discourse, that if you can't condemn a 20-year-old with an AR-15 trying to blow the brains out of a president, whoever it is, whichever side that president comes from, in the same way, and I'm not going to go over this with you today because I want to stick on to the Trump story, but it's why I always ask people in the Israel-Hamas war debate, did you condemn what happened on October the 7th? Because frankly, it's quite illuminating if people can't condemn horror when they see it. I'm not comparing the two, and I don't want you to respond to that part of it. But what I do want to just get your reaction to is, do you share my discomfort that people have got so entrenched into their side now, so entrenched that they just simply can't see the wood for the trees and say something which is vaguely humane?
I'm glad that he brought it up because the whole do you denounce Hamas, do you denounce October 7th, it is and it functions the same way as like, do you denounce political violence against Donald Trump or anyone else? Where if you just say, yeah, October 7th was horrible, I denounce it. Yes, political violence is horrible, I denounce it. Yes, trying to kill Donald Trump was horrible, I denounce it. Like, you just say that. Hopefully you agree with it because it's the moral position to have, but then also you can just move the conversation to a different avenue where I don't like people just won't do it. They just get stuck in this fucking loop forever where they think they're giving something up they're giving up too much to the other side. Or maybe they just honestly believe it. They honestly believe that they wanted Trump to die, or they honestly were in favor of October 7th or something. And they just can't, like, it's just, the conversation can never move past that point if that's where you're at. And nor should it.
Yeah. Look, they don't want to give any ground. They feel like the competition is evil. They don't want to give in to those evil fuckers.
Yeah.
It's exactly what's going on.
But it's self-destructive. It's completely self-destructive.
Yeah, I agree.
Look, that is a very fair point. I'm not a fan of Destiny, but let me just put some of what he was saying in context, because I watched that discussion. I think the point he was trying to make, and I think he did it badly, is that there is a double standard here. That, as with the Palestine-Israel debate, where you tend to only ask Palestinians to condemn and not Israelis, journalists, not just yourself, tend to obsess over liberals condemning stuff while conservatives get a pass. And I think that is what bothers a lot of people. It certainly bothers me. And, you mentioned condemning violence, Piers. On Monday's show, you had Ben Shapiro on. I think you had Dan.
So this is already like retarded way to frame it. Because if Mehdi Hassan had seen, he probably hadn't even seen it. If he had seen that previous clip that we just watched with Luke and CJ, he'd see that that wasn't the case. That Piers went into the conversation looking for something specific. Okay. He's looking for a denouncement of political violence and an acknowledgement of someone on the left that the left has contributed to heightening up the rhetoric. Right. And he gets both of those things from the guest. And then the guest brings up the point, well, the right is also, helped create a heightened, hyperbolic, violent rhetoric environment and also done things that are, bad, right? And once Piers gets the two things he wants, then he's able to sort of investigate the third claim. Say, okay, well, have Republicans also contribute to it, blah, 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 blah. And then he's able to move on to the conversation. He has to get those two things first before he can move on. And we already have Mehdi. And and that's a good way to kind of have a conversation with someone, because you want to sometimes when you're having these conversations, you have to be like a dog with a bone, because people try to change the subject a lot. But Mehdi Hassan, he won't, he's too quick. He's already trying to jump around to the whataboutism, as opposed to just being like, you're right about this. This is, denounce violence. Democrats have a lot, have made mistakes and have to learn, blah, 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 blah. Boom, boom, boom. You have to just lay that all out. And then Piers can just sort of okay, now we can talk about something different.
Right. He's looking for a concession. It's great. Right. He's like an interrogator. He wants to know where he was on the night of the crime.
Yeah, exactly. Well, even if you look at it from a cynical perspective. So from a completely cynical perspective, Piers is looking at these conversations like he wants the Mehdi Hassan conversation. He wants a Destiny conversation. He wants a conversation where someone comes on and says something, or all the people that came on and wouldn't denounce Hamas, right?
Yeah. He wants the incendiary shit because it goes viral.
Exactly. He wants them to be stupid and say incendiary shit, and they get stuck in the ruts, where he gets to be the super fucking easy voice of morality and say, do you denounce October 7th? Do you denounce political assassinations? Blah, 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 blah. It makes him look great because he just has a very bog standard opinion. And then the guests just spinning their wheels, stuck in the mud. Looking crazy.
No, it's great. Yeah. He looks like the sane one.
Yes, exactly.
His shtick is so perfect.
Yes.
He's like, look, I'm the reasonable one here.
Yes, exactly. And it works. It totally works.
He is defending Trump pretty hard, Sitch. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Who is? Piers?
Piers, yeah.
Okay. I don't so.
Yeah, look, I don't care either.
Okay, so you can defend Trump.
The Texas Congressman Dan Crenshaw on.
I want to say something while I remember it. I saw Pete Buttigieg. Mm-hmm. I saw an interview with him on Fox News, and he was saying the same thing that David Pakman is saying. Now he's going with the Trump has cognitive decline argument.
Really?
I was like, holy
That's funny.
Because he's going to be one of Kamala's surrogates for sure. So
Sure. He's a potential VP pick. Yeah.
We should watch that video later in the week because it is hilarious. Yes, it is.
Rudy Giuliani on, right? All three of them have at some point glorified violence, embraced violence, incited violence. Dan Crenshaw's put out videos where he's blowing stuff up, beating up left-wingers. Rudy Giuliani, as you know, Piers, on January the 6th, told an armed mob to do trial by combat. Ben Shapiro had to deny any influence on the Quebec City mosque shooter who killed 6.
Should I bring up the whataboutism counter? Because we're up to 5 already. I think we might lose count pretty quick here.
Right, but yeah. I mean, if Mehdi was handling the conversation intelligently, he would have been like, I agree with everything you're saying in the beginning, Pierce. Political violence is wrong. Destiny was wrong. And, we need to tone down the rhetoric, blah, 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 blah. Just boom, period. But I think that you need to start holding, these people for account, and then you can do all this stuff, right? So you got to agree, and then you say, okay, but to be consistent, Pierce, so then it's not a whataboutism. Whataboutism is when you try to deflect, right? And say, I'm not going to acknowledge the wrongdoing my side is doing by bringing in something else. Where if you frame it like a consistency issue, where I agree my side did bad, did wrong, and I just want you to be consistent and also agree that the other side has done bad and does wrong.
Yep. Yeah. This is a total dodge deflection. Whataboutism. Yes.
Yeah, right.
In January 2017, Ben
Well, and also, I hate to pause again, but it is kind of like mad genius. Okay. I don't know if it was intentional. Mad genius for Piers, or his producer, to sort of put Mehdi Hassan in this situation by like playing the Destiny clip in the beginning. It's sort of like, it doesn't have to be, but it sort of in a weird way makes it so that Mehdi Hassan has to like defend that take, even if he disagrees with it, right? It's kind of like a mad genius thing. I mean, and Mehdi fell straight into the trap of doing it too, which is kind of hilarious.
Right.
Told an armed mob to do trial by combat. Ben Shapiro had to deny any influence on the Quebec City mosque shooter who killed 6 Muslims in January 2017. Ben Shapiro called Obama a fascist. You didn't ask any of those 3 people to condemn their own past. So that's, I think, what bothers Destiny, certainly bothers me. We have one party in this country, one movement that's been inciting violence for years. That's the Republican Party and the conservative movement. And yet one bullet is fired by a registered Republican voter on Saturday, and suddenly it's the liberals must condemn Democrats. Joe Biden sitting on TV mumbling.
Where was this guy during all the George Floyd stuff? That was invisible to him?
Mostly peaceful, Adam.
When people say this, we have one party that has been inciting violence for the last 20 years, and it's the Republican Party. It's like, dude, where were you when they were breaking windows and burning down stores?
Yep.
That was the Republican Party?
Yeah.
You fucking moron. You're high. You're smoking crack. Get out of the crack den.
I bet you he would make an argument where he'd be like, well, that's the Republicans' fault because the Republicans are pushing white supremacy, in the country. And thus,
please.
That's galvanizing people to rise up, or some ludicrous argument like that.
That is the media's fault for claiming that on the news every single night. If you look at the actual police statistics, they're completely wrong.
Yep.
Yes. Oh, man. You are totally responsible. You and MSNBC and everyone on your station is responsible. But no, look, it's the Republicans. They're all white supremacists. We believe it, so it has to be true.
Yep.
Defensively, I shouldn't have said bullseye. It's a joke. Come on, Piers. You know and I know that the political violence in this country is coming from the right. The incitement's coming from the right. Donald Trump has embraced violence more than any other political candidate in my lifetime.
Let me respond to that. I look, in relation to things like January the 6th, my record speaks for itself. I wrote a number of pretty blistering columns about how appalling I found that, and what a shocking attack on democracy it was, and how shameful Trump's rhetoric was on the day to fuel the mob. Make no pretense of that whatsoever. On this particular occasion, I wanted to have a conversation about what happened to Donald Trump last weekend. One of the things that I would counter what you've just said with is, this idea that somehow the left have been completely blameless. And just to remind people, I'm not on the right. I'm not a conservative, never have been, right? I mean, I voted for Margaret Thatcher when I was about 18. But I've also voted for Tony Blair, and I've voted for, left-wing leaders before. And I ran a Daily Mirror, which, as you know, was a left-leaning newspaper in Britain for 10 years. So this idea that I'm on the right, as some people try and paint me, is for the birds. However, what I try and do is be fair-minded about the culpability of both sides. And I'll return the favour by criticising you, because one of my big bugbears here has been the persistent analogies and comparisons of Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. And I want to play two clips of you.
Oh, look, this is hilarious. So Mehdi comes in this conversation immediately. Whataboutism deflects to insulting Piers. Piers like, bitch, I have clips ready. Okay. I have receipts. I have the clips ready to throw at your face. Okay. Buckle up.
Look, he's on Morning Joe.
Yeah, of course.
free to say that this is approaching sort of a fascist sort of
well,
ideology?
As you say, it's not just approaching, we're beyond it, right?
Yes.
I was saying on this network in 2020, I was saying in my writing in 2019, this is authoritarianism, this is fascism. People said, calm the hell down. Everyone used to cite a guy called Robert Paxton, who's one of this country's leading historians of fascism. And he would say, Trump's not a fascist. He doesn't meet the definition of fascism. Guess what he said on January the 6th? What? I was wrong. He's a fascist. Even Robert Paxton comes out and says, he's a fascist, right? He's got armed militias. He's inciting violence. Now he's straight up channeling Adolf Hitler. Trump isn't hiding his authoritarian ambitions for a second term. From punishing his political opponents, to locking up immigrants in camps, to deploying the military, all while echoing the hateful rhetoric of Adolf Hitler.
Now, I also want to play you.
Oh my God. Oof. Oof. Well, this is, and maybe this is why Mehdi can't actually, I think still from a strategic level, it would be better for him to just be like, I was wrong to say that. Right. Just from a
he
purely
should say, look, I was
pragmatic
being
level.
Sarcastic.
Well, no, he should say, I think, I don't know. I think there's a way to handle it where he could say, well, you know, if Mehdi could say something to the effect of, I do think that Donald Trump is racist or, you know, believes all these bad things, blah, 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 but it is hyperbolic for me to compare him to Hitler, who, you know, obviously, you know, killed 6 million Jews and another 6 million other people through concentration camps, right? Like you could make that statement and then just move on and say, okay, and I shouldn't be hyperbolic in that rhetoric, right? As opposed to just getting stuck in this mud and trying to defend this kind of ludicrous behavior.
He does see it that way, though. He sees Trump as an existential threat. He sees Trump as a fascist. I think he believes all that shit. It's not hyperbole for him. Like he's completely drank the Kool-Aid.
Maybe. I mean, even if you, the whole fascist claim is weird to me. Like, I don't really fully get where that comes from specifically. I guess because of the anti-immigration thing. But I mean, do you think Mehdi Hasan, maybe he does. I mean, I don't think Mehdi Hasan literally thinks that if Donald Trump was to become president, that he would name himself dictator for life like Hitler and then try to round up people into concentration camps.
Round up the brown people. Yeah, he would. That's what he thinks. That's what he believes.
I don't
He's
think
that
Mehdi,
far gone.
I don't think Mehdi believes that to that level.
Really?
I would hope he doesn't. That's like insane.
It would be cool if we could hypnotize him and find out the truth, right? Or give him some sodium pentothal, give him a little truth serum.
Well, even I would just like to hear that question directly asked. Do you literally think if Donald Trump wins, he's going to become a Hitlerian figure and try to, you know, genocide millions of people that are Americans?
I mean, he said that in the clip.
Did he?
He said he's going to round up brown people.
Okay.
Check it out. Here, let's hear that clip one more time.
But was he mean like to deport them or to murder them?
Of course, to murder them.
Right. Okay.
What do you
maybe
think?
He does. Maybe
now
he
he's
does.
straight up channeling Adolf Hitler. Trump isn't hiding his authoritarian ambitions for a second term. From punishing his political opponents, to locking up immigrants in camps, to deploying the military, all while echoing the hateful rhetoric of Adolf Hitler.
Okay, so maybe he's just bullshit.
He said locking up immigrants in camp, which is
he's a
kids in
bullshitter.
cages, right? Yeah, that sounds like political bullshit rhetoric to me. Like he knows it's not, you know, a Hitlerian comparison.
Yeah.
Now that being said, and this comes back to what we were saying, where Trump would be very stupid and irresponsible with his language. It was kind of mind-numbingly retarded for him to use that poisoning the blood of our country line. Like, I don't believe for a second Donald Trump is like, I'm going to use a line that like people will associate with Hitler, but it was mind-numbingly stupid for him to say that.
You don't think he did that deliberately?
No.
Like he was bruising his copy of Mein Kampf and he was like, oh, this line will really get the media going.
I don't think, because like I recall, because I remember when I like watched the speech he said, he just kind of like throws it in there and like the crowd doesn't even really react to the line.
Right.
At all. So I think it's just, you know,
there was a collective cringe.
No, like there probably was. There was a claim. I don't know if this is true. There was a claim. I think Peter Zahan made this claim, or no, was it? No, Frank Lutz made this claim. I'm sorry. Frank Lutz made this claim. He's a famous, what would we call him? A famous political wordsmith. I don't know how would we describe him?
Frank Luntz?
Yeah.
I mean, wordsmith is good, but
He's a political consultant, I think is the correct term. He's a very famous political consultant.
He's a pollster too.
Yeah, he's a pollster. He used to be a very famous Republican political consultant who worked for Bush and other people.
Wrote a great book called Words That Matter, which everyone should read if they're interested in politics. Yeah.
Yes. But he made this claim that he had information that at the RNC that the only part of Trump's speech that was like prepared remarks was that first 20 minutes segment where, you know, he said all the things about unity, and then he went and he kissed like the fireman's outfit from the guy that was killed and all that stuff. That was all like prepared, and that like the rest of the 40 minutes afterwards was all just like Trump just riffing. Okay.
Yep.
And if that's the case, I mean, to me, it really shows that, first of all, Trump's not in cognitive decline. The fact that he could go on for 40 minutes, like, that's pretty impressive. Even though I thought it was super weak and he should have just ended the speech there. But I think that's kind of how Trump just sort of does these like random riffs. We're just sort of like winging it in these things. I don't really buy the 10D chess maneuvering that both Trump's haters and detractors sort of project onto him whenever he says something that's incendiary.
Yeah.
Now, I also want to play you a mashup of a lot of other public figures talking about Trump.
Yeah, I saw it on Monday.
Let's play it again for viewers who may not have seen it.
Many are openly comparing Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler.
Trump's been compared to the German dictator by some throughout his presidential campaign.
Is Donald Trump really a fascist?
Maria Chappelle-Nadal posted this picture to Twitter yesterday. It appears to compare Donald Trump to Hitler.
Former President Trump doubles down on a phrase many say he borrowed from Hitler.
President Fantasyland decided to take a page out of Adolf Hitler's playbook last week.
Yes, Donald Trump.
Says a guy who's genociding Gaza right now. Jeez.
Jeez.
That guy Ben from the Young Turks.
I know. He's
totally
always arguing
with
Cenk about it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's totally in favor of genociding all of Gaza. Look at him calling Donald Trump Hitler.
Terrible.
When he's literally supporting Bibi Netanyahu, the closest thing to Hitler in the Middle East.
Is this the woman?
Look, I can play this game too, Sitch.
I know.
How am I doing? All these fucking genocidal
He
maniacs.
did a good job. I'm impressed.
Tit for tat, man. That's what it is.
Is this the woman that's on Piers all the time?
Oh
Or is this
yeah,
a different woman?
we have to cover. This is the new Brianna Greyjoy right here. This should be a regular on our channel, right?
Yeah.
What is her name?
I don't remember.
Oh God, she's so silly. This is very silly person.
There was a clip too that you sent me, which we'll probably watch in the week. That's insane. It's like, oh my God, I forget her name too. The woman who's arguing now with Robbie instead of Brianna, and it was like
that would be Jessica Burbank.
Jessica Burbank. Oh my God, it was like insane. Argument. I was like, what are we?
We lost Brianna Greyjoy, but we got two. Like she multiplied. Now
she multiplied. She's like a gremlin. Somebody fed Brianna Greyjoy after
midnight. Yeah, exactly. Look. Now we've got two insane leftists.
Right. So the only problem, here's the only problem with Jessica Burbank. She's not anywhere near as like argumentative or feisty.
No, she's not.
She's got to like step it up. Right. She needs to be like screaming at Robbie.
She's very low key.
She is.
Yeah.
Took his Hitler cosplay to the next level.
Do you want to clear the air because you think you're being unfavorably compared to Donald Trump?
A unified Reich? That's Hitler's language. That's not America's.
New York's Daily News ran this front page earlier this week. Trump is Hitler.
According to the Washington Post, Trump has long toyed with the language of fascists.
Former President Donald Trump allegedly praised Adolf Hitler, saying the Nazi leader had, quote, done some good things.
What is that?
Now, with all due respect,
what was the context of that?
That's a good question. Because I don't remember that one. Former Trump staff.
That is all
Hitler
bullshit. Trump is not Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler murdered 12 million people, including 6 million Jews in a Holocaust. Okay. There is no comparison to be made between Adolf Hitler and the Nazis and Donald Trump. And to persistently make it, as you and many others on the left have done for years, since he first ran in 2016, I think has been part of the problem of the political discourse in America. If you keep calling a guy Hitler, is it completely insane to think that at some point somebody's going to say, well, in that case, if he really is the new Hitler, we've got to kill him? I mean, wouldn't you be the first to construct a moral argument that if somebody is literally the new Hitler right now on...
What? He said no. He mumbled no under his breath.
Oh, did he?
Look, if you have incontrovertible proof, I guess it would have to come in the form of a time machine. That's really the only way you could get incontrovertible proof. But
this is an excellent question that Piers is bringing forward, because it's true. Like, if you think if someone is Hitler, then yeah, it would be morally acceptable for you to take them out, right?
Yes, totally.
100%. Like, it would be morally acceptable for people to kill Hitler before he could gain power.
Yeah, you'd save lives. You'd save 6 million Jews. And if you didn't go out of your way to save 6 million Jews, I mean, you're really the bad guy.
Exactly. Now, you were correct in terms of its, difference between if you have a time machine, because then you already know what like the outcome is.
Right.
So.
On this planet, there is a...
Oh, did you look the thing up?
Yes. It was, so this is this article from 3 years ago. It says, on a visit to Europe to mark the 100th anniversary of the end of the First World War, Donald Trump told his then chief of staff, John Kelly, well, supposedly, quote, "Well, Hitler did a lot of good things." The remark from former U.S. president on the 2018 trip, which reportedly stunned Kelly, a retired U.S. Marine Corps general, is reported in a new book by Michael Bender of the Wall Street Journal, called "Frankly, We Did Win This Election." Bender reports that Trump made the remark during an impromptu history lesson in which Kelly, quote, reminded the president which countries were on which side during the conflict and connected the dots from the First World War to the Second World War and all of Hitler's atrocities. In a statement, a Trump spokesperson, Liz Harrington, said, quote, "This is totally false. President Trump never said this. It is made up fake news, probably by a general who was incompetent and was fired." But Bender says the unnamed source reported that Kelly, quote, told the president that he was wrong, but Trump was undeterred, emphasizing the German economic recovery during emphasizing the German economic recovery under Hitler during the 1930s. Quote, Kelly pushed back again, Bender writes, and argued that the German people would have been better off poor than subjected to the Nazi genocide. Bender adds that Kelly told Trump that even if his claim about the German economy under the Nazis in 1933 were true, you cannot ever say anything supportive of Adolf Hitler. You cannot. Well, I mean, that's good campaign advice. So it sounds like, so this author who wrote this book, Bender, is claiming, he has an unnamed source, probably Kelly himself. Kelly made the claim that Trump praised Hitler's economic policy or something. So,
right.
Whether it's true or not, who the fuck knows?
I always hear these narratives that Trump is an idiot, a complete idiot, a buffoon behind the scenes. He doesn't understand anything. Like, you got to explain everything to him like he's 6 years old. But then I listen to his campaign speeches and he makes cogent arguments. There was a clip that I was listening to today where he was talking about basically putting political pressure on various nations to basically take back deported people, like deported criminals. And the arguments that he's making are completely rational. I mean, even seems to have a good sense of like human nature. He basically is saying, I'm going to cut off their funding and, put pressure on them. They're going to call me. So even if he's lying about the situation, right? He's talking his book. He's talking a good game, but none of this really played out this way. It's still a cogent, logical strategy.
Right.
So I really don't see this. He doesn't know what time of day it is. Those narratives don't really hit for me.
Well, let me say two things. First of all, number one, you can be very intuitively intelligent and still be ignorant of like history and things like that.
Sure, totally. So, but it doesn't make you an idiot just because you don't understand.
You're just ignorant, right?
Yeah.
But number two, I found a more recent article from 2024 where I guess it looks like Kelly has come out and said that he's making the claim that Trump said this. It's not an anonymous source anymore, but it's a longer quote that I think gives additional context. And I don't think it's really super fair to attack Trump over this line. So Kelly says, quote, Trump said, well, Hitler did some good things. I said, well, what? Trump said, well, Hitler rebuilt the economy, but what did he do with that rebuilt economy? He turned it against his own people and against the world. So I don't think it's, if he immediately, like, obviously that is in reference to both the war and the Holocaust, right? It doesn't sound like to me that Trump is trying to downplay or, I don't know, try to do any sort of Nazi rhetoric, right?
No, not at all. He's saying
So,
what he did was bad, ultimately.
right. Now, I don't know what the fuck, now I'm gonna be real, I don't know what the fuck Hitler's economic policies were, so I don't even, and I don't know if Trump knows either, so I don't know why he even said that, but, so I don't know the legitimacy of that claim. And then Kelly's response to that comment is, sir, you can never say anything good about the guy, nothing. Which
he wants to let him know. Don't say that in some campaign speech, please.
Right. So Kelly's like, listen, you can never say, like, this is while he's the chief of staff. You can never say what you just told to me in public. Okay, please never say these words, Trump. So,
which you would think Trump probably knows that, right?
I mean, he said, I guess he thought his chief of staff wouldn't like leak it or something, but.
Right.
Trump says, but this is the thing, and this is, I think, gets Trump in trouble. He just says like a bunch of random offhand shit that enters his mind. This is how I know we disagree on it, but this is like the whole bleach conversation. He just like some random idea pops in his head and he just like lets it fly. Test the audience, says, see what they say, you know.
Our audience is totally split on the bleach thing. Let's not bring it up now, but we have to bring it up. Because you say there's missing context that I haven't seen.
Well, we can go during this week. We can watch the clip and watch the longer clip. Because there's context that kind of sheds additional light on
I want you to sell me on it because...
Well, to be clear, I'm not saying that Donald Trump said that a person should put bleach in their body. That's not my claim. That's why everyone like frames it like Donald Trump said to inject bleach. That's not what he said. He was suggesting, my claim is that he was suggesting that the scientist should investigate if there's a way to use bleach inside the body to kill COVID. That's what he was saying.
Right. Yes.
So anyway.
And to me, it made it, in the context, it seems like he's talking about a way to investigate using light inside the body as a disinfectant. Yeah.
Right. He was talking about both. That's why I get the model. But anyway, we'll continue.
Absolute moral imperative, indeed duty, to kill that person. Otherwise, he's not the new Hitler.
Okay.
He can't be both.
Let's unpack. There's a lot there, Piers. You said a lot there and played a very long chunks. Let's respond to some of the things. First of all, you say that's all bullshit. You said playing that clip a moment ago. That clip ended with Willie Geist of NBC reporting that Donald Trump said Hitler did some good things. How is that bullshit? That's what Donald Trump said.
Because if you read the whole context of what he actually said that day, it's a deliberately misconstrued tiny part of what he said.
It's not.
It is actually.
It's not. It's what John Kelly said.
Well,
hold on. You had a long question. Let me respond to you. He also said, you quoted me on MSNBC. Yeah. I was responding to Trump literally quoting lines from Mein Kampf, poisoning the blood of this country. Piers, you're not a racist, I hope. You don't agree with saying that immigrants are poisoning the blood of this country.
Do you think he is the new Hitler?
That is a Nazi line. Hold on. That is a Nazi. That's not. No. I'm responding to you. Played a clip of me. So I'm going to talk about what I said. I stand by the line that Donald Trump is echoing the rhetoric of Adolf Hitler. He is. That's a fact. Donald Trump praised Hitler, according to his own Republican chief of staff. That is a fact. And stop saying the left calls him Hitler. You know who called him America's Hitler? His running mate, J.D. Vance, a Republican senator, called him America's Hitler. So don't
by the way, he was wrong too.
The left.
He was
Republicans.
Wrong too.
Doesn't matter whether he was wrong. You're wrong to say it was the left. J.D. Vance called him. Well, no, you're wrong. You're wrong, Piers, because J.D. Vance is a Republican. He compared him to Hitler. People who have looked at what Trump and said has done, fascism experts, have said the guy is echoing fascist rhetoric. This is a guy, Piers, and I know you are the grandson of a British war hero who fought the Nazis.
Did you just say fascism experts?
He did, and I laughed my ass off at that. The fascism experts.
Fascism experts.
Well, is it your argument that Trump himself is a fascism expert?
Fascism experts have come out and they've said, like, well, it's funny because, I just read the quote, which I hadn't actually read till just now, about the praising Trump thing. And I do think that's out of context. I don't think it's fair to frame it like he was that has something to do with Trump being a fascist or whatever in the context that he laid it out there. But like, it's the question, I guess, to ask Mehdi is like, okay, so now you're arguing that you think it's fair to call him the next Hitler. Well, then why don't you think it's fair for him to be taken out with violence then? Right? Like,
that's the obvious next question.
And that's was Pierce's question, and I think that he should focus on is like, it's the two buttons meme. Like, if he is the next Hitler, then you do have to take up the position that it's okay to take him out with violence.
Yeah, that's the twisting part here. That's why they're like,
Right.
I know he senses that that's what's coming. So,
okay.
Nazis. I know Captain Mark Oliver was a World War II hero who fought the Nazis.
Matthew
so I don't
Oliver,
say this lightly when I say this. Matthew Oliver, excuse me, war hero for our country. And yet today you're taking light of the fact that Donald Trump quotes Adolf Hitler. He praises Nazis at Charlottesville as very fine people. He hosts a Nazi Holocaust denier for dinner at his home. Did you condemn that? I mean, it's absurd. And by the way, you say you're not right wing.
I did condemn
you
that.
say you're
will Pierce call out the Charlottesville?
Well,
you say you're not right wing.
Like, the blaming Trump for Nick Fuentes, that isn't fair. That doesn't seem fair either, because I remember we covered this at the time. We were like,
we did, yeah.
Like, how did this even happen? And when Nick was talking about this, and he went with Kanye, right? That's how he showed up there. Is that they just brought him? I believe both Milo and Nick said that they just brought Nick. That it was not planned. Trump didn't know that he was going to be there. They didn't even know who he was. And then I remember when Nick was talking about this himself, and presumably Nick, I don't see why he would lie about this. He said that at like halfway through the dinner, that Trump either left and got a message, or someone came in and whispered something in Trump's ear, and that the tone shifted and that Trump became very aggressive towards him. So it sounded like someone informed him like who Nick Fuentes was.
You're sitting with a white supremacist.
Right, exactly. Like, kind of changed the entire context of the framing and the feeling of the dinner. So I don't think you could say that Trump's staff is incompetent for allowing it to happen. I agree with that 100%. But I don't think it's fair to be like, he wanted to talk to Nick Fuentes and Kanye when Kanye was having his fucking meltdown.
Yeah. Cameras will come out. Trump adopts a confrontational tone. All of it's recorded.
Yeah.
Wing Piers, and yet you give your right-wing guests a pass. Ben Shapiro came on your show and
skip for me.
Did you condemn that? I mean, it's absurd. And by the way, you say you're not right-wing.
I did condemn that.
You say you're not right-wing, Piers, and yet you give your right-wing guests a pass. Ben Shapiro came on your show on Monday. You didn't ask him about calling Barack Obama a fascist. Did he incite violence against Barack Obama? Why didn't you ask Ben Shapiro? Why are you playing a clip of me on Trump, but you didn't play a clip of Shapiro on Barack Obama?
Never mind what interviews I've done with other people. What I'm curious about is, do you?
Well, I can't. Well, when you tell me you're not right wing,
let me ask you.
Correct.
Let me ask you.
Let me ask you. Liberal and left guests.
Mehdi, do you genuinely?
Then you're left.
Do you genuinely believe?
It is frustrating that like so much of, and this is what like always gets us, labeled various things, is that the way people perceive you as quote being left or right is not about what you're saying or what you believe in or what principles you're espousing. It's what side, who are you defending? Who are you attacking? It's all entirely rooted in like the team-based rah, the tribalism. Like if you seem to be defending more people on the right and attacking more people on the left, then you must be a right-winger, right? Or vice versa.
Yeah. Well, I like to think we call out straw men on both sides of the aisle, but
right.
I do think a lot of people on the left, they think if you don't straw man the right, then you're obviously like you're accepting their arguments. So they think you're bad.
Right.
Believe that Donald Trump is the new Hitler? Yes or no?
No, I don't believe he's the new Hitler. I believe he's someone who quotes Hitler. Do you believe that he should have hosted a Holocaust-denying Hitler supporter at his home?
Weasel! Fucking weasel!
I know. It's so
weasel!
Slippery. So slippery, yeah.
He just dresses and talks and looks and says everything Hitler says, but he's not. Look, obviously.
No.
Yeah.
I tweeted he shouldn't have done.
So then why are you giving him a pass? Why are you always praising him on your show? Why don't you start every show
I'm not
saying,
giving him a
why is a
pass.
guy running for president who, come on, Piers, I've watched you for the last 3 days. You've been bathing him with praise. This is a guy who hosts a
Actually,
Holocaust
what I've
in
been
his
saying.
home,
No, hang on.
praises Nazis, calls African countries shithole countries, tells non-white women to go back to the countries they came from, says black people like me more because I got indicted.
Don't misquote me.
You don't cover this stuff.
Don't misquote
so I just
me.
want
And
to
by
let
the
your
way,
viewers know.
if you want to know my views about all the things you've just been saying, they're all there, public record. I'm a weekly columnist. I've condemned Trump for many things, but he is not the new Hitler.
That's easy to do, but overall, you're still supporting him for Hitler.
Let me point another point.
You haven't called for him to stand down from the race. You called for Biden to stand down,
I
but
don't
not a
think
convicted
Trump,
criminal who praises Hitler.
Well, we're going to come to...
Oh my God. This is like peak NPC brain rot. Okay. Whenever someone brings up that, like, why did you only call for Biden to drop out? You didn't call for Trump to drop out.
Trump has cognitive problems, Sitch. I saw it on David Pakman.
Right. It's like, well, Trump has the wide support of his party, and his party doesn't think that he has cognitive issue. Biden does not have the wide support of his party. The wide majority of his party overwhelmingly believes he should drop out and has cognitive issues. These are not comparable things.
Trump went through an open primary. Biden was hidden away and didn't go through an open primary.
If there was a situation where, like, the Republican Party, Trump did something or was enfeebled or whatever, and the Republican Party was overall telling him to step down, then you could have that conversation, right? But it's just not comparable at all. It's such a weird bullshit, like fake, performatively stupid pivot that so many people bring up. It's just so dumb.
Very prominent today.
Yeah,
I see this a lot.
Mika from Morning Joe, she kept saying this argument, and it was so weird and stupid, especially from their perspective, because they're like very left wing. So like the left calling for the right candidate to drop out is pointless, right? It doesn't mean anything.
It's just hilarious coming from Mika, who's such a Biden stan, even when it was so obvious that he shit the bed after the debate.
Yeah.
Like, what? You're going to come out and say, oh, Biden is just fine. But now you're like, oh, Trump, he's got all these cognitive issues.
Mm-hmm.
What a hypocrite.
And I haven't watched every single episode of Piers Morgan. I watched a bunch in the last few weeks. Where is this? He says he's just sitting around praising Trump. Has he been? I haven't really heard that.
I do think Piers Morgan praises Trump a lot, but not in a way that's not earned or anything.
Is he praising, like, the only time I've heard him praise is he was praising, like, him standing up and taking the picture. He was praising at first the calls for unity, when Trump first got shot, but I don't remember, was he like, I've never heard him like praise any of his policies or anything from like a political perspective.
He said that I've heard him say over and over again that he's known Trump since the 80s and he doesn't feel like Trump has had any sort of cognitive decline at all, which goes directly against the narrative.
I mean, that's a big praise? I don't think he's like,
well, this is when I said one of the things that the left, if you don't repeat the straw mans that the left comes up with, they perceive you are not on their side, right?
Right.
So, and this is one of the straw men that they've come up with, this idea that Trump is enfeebled and needs to step down. He's in the same exact situation as Joe Biden, and he needs to do the right thing and step down. Like, if you don't repeat that, then they say, oh, you're in the tank for Trump. And obviously Piers has repeated that. He's not repeated the straw man. He's basically said, look, I knew Trump in the 80s and I know him now, and he doesn't seem to have changed at all, which, I mean, I don't think that's completely accurate.
Right.
I mean, Trump does have a lot of energy, but if you put clips side by
he's
side,
changed. Yeah. He's definitely much lower energy than he was when he first ran for president.
And I've seen him do some rallies that I'm like, oh, wow, this is really low energy. Yeah.
Yeah. But the difference between like being tired and lower energy, like having less energy and being cognitively declined are different issues. So, I mean, you could say that you don't want your president to be that old, and that's, I think, a completely fair point. So.
Well, I think it's a decent argument that he could have cognitive issues at any time. So,
right.
I mean, it is a risk.
So, I mean, it's weird because he's so unhealthy. He's so unhealthy. He never exercises. He's basically obese. You're like, geez.
It makes me think drinking alcohol really is horrible for you, because
that's true, because that's the one thing he doesn't do.
Yeah,
it's the one thing he doesn't do is drink.
He doesn't drink anything. Yeah.
Well, some people just have really good genes. Just very hardy genes that kind of sit through. We're saying all this tomorrow. Trump dies of a heart attack. Right?
Oof. Don't
jinx it.
Well, I mean, that would be strange.
The conspiracies that all come out of that are just going to be like astronomical.
Oh yeah, it'd be the worst.
Yeah. Dialogue always for $20. Thanks so much. Says, how is comparing Trump to Hitler rhetoric that leads to violence because of this attempted assassination? Parentheses, no proof. But pushing great replacement can't be connected to Buffalo, Christchurch, or Dylan Roof manifestos. Well, no, I think it can be. I mean, that's my point. I think you can make the direct comparison that the great replacement rhetoric is a strong thing that motivated those shootings. That's my point. And I think that the right does have to take responsibility for pushing great replacement sort of rhetoric, even though I don't know how many. I know a couple politicians have pushed it, even though I don't think the mainstream politicians have pushed it. But I know Tucker Carlson and other people, even Elon has pushed it, which I think is highly irresponsible of Elon to do. So,
wow, Dialogue always gave us $20.
Well,
That's
thank you
awesome.
for $20.
Yeah.
Biden, where we'll find common ground, I'm sure. But the point I've been making about Trump since the attempted assassination.
Your double standards at the
I've
problem,
only
not
made
the common
2
ground,
points about
Piers.
Trump.
I'm sure we have common ground.
I've only made 2 points about Trump since the weekend. One, he showed incredible personal courage in the seconds after he was shot to get back up when he didn't know if there were still other shooters out there, and to show such defiance. Okay, you may not think so, but I did, right? Secondly,
I'm saying fair enough. That literally means it's a fair point.
Okay. And secondly, the only other point I've made is I genuinely think this is going to propel him back to the White House. It's not I don't have a vote.
That is not the only other point
I don't have a vote. I haven't told anyone to vote for him.
Shows.
Mehdi, you've got to let me finish my sentence.
That is not true,
You've got
Piers.
to let me finish my sentences.
Yes, no.
You have to. You have to. As you would expect on your show, right? I believe he's going to win. I'm not telling people to vote for him. I can't vote for him. I just believe Donald Trump will now be the next president of the United States. Partly because of what happened last weekend, and partly because of the decrepit and ridiculous and embarrassing state of the person he's up against, Joe Biden. So when you say I've been praising Trump for 3 days, no, all I've said is I think he showed great personal courage, and I think he's going to win the election. Those two things, by the way, I think are going to turn out.
He's going to win the election against Joe Biden. Notice that. He said against Joe Biden.
Well, obviously, this is pre-Joe Biden dropping out. So.
Yeah, this is entirely different race now. So.
Right. There's actually someone posted Fox News polling that was showing Kamala polling ahead of Trump in some key swing states. So,
oh, I saw that. Yeah, I totally saw that.
Things are going to get spicy in the next couple weeks.
Have you heard any campaign speeches from Kamala?
Not since the first one I saw. No, I don't. I'm assuming she's made them. I just haven't been following it.
Right. Yeah.
Has she? I don't think. I'm assuming.
No, I haven't. Look, I saw the first one, which wasn't really a campaign speech, and then I saw the.
No,
first,
what do you mean? It was the total campaign speech.
No, the first talk she did was some commencement ceremony.
Oh, that. Yeah. Right.
Which she just briefly talked about Joe Biden.
Right.
Lied like crazy about how he's like an
totally
influential president for time immemorial, right?
Okay.
And then she did the other campaign speech where I was just like, oh, man, this whole I'm the perfect person to go up against Trump. Just, I don't know. It didn't seem like a good argument to me, but.
Right.
So, yeah, no, I can't wait to hear more. The question I have is, like, everyone's all high and mighty on Kamala Harris, but when she actually starts campaigning, if those numbers are going to go down, because there is this avatar of Kamala Harris that's going around right now that is downright angelic, that I don't know that the real Kamala Harris is going to measure up to that saintly version people have in their heads. So I think that polling number may come down.
That's actually kind of hilarious. And you could be completely correct that as long as this, there's a wave of energy, motivation, and shiny new car smell around Kamala Harris, The Democrats are just so happy that they got rid of their old broken down Biden mobile that anything looks like good by comparison. And you're right. In a few weeks, in a month, Kamala could be out there. Democrats could be driving the Kamala mobile around, realize like, this car only gets 5 miles per gallon.
Yeah, exactly.
Turning radius is shit. It's got blind spots up the wazoo. Yeah, you might be like, I don't know about this. This might be pretty bad.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of fire coming her way. She's going to take a lot of heat here, and it looks great until she actually takes that. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'm hoping she's going to pivot more towards the center and be more of a moderate candidate. But I don't know, right? Look, she didn't have to come through. The one good thing about her not having to come through a Democratic primary is Democratic primaries usually everyone lets their freak flag fly for the base and go as communist as humanly possible, and then pivots back to the center in the general. Like, she didn't have to do any of that here. Like, she should be set to pivot back to the center, right?
It is, yeah, it'll be interesting because, like, obviously, while she was VP, she definitely seemed to pivot pretty hard to the left. You had the equity stuff, the BLM stuff. She definitely seemed to be pretty massively woke. And you're right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious if she's going to pivot to the center or not.
Yeah,
Well,
is she going to talk about equity in her campaign speech? Is that going to be a central focus of her campaign speech? Is she going to bring up George Floyd and Black Lives Matter and all that kind of stuff?
I don't know. There was a talk that Trump won't do a debate against her, and I think that'd be such a catastrophic mistake. Because, I mean, if I was Trump, I'd be pushing for a debate much sooner than later. Because I think the political strategy for Trump should be to tarnish the new car Kamala smell
ASAP. Yeah.
ASAP, right? Yeah. To really try to get like, you're a communist, you supported the BLM rioters, like just, you were the immigration czar, as they like to say, like throw all of these things in her face to really tarnish the image like as soon as possible. The longer that narrative, the brats Kamala coconut pill cringe internet narrative kind of simmers, the longer that helps Kamala just gain more and more momentum.
I already got the play too, the perfect play. So they're going to do this anointing on August 7th, and their convention isn't until August 15th. Man, if I were Trump, I'd say, let's do it on August 8th. And then I would hit her over the head again and again and again about how she got the nomination in the dark of night.
Right. That's a good point. Yeah.
We haven't even had the convention yet. Right, what's going on? Right. How are you the nominee?
Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah.
Look, so I don't know. He said again and again that he doesn't want to debate until she's actually the nominee. And I think that's a good strategy because, like, if she is beatable, then he doesn't want to knock her out of the race and have a more moderate candidate come forward. Like if there was a more moderate candidate, I'd say the Democrats have it in the bag. That's how unlikable Trump is.
Right. And Kamala does have a lot of baggage.
She does. Yeah. Look,
I don't know.
I think he can beat her.
If they did a debate, I mean, I'm skeptical of Trump's ability to do this, but if they had done it, if they do a debate like before the nomination and Trump like eviscerated her, I don't know if they could switch her to someone else.
They would totally talk about it. No, it would be
wait. You're right. They would talk about replacing her, but that is good. That's what Trump wants. That would be like the perfect scenario for Trump is that he eviscerates her in a debate. All this talk about replacing her comes up, but it's too late and they don't. Right. So then she looks.
What if they do
weak.
Though? What if Gavin Newsom
I don't know.
That's what if they go, okay, we have to go the nuclear option, brokered convention. It's too risky. It's too risky. Wait until she is the nominee. Look, and you have the perfect opportunity because nobody knows about this August 7th nonsense. Like they're going to totally try to keep that a secret. And she's been saying, look, I'm ready to have a debate now. I'm ready to have a debate now. Say August 8th then. August 8th. It's perfect. It's perfect because then he can totally hit it with, oh, she is the nominee. You guys don't know? They made her the nominee. You guys didn't hear about that on the Zoom call. Right. How did the Zoom call go?
Well, I guess it would be entirely dependent on whether you think whether Trump's campaign and Trump thinks that he would have his best chance against Kamala, or the potential, who the fuck knows what would come out of some kind of insane brokered convention on August 7th.
Oh my God, I'd be terrified some Barack Obama emerges. You'd be fucked.
I would not. I mean, no, I don't think there's any Barack. I don't think there's any Barack. I think what the best case scenario would be, he eviscerates her. There's all this talk. There's a brokered convention. Kamala still wins, but like barely. That would be like the golden scenario for Donald Trump. But I mean, you're right. You could play it safer and just be like, well, I think I have a better chance against Kamala. So boom, August 8th debate. Though I don't know, because I still think that's too long. I still think that's too much. Giving Kamala these 2 weeks to sort of dance around and, gain all this energy, I think that's a mistake. You should really be trying to cut her knees out under her from like right in day one.
August 8th is a week and a half.
Yeah.
So yeah, look, I mean, it's an open question. You can see both of our thinking on it.
Sure.
Yeah.
If Trump backs out of debate, that's a catastrophic
that's
blunder.
Never going to happen. I've heard, and this is, Democrats are dreaming. I keep seeing them on Twitter saying, "Oh, Trump is afraid to debate her." No, he's not.
Very silly. Yeah, that seems silly. It seems ridiculous. I don't know why he would be. But
I think he's thinking, "Oh my God, Biden was a corpse. He was so easy to beat, and I knocked him out of the race. Holy shit! I don't want to do that again." Right?
Right. Well, I mean, to be fair, he might think that. To be fair, Trump didn't knock Biden out of the race. Biden knocked himself out of the race.
Yeah, but why didn't Trump could have waited? Trump could have said, "Look, Biden's not the nominee yet. Let's wait until he's nominated."
Yes.
You don't think that would have been a good strategy? I think it would have been.
You are correct in like the Monday morning quarterback. If you're the crystal ball, it would have been better. And maybe this is the thought process. It would have been better for Trump to just wait, because then you couldn't replace him.
Yes.
At that point. So actually, no, I'm sorry. Even if Biden was nominated, I believe he can still drop out, and it just would automatically go to Kamala anyway. So I don't know.
Would
we
it
have the same scenario? I believe so.
Does it? Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No,
so
she has to pick they're saying she's going to pick a VP later this week, because she has to pick a VP before this nomination on the Zoom call in the dead of night on August 7th.
Right.
Is that bad for me to say that?
I don't care.
It is like political kind of.
Well, okay. So to be fair, okay, to be accurate, to be true, as we talked about this last week, they're doing that not because they're trying to avoid a broker convention.
If you believe
this was
what
planned.
They're saying.
This was planned months ago before Biden ever dropped out, because there's some problem in Ohio which is the Republicans' fault actually, where there's some kind of deadline to make sure that the Democrat nominee can appear on the ballot. They have to be nominated before the
August 7th,
DNC. Yeah, before the DNC officially was scheduled to take place. So they were planning to do the same thing with Biden back in March.
Right. Yeah.
To have, this like virtual thing where they nominate him to make sure he's on the ballot in Ohio, and then they have their big pomp and ceremony and, later in August. So.
Right. I'm just skeptical of that, because what I've read about the ballot
there's articles
spot
about
is
it.
open.
There's articles about it from March. So
Okay.
I think presumably they didn't time travel right back in time to write that article from.
I get it. Look, shenanigans could be going on in Ohio. I don't know. So You're saying not, but I don't know the specifics of the situation in Ohio. My understanding is that whoever's nominated has a spot on the ballot. So, but maybe they're saying we got to know who the person is, who the Democrats nominate by this specific date. I do think if they tested it in court, they could probably get around that, but no one wants to test it.
This is an article from May of this year. It says Democrats say they will get around Biden Ohio ballot issue by holding virtual roll call before deadline. The Democrat Party is set to nominate Joe Biden to be to be on the Ohio ballot after a month of controversy, their spokesperson said. Obviously, this is before I dropped out. This is in May. The DNC chair said the party will use a virtual roll call, which will take place ahead of its August 19th convention and before Ohio's August 7th deadline to certify the ballot. There's a precedent for this. A virtual roll call was held in 2020 because of the pandemic.
Right.
This comes as lawmakers in Ohio entered their first day of special session called by the governor to fix the problem. Ohio requires parties to confirm their presidential candidate 90 days before the November election, which would be August 7th. But Biden won't be the official nominee until the Democratic National Convention, which is on August 19th. Quote, the governor of Ohio says, well, I understand the Democratic National Committee has just today proposed a workaround to help get President Biden on the Ohio ballot. It is prudent legislation be passed to get this done. As I previously said, we do not want to leave something so basic as having the sitting president of the United States on the ballot to others when this can and should be done legislatively. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah, look, it makes sense. It takes
blah.
a lot of work to get an election off the ground. You know, they got to actually put the person's name on the ballot, print the ballots, get everything in order. Yeah, so.
Right. So, I mean, that's why it's happening the way it's happening. But
yes, yeah. But I mean, I think it is a good political strategy for Trump to make hay about.
It would be.
Yes.
To be like, oh, in the dead of night, they did this. Yeah. I mean, that would be a good rhetoric, even if it's not fair or true. But
okay, look, he shouldn't do it. It's not fair. It's not true.
No, he should. No, well, he shouldn't do it morally. He should do it from a strategic perspective, right?
Right. Yeah.
So it's like, it isn't, I don't think it's moral for people to make this comparison of Trump to Hitler, but but from a strategic perspective, it's definitely useful. So
yeah, look, I don't think it's good for them to say that Trump praised neo-Nazis every 5 minutes on CNN, but
right.
I mean, it's politically effective, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, let's continue this.
Be completely true.
No, come on. That's incomplete. I watched both your shows Monday, Tuesday. People can go watch them. You have acted as if there's two sides to this, that the Democrats are guilty of the same incitement and violence. Well, there's not. I'm sorry. All right, let's play a game.
I've literally just played a bunch of people calling him Hitler for the last 8 years.
Those are not... Sorry. Well, no, you didn't. Actually, you played a clip from Willie Geist accurately reporting that Hitler did
no,
good
I played
things.
many people.
Hold on.
I can play a few again if you like.
Hold on. Piers, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, leadership of the Democratic Party. Can you play to me clips of them inciting violence in the same way as Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Ron DeSantis, Paul Gosar?
Why are you deflecting?
Because you are deflecting, Piers. I'm not going to sit here and let you do both sides bullshit
you
tonight.
Might be conflating.
This is a Republican Party is a party of violence.
You might be conflating
Piers,
the
I can
two
sit all
roles.
day with you.
Mehdi.
Now you're...
Mehdi's argument is completely nonsensical. He's saying, I don't want you to deflect to both sides. It's one side and it's not my side, right? It's on the other side.
Right. Yeah.
The other side, the Republican Party. That's very interesting. He said the Republican Party is the party of violence.
Violence. Yeah.
Right.
I don't know what that's based off. I thought violence was the political strategy of the unheard.
Ooh.
That's not something I hear on the right. I hear that on the left.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is perfect for Piers. This is so bad for Mehdi, so bad for his argument. It looks so stupid, so unhinged. Like, yeah, just acknowledge that you fucked up and then move on. But he can't see it. He's blind to it because he literally thinks that. I mean, I guess you're right. He does think that Trump is Hitler. He believes it. This is how this rhetoric always gets incited and gets insane. One side believes all of their hyperbole, and they can only perceive the hyperbole of the other side. And thus, so they will never denounce their side because like, well, my side's just completely correct. Everything my side says is completely correct, which is always insane. Like, if you know anything about people, you should know that people, you've interacted with people, we've all interacted with people. A lot of people are, very quick to lie, cheat, steal, and do all this stuff. And you're literally like in peak NPC brain rot if you think my side has all the people of like good moral standing and the other side has all the immoral people, right?
Right. Well, the immoral things that my side does, they do it to the other people because they're immoral. They're
right.
What they're doing is actually righteous.
There's some justification for the action, right? Yeah.
Yeah. This is where the morality binds and blinds comes from, because it is a blindness, a complete blindness. He doesn't see any of all of this is invisible to him.
Yes. Trump, the fine people stuff, which I'm actually kind of shocked that Pearson included the fine people thing in the clip, because that's sort of like the
it's a bridge too far. You just can't do it.
The overarching thing that kind of like spawns all the other things underneath it. So
in our history books, it will be written that Donald Trump praised neo-Nazis.
I don't think so, because I mean, even those kind of left-wing bias fact-checking sites have sort of at least acknowledged that he didn't praise neo-Nazis. Finally, like it only took 8 years, you know. So.
If Donald Trump loses this election, definitely the history books are going to read that he praised neo-Nazis.
I think no, I think it's the opposite. I think if he loses, they'll say that he didn't. I think if he wins, they might say that he did.
Really?
Yeah. Well, it depends depending on how his second term
chapped.
goes.
They're so triggered.
Yeah, because they're so mad that he won again. Yeah.
Maybe that's interesting, because it plays into the white supremacist nation.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's another thing too. It's like, we've sat through 8 years of the left lying. Now, obviously, I say the left like generally, right? This narrative that we live in a white supremacist country for 8 years, which is highly incendiary, highly toxic, totally disgusting, totally destructive to our country. So,
yeah. Mehdi Hassan has never said anything about that. I'm sure.
No, of course not.
The left is completely innocent. They aren't violent at all. They would never do anything violent.
I know.
Against white supremacists.
I know.
You're cutting me off.
Mehdi,
Hold on, you're cutting me off.
Let
me answer your question.
I'm reminding you it's actually my show and I do the questions and you answer them. On yours, it's the other way around.
Let me answer the question then.
Right.
Let me answer the question.
Here's
there
my
are
question.
not two sides.
When you say
it's
not two sides, but I've played you a bunch of...
He's doing the centrist meme, Sitch. He's doing it.
Oh, the like one side wants civil rights, the other side is like KKK.
Yep, that's exactly what he's doing.
Yep.
Clips of people repeatedly calling him Hitler. I say to you, there's the two sides.
All right, so let me respond. Can I respond?
Yep.
Can I respond? Okay, let me respond. Donald Trump ran for office in 2016 telling protesters rallies to punch people who pay their bills. As president, he played a clip of a guy saying the only good Democrat is a dead Democrat. He said to the Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. He called Nazis at Charlottesville. No, let me finish. You're interrupting me, Piers. I need to finish my sentence if you get to finish yours. I'm on your show. I'm a guest. I'm answering. Let me get to. I'm pointing out this is not two sides. What Donald Trump has said. Your viewers need to hear this because you're not telling them this. Trump spent his entire presidency inciting violence against Ilhan Omar, George Soros, multiple members of Congress, people of color. Right? He left office. Right, having incited an insurrection which you condemned. He told them to go fight like hell. He said Mark Milley should be executed, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
What's this got to do with my question?
He mocked Paul Pelosi. I'm getting to it. He mocked Paul Pelosi for being hammered in the head.
He was wrong to do that.
That was outrageous. To be executed. It's not about whether he was wrong, Piers. I can give you dozens of actual violent quotes from Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Paul Gosar. You can't give me those quotes.
Can you get back to my
from
question?
Biden, Pelosi, Jeffries. No, answer my question. Where did Joe Biden say the
I've
only
asked
good
you a
Republican is a dead
question,
Republican?
Mehdi.
But it's not both sides, Piers. You can't deflect, Piers. The viewers are watching.
Your side has literally spent 8 years calling him Hitler. It's ridiculous to say there's no both sides.
We've already discussed the Hitler point. Where have they incited violence? Where did Biden say go kill people?
So this is why it's so interesting to see the Luke Beasley CJ clip before this. As you see, like Luke was able to he gave Pierce the things Pierce was looking for. Okay.
Yep.
He said, I'm going to give you the acknowledgments. The left has been hyperbolic on this rhetoric about Trump. Okay. And like, it's also psychologically that's important for like a talk show setup like this, because Pierce is looking for conversation to fill time. So if there's no time on that argument because you just agree with it, well, then the time has to be spent on something else. Right. And so then it's easy for Pierce is kind of looking for like, well, what are we going to talk about since there's no fight here? Where's the fight? Where's the conflict? Oh, then you can bring up the point like, well, here's the right doing a bunch of things that I think are equivalent. Then you can move the conversation on. But you have to give Pierce what he wants first before you can do that. And Mehdi is way too tribal brain dead NPC brain to even accomplish that goal.
Yeah, his goal is not to give Piers anything.
Right. Well, and for him, it's a little different than the Luke Beasley. And I don't know, because I don't watch his content. Maybe he's called Hitler in the past or something. But with Mehdi Hassan, it's harder because he's called him Hitler. He's engaged in the behavior too. And so he feels like too defensive about it.
Well, and he wants to call him Hitler tomorrow and the next day.
That's true.
And the next
Yeah.
day and the next day.
Yeah.
He's like, we're in the
Yes.
middle of an election, dude. What are you doing? Of course he's
Right.
Hitler.
Yep.
You can't keep asking me
No,
questions.
Piers, I'm not letting this go. Sorry. General Mark Milley, he called for his execution. Can you point to me to a single Democrat who's called for a Republican execution?
Let me ask you
I'll
again.
wait. I won't interrupt you.
Let me ask. No,
I'm waiting, Piers.
I'm
Point me
asking
to a
you the
single
questions, Mehdi.
Democrat who's
Mehdi.
called for an execution.
Mehdi, respectfully, it's my show. I ask the questions. Now listen, answer me this. If he
You're
is
also
the
making
new,
false
if he is the
statements,
new
which I'm not
Hitler,
about.
as so many people have been calling him, would there be a moral justification in shooting him?
Of course not. I'm not someone who advocates violence, Piers. The Republicans are, but you never asked them about it because you're supportive
Stop
of the Republican
deflecting,
Party.
Mehdi.
As much as you like to
Stick
pretend
to your
you're
side.
above the fray. I'm not deflecting. I answered your question. I just said I don't support violence. The only people who support violence in American political culture are Marjorie Taylor Greene, Donald Trump, Paul Gosar, Ron DeSantis, the governor of Montana, who was convicted for assaulting a journalist. Trump praised him. Paul Pelosi was hammered by a guy who believed in election lie. Trump praised him. I mean, this is insane, Piers. There's one side that is inciting violence, praising violence, mocking violence. You have no problem with them. Instead, you obsess over journalists reporting accurately.
Actually,
that
I
Trump
heard
has
the
quoted
president
Hitler and praised Hitler.
I read that the president of the United States, only 3 days before Donald Trump was shot, said it's time to put him in the bullseye. If that's not violent language,
Come on,
what
Piers.
is?
This is such bad faith. You know perfectly well Biden was not inciting violence. It's a figure of speech. He's already foolishly apologized for it.
Okay.
You're
So
comparing that to calling for the execution of Mark Milley.
So every
Piers.
time your side
Hold on,
uses
are you-
violent language, they don't mean it. But every time the other side
He
does, they
literally
do.
said, hold on. Oh, my word. Piers, come on.
I do think the bullseye comment that's probably the
Weak.
weakest argument.
Yeah,
it's
totally
the weakest
weak.
argument. I think the strong argument is to talk about the racism, BLM stuff, the white supremacy stuff, because obviously that had a very profound impact on the country directly, and it's not true, and it's completely insane. And the left has not really ever addressed it, has never really acknowledged the fault that they played in regards to all that violence, and really the fault in, like, if you look at just the feelings about race in this country, it's kind of interesting. I've seen polling on this when you ask both white and black people like how they feel about race relations in this country. It was like it only got worse after all the BLM stuff. And it didn't get better. It only got substantially worse and all that stuff, which makes sense. Which makes complete sense that it would.
Well, on the right there, or on the left, they're accusing the right of dog whistling. Like when Trump says something like the blood of the nation or something like that, they're saying, this is a dog whistle type rhetoric. But on the left, when they come out and say, oh yeah, Trump's a neo-Nazi and supports white supremacists, they're not dog whistling. They're just saying it explicitly, right? That's their argument.
Yeah.
So it's like night and day to me. Like if Trump was coming out and literally saying, oh yeah, Hitler's great and I'm going to be just like him. Like here's what Hitler did and I'm going to do that too. Right? Then you're having a conversation. It's not like just some dog whistle thing that you're hearing in your head.
Mm-hmm.
They're making explicit arguments on the left that are incendiary arguments.
Well, and it's like, again, and this is why this tribal thinking blinds you and reduces your effectiveness to be able to communicate too. Like if you want to bring up the fact that Trump said Mark Milley should be put to death or would have been put I think the line, if I recall correctly, was that like in a time gone in a past era.
Time.
Yeah, in a different time.
For
Mark
treason.
Milley would have been put to death for treason because he had that phone call with China after January 6th, which is to say that would be put you to death is kind of insane. And that is an insane comment that Trump fucking said that. And that's totally insane. And it's totally fair to bring that up when you're talking about like, well, what is the hyperbolic rhetoric? I mean, you literally had the ex-president say that someone who worked for him in the military should be put to death or would have been put to death in a past time. That's a completely fair point to bring up in terms of this violent rhetoric. But you can't get there, and Mehdi can't get there until he acknowledges Pierce's point, until he acknowledges that the left has been culpable too. Otherwise, it just is a whataboutism. It's just a deflection, and no one wants to address it.
Right.
Marjorie Taylor Greene and Donald Trump called for their opponents to be executed. Did Biden do that? I'll ask again. You dodged it the first time.
No.
Did Joe Biden do that?
But to see, even that though, I mean, did he call for him to be executed? I mean, I agree that what he said was inappropriate, definitely inappropriate.
He didn't call for him to be executed. He just said it, saying in a past time he would have been executed. Which,
right, exactly.
I mean, there's a difference. It's really bad either way, but there is a difference, regardless of how subtle or not you think the difference is.
Yeah, when the left makes their claims, they make them explicitly. Like, it's not a question. They don't say in a different time this guy would have been executed. They come out and say, this guy should be executed now. Right? The claims that they make of white supremacy and all that stuff are explicit. They're saying what they mean. They're not hiding it. It's out in the open.
Well, the Trump saying that, you know, he would have been put to death in a past time, I mean, that's pretty explicit.
I mean, it's not as explicit as him saying he should be hanging for treason.
It's not that explicit, but to be fair, I don't think most of the Democrat politicians are not saying Donald Trump should be directly killed either. So.
No, but they are making claims of white supremacy and that Trump supporters are Nazis and stuff like that explicitly. They're not dog whistling around it.
No, they're not. But the right is not dog whistling when they say that the left is full of deep state communist groomers, right?
Right, exactly. But it's just okay. I guess there is.
I understand what you're saying in terms of like
at the top,
right? The left is more in terms of saying like, oh, Trump made a claim about like, you know, something, and that's a dog whistle, right? But there's a lot of explicit
what is the
comments.
cultural? No, you make an interesting point with the deep state stuff, and I don't know what the cultural buy-in on the deep state stuff is. Like, I do think if you asked people in the media and Hollywood and like academia, they would all say, oh yeah, that white supremacy stuff is totally true. I don't know if you asked prominent people about the deep state stuff, you know, if you went to heads of corporations, right, and ask them about the deep state stuff, would they say that's true?
I don't think
you
they
could
would
probably
on
get the
average.
white supremacy stuff out of them.
No, you might, not all of them, if they're speaking honestly. If you were doing like a polling of like CEOs or something, you know, I think you would get more woke talking points than you get, you know, deep state talking points. I would guess it, but I think you'd be surprised at the number of deep state talking points and sort of right wing, you know, the Democrats are all groomers. You would get a lot of that from Republican voters.
Right.
But the question when we're talking about political violence is, again, all it takes is some crazy person on the right who believes the deep state stuff or the groomer stuff to do an act of violence against a Democratic politician, and suddenly the conversation changes to that, right? Because that's all it takes.
Right.
Everyone gets so hyperbolic with the language until suddenly someone does an action of violence, and we all go, "Oh, I can't believe that we were so hyperbolic with the language."
I mean, I'm more focused on the BLM stuff than the random act of violence.
Right. Well, the BLM stuff
is just so much more dangerous. It's like
right.
Yeah.
Well, the right has a stronger argument in that regard because the BLM stuff actually has already materialized into violence during the BLM riots.
Right. Yeah, and could do it again.
Right.
I'm kind of zeroing in on this. It's in the claims that we live in a white supremacist nation and that Trump supporters are white supremacists is inside the Overton window.
Yes.
Like claiming the claims that Democrats are groomers is not inside the Overton window.
It's weird. So the claim that we live in a white supremacist society is totally in the Overton window of the left. And the claim that the Democrats are all deep state groomers is totally within the bounds of the Overton window of the right. Now, the difference is that the Overton window of the left is, at least at this time, more prominently in control of the mainstream culture.
Right. Which is where the Overton window lives.
Well, but it's sort of like we're kind of in a situation where we're becoming so fractured that there's two Overton windows. You know, they always say Fox News is the highest watched news, station in the country, right? It's not like it's nothing. Half the country, votes
Right.
Republican.
No, that's a good argument that there's 2 Overton windows.
Right. So it seems like we have like a 2 Overton window situation. And everyone knows Hollywood is, left-wing bias overwhelmingly. So
One of these Overton windows has to win. One of these Overton windows will win.
I mean, I hope not, because they're both terrible. They're both awful situations. So
it's too bad, Sitch. It has to happen.
no, we have white supremacy. We have groomers. It's like, can't we just? This is why I like the enlightened centrist man. Like, you're both crazy. These are both awful ways to look at the world.
Right.
And you're obsessed with Hitler.
Yes,
Trump
I'm
called
obsessed with
Biden
Hitler because
called him
you
the
and so many
Gestapo.
others keep
So
calling
then
him
why
Hitler.
haven't you condemned Trump? So does Trump. Trump called Biden the Gestapo just 2 months ago. Did you condemn him on this show?
Right.
Yes
Should
or no?
people? Okay, let me ask you this: should people?
No. Did you
hang
condemn
on,
Trump?
Mehdi?
No,
I'm
no,
asking
you're
you a
obsessed
question.
with Hitler. No,
I'm
sorry,
asking you
Piers.
a question.
Sorry, Piers. You've made this entire interview about Hitler.
I'm
Look at this.
asking you.
He's doing the white supremacy. He did the thing. He did the thing.
They do the okay sign.
He's the white supremacist.
No. Did you
Hang
condemn
on,
Trump?
Mehdi.
No,
I'm
no,
asking you
you're
a
obsessed
question.
with Hitler. No,
I'm
sorry,
asking you a
Piers. Sorry,
question.
Piers. You've made this entire.
Got it.
Oh no, he did it. No.
So guilty.
Terrible.
Look, the brown face of white supremacy.
Mehdi Hassan. Is Mehdi Hassan's like behavior even remotely
Professional?
persuasive?
No.
Well, obviously not professional. Is it like who is it for? Like, I guess it's for his
The choir.
audience. Like,
Yeah.
If now I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if Mehdi Hassan is cynically just marketing himself for a left-wing audience, in which case his behavior is probably a good idea. If he just wants to grow his own audience to absorb more people on the left, to create a left-wing echo chamber, then his behavior in this interview, top tier, right? It totally works. There's a bunch of like NPCs that are watching this like, yeah, get him, Eddie, get him. If his point is to actually try to be persuasive to an electorate of undecided voters, his behavior is mind-numbingly retarded.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he's thinking about it cynically or if it's just like an emotional reaction. He's just acting emotional about the situation because he feels defensive about what he said and he hates Donald Trump.
He's an NPC, I don't think.
So it's just emotions.
Yeah. I think the media is in this. They create TDS and then they milk that TDS. They make lots of money off of it. So
yeah, I agree. I think
it's just like religion. They create a problem and then they solve it for you.
Right.
And then you tithe once a week
right.
for them to solve the problem that they created.
Interview about Hitler.
I'm asking you.
Biden?
I'm asking you
for calling Biden the Gestapo.
Should people on the left continue?
Did you condemn Trump?
Mehdi,
you
let
didn't
me ask a question. Should people on the left continue to compare Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler? Yes or no?
Should the right call Biden Hitler?
Stop deflecting.
This is so good. This is so good.
I know. I love it.
It's a yes or no. Just answer the question.
I know. So funny.
Team Mehdi. Gestapo. It's not deflecting. I'm pointing out your biases, Piers.
I'm asking you a question about your side.
Oh, my side is as long as Trump carries on praising Nazis, I'll point that out. I'm not going to. This show is called Piers Uncensored, but you want to stop me from criticizing Trump because a Republican shot at him?
I don't want to stop you. Why do you say that?
No.
Now you're interfering with my free speech. I can call him Hitler if I want.
And it's so blatantly apparent to anyone who's not like an NPC or just mind-numbingly stuck in tribal politics situation that like it's so dishonest for Mehdi to cast it like, you're trying to censor my speech, Piers. This is called uncensored. Why are you trying to censor me?
Oh,
why do you say that?
You just said, will you stop comparing him to Hitler?
Yes.
I'm only comparing him to Hitler because he talks like Hitler.
So you are comparing him to Hitler?
That's such bullshit. That is such bullshit.
So funny.
We know why you're comparing him to Hitler. It's good. It's good political rhetoric. That's why you're doing it.
Hitler, who killed 12 million people.
Because he's quoting Hitler. No, I'm not.
So you do think he's the new Hitler?
Childish.
So you do think he's Hitler?
No, I think he's... No, I don't. I already said no, Piers. This is very hard to understand.
So if he's not the new Hitler,
he's not the new Hitler, but he's...
Mehdi, if he's not the new Hitler, should people stop calling him Hitler? Yes or no?
he's not the new Hitler, but he's quoting Hitler, so I'm going to say he's quoting Hitler, and you can't censor me from saying that.
Of course
if you have a problem with the Hitler analogies, hold on, Piers, you do lots of interviews with Trump. Why don't you ask him to stop echoing Hitler instead of asking him softball questions?
Oh, well, actually, I didn't ask softball questions. If you go back and look at them, they were probably the toughest
interviews he did. Did you ask him to stop quoting Hitler?
Sorry?
Did you ask him to stop quoting Hitler?
You seem fascinated with questions I've asked.
Can you imagine that? Hey, Trump, why don't you stop quoting Hitler? Can you imagine that in an interview question?
Well, that'd be fun. I mean, I don't know when Piers interviewed Trump. I've never seen it. If it was after the poisoning the lifeblood of our country line, I think it's totally fair to say, like, why the fuck did you say this? Like, what the fuck?
Do you understand why people are comparing this phrase to Hitler? Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that might be a fair question. But I think Trump would just say, oh, they're going to do that anyway, so I might as well not censor my speech.
I mean, I think that's a terrible response.
Oh, yeah, look.
Yeah.
You're running for president of the United States. It's not a good answer.
Mm-hmm.
You asked people, me. But you yourself don't want to answer these questions.
Because I worry about your double standards, Piers.
What double standards?
I worry about your bias. I just pointed out to you.
I don't
Ben Shapiro
have a bias.
came on your show. You didn't play him a clip. Can I finish? You asked me a question. You don't let me finish. Ben Shapiro came on your show.
You said all this.
You did not play a clip of Ben Shapiro calling up.
You said all this.
Can you finish one sentence?
You've done what Joe Biden did with Lester Holt.
Of him calling a fascist.
You've done what Joe Biden did with Lester Holt.
Every
time Lester Holt
asked a question,
he deflected.
Actually, I wish Joe Biden had been more aggressive, as I am with you, and not put up with bullshit questions about bullseyes.
Listen, like I said,
you and I both agree Joe Biden should be way more aggressive and coherent.
Well, we're going to come to Joe Biden. We're going to come to Joe Biden in a moment, but just to be crystal clear, you have no problem with people on the left continuing to call Trump Adolf Hitler or compare him to Hitler.
I have no problem with Republicans like J.D. Vance calling Donald Trump Hitler if he talks like Hitler. No, I have no problem with that.
And what about people on the left, like including you?
I mean, should I not? Okay, Piers, I don't understand this question. If Donald Trump quotes Hitler, should I not say that? Should I censor myself on Piers?
If you genuinely believe on the left that
you need to be clear with your question.
I'm trying to ask you.
No, I need to know. I need to understand your question. Should I not say to people that Donald Trump just quoted Hitler? Should I say?
No,
should better not say
that's
that.
Not what I said.
Calling him the new Hitler. No.
Is it a Hitler quote? I mean, did he quote Hitler?
No, he didn't directly. I don't believe he directly quoted Hitler. They were just saying that.
It sounded kind of like Hitler. That's what it was.
Yeah, the poisoning the lifeblood, poisoning the blood of the country is like the concept of like poisoning the blood, I believe, is something Hitler said.
Right. Okay.
What I said.
Then what should I do?
Should people on the left continue to compare Trump to Hitler in light of what happened to him last weekend? Do you think that is part of the violent rhetoric?
Last weekend is irrelevant, Piers. What's last weekend got to do with Trump's rhetoric? He was shot by a Republican registered voter,
because if people genuinely get
we don't know the motives.
If people
you misled your viewers on Monday. You said he got shot because of the consequences of Biden's language. That's false, Piers. You should probably withdraw
I said
that.
it was partly to blame.
It's a false statement.
If you read the column properly, you would know that I said that.
No, I'm reading what you said on air.
Hang on.
The guy got shot because of the consequences of this kind of language. That's false. We don't know why he was shot.
I said that the ratcheting up on all sides of violent rhetoric on all sides, including by Biden, has played a role in somebody deciding they want to kill Trump. Right?
You don't know that. You don't know that. He could be a crazy school shooter type. We have no idea why this guy shot at Trump. He was a Trump supporter who shot at Trump. It's very confusing. We don't know why he did that.
But would you understand that if someone is described repeatedly as Adolf Hitler, that some deranged individual might think it's morally justified to then kill the new Hitler? And that's why it's dangerous.
So I really don't like the whole, like, he was a Trump supporter thing.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Yeah, we don't know. Like, you can't say, like, in one breath, you can't say, well, we don't know his exact motivations, and in another breath, like, well, he was obviously a Trump supporter. It's like, no, we don't know yet. What was motivating him? Was it specifically political? Was it just he wanted to shoot somebody, and wanted to be famous? A situation, right? It's unclear what exactly was going on at the moment.
He's a registered Republican.
Right.
We don't know if he was a Trump supporter.
Right.
I would guess that he wasn't a Trump supporter since he was trying to kill Donald Trump, but
obviously,
call me crazy.
Right? Obviously. And as other people suggested, though I don't believe it's a record, but you could say, oh, well, you don't know if he registered Republican because he wanted to vote against Trump in the primary, or as you said, he just was a Republican but was anti-Trump, or just a complete crazy person. And whenever he signed up for a Republican Party, it had nothing to do with any of this.
Yeah, who knows?
That's why it should stop.
So my colleague John Harwood is it. Okay, so hold on. First of all, it should stop. Donald Trump, not Joe Biden, called his opponent
This
Hitler.
is fantastic.
Gestapo
You
2 months
deflect
ago. So
on
maybe
every
stick it on
single
Trump.
question I've asked you.
Because you are so one-sided, Piers, so I have to give some balance
I'm
to
just
the show.
asking, do you think
you had
people
5
should stop calling him
guests on
Hitler?
Monday.
Because obviously it's a ridiculous...
And I've already said to you, when he stops... I promise, Piers, let's do a deal. I promise, if Trump stops quoting and acting like Hitler and quoting Hitler and praising Nazis, I promise never to mention Hitler again. Deal?
So, once again, you actually don't want to stop calling him Hitler, even though you know it's...
once again, you don't want to engage with the rhetoric. This is like your new Hamas gotcha question. The substance of this, Piers, is that Trump has praised Nazis at Charlottesville, hosted a Nazi for dinner at his house, and quotes from Mein Kampf. You're telling me, the great free speech champion, I should not be allowed to point that out because someone like you will say, I'm calling him Hitler. No, I'm pointing out facts, Piers. If you don't like facts, well, what's the line your friend Ben Shapiro says? Facts don't care about your feelings.
They don't care about feelings at all. It's not about my feelings. It's about, I believe, the language on both sides.
You're bothered by a comparison.
I think the language on both sides has
it.
to stop, and I think the left should stop calling him Hitler.
You need to point, and you should point out to where Joe Biden has called for the execution of his opponents. Only one candidate running for president has called for the execution of his opponents. You have not called that out.
Let's end on a point where I think we may meet some agreement.
Charlottesville is unfair. The Nick Fuentes is unfair. What was the other one? Did he have? He had 3 of them.
Quoting.
Quoting Mein Kampf. Yeah, I think that's unfair.
I think it's unfair. Well, obviously, he didn't quote Mein Kampf.
Right. If he pulled out his copy of Mein Kampf and held it up and like pointed to the passage as he read it, I think okay.
If he said some line that was like a sentence
direct
from
quote?
Mein Kampf,
oh yeah,
Mein
that's
Kampf,
good.
I'd be like, okay, but it's not. It's like, oh, the poisoning the blood line. It's like, I mean, that just first of all, that just sounds like general racist talk.
Right.
It doesn't really sound specifically associated with Hitler. So,
poisoning the blood of the nation.
Right.
Was it nation that he said?
He said they're poisoning the blood of our country.
Oh, I mean, that kind of sounds like Game of Thrones talk, right?
I don't think that sounds. I don't remember hearing something like that from Game of Thrones.
Okay.
But
no.
He does say I would like to find a longer the context to the clip because I've only seen like the minute around it because he kind of says like the line is they're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They've poisoned mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just in 3 or 4 countries that we think about. All over the world, they're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia, from all the world. They're pouring into our country and nobody's even looking at them. They're just coming in and crime is going to be tremendous. Terrorism is going to be tremendous.
I just think it's funny that he's like, as soon as Trump stops doing the things that he never did, I'll stop calling him Hitler.
Right.
Well, how does he stop doing the things that he never did? You've really set him up to fail there, Mehdi. You've really created an impossible situation here. Actually, it's not you, it's your ideology that's talking. I think these people are NPCs. I wonder if he's ever come into contact with the Charlottesville speech where he says, I'm not talking about neo-Nazis. Because look, a lot of people come into contact with that and they immediately have like the cognitive dissonance workaround where they're basically, oh, but he was incorrect. He said, I condemn the neo-Nazis totally, but can he really condemn the neo-Nazis when he's praising people at the rally and there are neo-Nazis at the rally? Like they have this whole workaround.
Right.
Yeah. Where he accidentally praised neo-Nazis, but he's still guilty of it. Anyway.
Agreement. Joe Biden should not be a Democratic nominee, should he?
No, I don't think Joe Biden should be the Democratic nominee. I don't think Donald Trump should be the Republican nominee. I wish we had 2 different nominees running for office, one on the Democratic side who was younger and more coherent and more energetic, and one on the Republican side who was less of a criminal and less of an authoritarian.
But you think that Kamala Harris, helped by Nancy Pelosi, is the answer? I would say Pelosi's showing little sign of being any better than Biden in terms of her ability to construct a sentence. And Kamala Harris, I think, would also get completely wiped away by Donald Trump.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
I forgot about this part. Wow, what a difference a week makes.
So to me, it seems to me the Democrats now cannot win. They've dug themselves into a terrible place where they look fractured and disunited, and the Republicans are united and ready to go.
Piers, this is a United States of America, most polarized country of my lifetime. It's very, very tight because people are just partisans. On both sides, they'd vote for a corpse as their candidate. The latest polls show Trump up by 2 points. It's still a ridiculously close race. Obviously, Trump's got the edge. He's got momentum. But you're going to get annoyed at me again. Sorry, Piers, I've got to say this. Again, the bias in your questions. You say Biden can't string a sentence together. Nor can Trump. But you never point that out.
Oh, we can.
That's what bothers me.
But that's where you're so wrong.
Oh, we can. Oh, we can, Kenny.
Okay.
Oh, we can, Kenny.
Yes,
on Monday you got really worked up.
Do one thing.
No, let me finish an answer, Piers. Can I have one answer?
Please.
One answer. Trump cannot finish sentences. On Monday, you pointed out that Biden gets people's names wrong. You don't point out that Trump gets even more people's names wrong. Last month, he said he passed a dementia test. He got the name of the doctor wrong. Instead of saying Ronnie Jackson, he said Ronnie Johnson. He's confused Obama and Biden. He confused Nancy Pelosi and Nikki Haley. He's confused Iraq and Syria. He confused World War II with World War III. He's confused the leader of Turkey with the leader of Hungary. He's confused the leader of China with the leader of North Korea. He called Tim Cook Tim Apple, right? And he even got his own running mate's name wrong. He called J.D. Vance J.D. Mandel a couple of years back. So Donald Trump gets way more names wrong. He's way more incoherent. He's way more ignorant.
Which one of you?
Yes,
which
Biden
one of the
issues,
two of them? Which one
Trump
of the
is
two?
Much worse.
Which one of the two?
You like that he said Trump is way worse in terms of this cognitive decline. Like this, do you think? I don't think he believes this. Did you notice like his tone changed? It feels like he knows this is not true. Like he feels this is a stretch.
He knows he's a liar, a dirty
I don't
little
know.
liar.
I could just be projecting into it, but it's just so ridiculous. Such a ridiculous argument. Okay.
He's got duping delight all over his face. He's like,
right.
Piers is totally buying this line. He's eating my bullshit.
For all the criticism you could throw at Trump, okay, just to say that he's like in the level of cognitive decline or has cognitive decline, anything comparable to Biden is just so obviously not true.
Yeah, the big question is whether or not they can see it, which I'm skeptical they can.
Yeah.
Delusion is pretty powerful, Sitch.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, we'll go back for a second and listen to it. Like, I feel like his tone changes, his mannerisms change.
3. He's confused the leader of Turkey with the leader of Hungary. He's confused the leader of China with the leader of North Korea. He called Tim Cook.
Look at Pierce's face. He's just smiling because he knows this is so fucking stupid. He just knows this is ridiculous.
Tim Apple, right? And he even got his own running mate's name wrong. He called J.D. Vance J.D. Mandel a couple of years back. So Donald Trump gets way more names wrong. He's way more incoherent. He's way more ignorant.
Which
so,
one of you?
Yes,
which
Biden
one
has a
of
lot
the two of them?
issues,
Which one
Trump
of the
is
two?
Much worse.
Which one of the two of them would you trust to drive you home?
Which one of the two of them would I trust to drive me home? I don't give a damn. That's not the question. Which one
Now
of the?
you want to answer it. Oh my God. That's how you know it's bullshit, right? Oh no. That's a hilarious question. Which one would you trust to drive in a car with? If you're gonna make this cognitive decline issue. Oh
Look,
man.
Can you imagine? Just watching Joe Biden exit the stage after the debate. Can you imagine getting in a fucking car with that dude? Oh my
Jesus.
God.
Well, and
I'm fine to drive, kids.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, if Mehdi was quick, he could pivot. It's like, listen, I've looked at Biden. You see him squinting at the teleprompter, and I don't trust his ability to see the road. Okay.
Oh man.
The two of them would I trust to run the country without being a criminal, an autocrat, or an ignoramus? Joe Biden, of course.
Of course. That's where I disagree with you. I don't think Joe Biden can run a bath. And when it comes to driving me home, I take somebody.
And you think Donald Trump, the man who thinks.
I take someone who doesn't face plant on stage, fall off his bike, and everything else that Biden's been doing. You know how bad Biden is. You know it in your heart.
I do, but I do because unlike you, I'm not a partisan. I can say both of them have mental health issues. You won't say anything. You won't say anything about Trump. You're ignoring.
Look, we gotta back up for a second here, just because this is
in your heart.
I do, but I do because unlike you, I'm not a partisan. I can say both of them have mental health issues. You.
That's the perfect. It's perfect. Look,
that's Piers Morgan face. Look at him. Look at him. He can't contain himself.
You gotta put that face in the thumbnail. That's the perfect.
Oh, I know.
Oh my God.
It's great. Look at him.
Look.
He's like, what the fuck?
I know.
What the fuck? Look,
I bet
this partisanship is completely invisible to these people too. He
I
thinks
know.
he's completely unbiased.
Well, I bet what he means by he's not a partisan is like because he criticizes the Democrats for not being hard on Israel, right? So then in his mind, he's not a partisan. He's like, well, I criticize the left from a left wing, like from a further left position. So
right, yeah. Oh yeah. That face is hilarious.
You won't say anything.
Look, he gets it back together so quick, Sitch. He's like, oh, got to straighten up. Look, I'm a professional here.
He's a professional.
I'm a professional. I can't do this.
That's good.
Laughing in the face of my guests. Oh, how bad you are, Piers. You naughty boy, you.
You won't say anything about Trump. You're ignoring the fact that Trump said we should use
I
nukes to
criticize
stop
Trump all the
hurricane.
time.
That you need not on mental health. In fact, again, just in this show, you've just pointed out.
Listen, why can't we blow up hurricanes? Okay, I want to know. I think we should try to blow up hurricanes, everybody. Maybe not nukes, obviously. Radiation's a problem, but just normal bombs, right?
Look, are we gonna watch that Project 2025 video? Did you actually watch it?
We can, if you want, at some point, we can watch it and do like a research stream and kind of go through it and see what's true, what's not true. Yeah, that could be interesting. I mean, I'm not do that today because it's like
Trump talks about like bringing dangerous animals down to the Rio Grande to like stock with deadly animals.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's in the thing, and the guy like loses his shit over the idea, and I'm thinking, I mean, would that work? I mean, is that like a cost-effective way?
Wait,
like if it's
Trump
easy,
is like, can we put sharks with freaking lasers on their heads in the Rio Grande to shoot the immigrants?
Look, you're doing the exact same thing that guy did. You're doing the exact same thing that guy did.
What is the
You're
claim?
like,
No,
obviously,
what is the claim?
Sharks do not have lasers, Sitch. Okay, that's a ridiculous claim.
Okay, what if they can get sea bass with lasers that they could put?
What about piranha? I don't know. Do piranha? Well, what is the temperature of the Rio Grande? I don't know. Like, could they stock it with piranha? I mean, Trump is looking for low cost solutions here. If you put some sort of species in there that people literally can't swim across it, wouldn't that solve a huge part of the issue?
Well, I was making fun of the concept. Like, I've never heard this claim. I've never heard this claim.
It's in that video. It's in that video.
I've never heard a claim of Trump saying that we should put dangerous animals on the border, which is weird because I would think if he said something remotely close to that, we would have heard like everyone.
The guy in the video says that Trump said this in a meeting, and like this is why he claims Trump is an idiot. He claims Trump is an idiot because Trump floated this idea by him.
Was he in the meeting?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, he said to me in the meeting that
he was like the head of Homeland Security or something like that.
Really?
Exactly. But look, I keep thinking,
I mean, if that's true, that's pretty fucking stupid.
Why? Look, everyone that says that that is stupid. Yeah. I feel like you're obligated to respond why it is.
First of all, it's horribly immoral. Okay.
Look, let's not talk about the
Well,
the
wait,
moral
no.
realm. Is it possible? Is it physically possible?
Well, regardless,
like he's not saying that's stupid because it's immoral. He's saying it's stupid because it's physically impossible.
Well, first of all, I think it would be stupid because if you put, actually, I did find an article about this from 2019.
Right.
It says Trump. This is from Rolling Stones. Obviously, very biased. It says Trump border fantasy includes stabbing and shooting migrants and feeding them to reptiles. And then it says,
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that. It says, on Tuesday, we learned you can get away with in the White House, according to an excerpt published in New York Times from the new book, Border Wars Inside Trump's Assault on Immigration. Trump suggested to aides that soldiers shoot migrants in the legs to slow them down before being told it was illegal, just as he'd been told it was illegal to shoot migrants throwing rocks.
Look, I don't know how much of this is Trump just joking around and people.
Oh, wait, here it is. I'm sorry. I misread the wrong sentence. Trump also proposed digging a water-filled moat and stocking it with snakes and alligators. If he was kidding, his aides didn't think so, as they sought a cost estimate for the cartoonishly ludicrous proposal. Okay.
Look, do you know the temperature range of piranha? Do you?
First of all, he did not suggest piranha. He suggested snakes and alligators. Okay.
Okay.
Get it
Well,
correct.
look. Do you know the temperature range of deadly snakes?
Okay.
Why?
Well, first of all,
why is this a terrible idea?
Okay, well, let's talk about why it's
there
a
are
terrible
plenty
idea.
of places in the Amazon where you just can't cross because the wildlife is.
Let me tell you why it's a terrible idea, Adam. Piranha
It's
would have
immoral.
been
Here it is.
No. Before we get to morality, let's just talk about why it's stupid. Okay. If he had said piranha, that would have been smarter. Because you know what the problem with alligators are?
What's
They have
that?
these little things. They have these little things. Okay, I don't know if you've heard of them. They have these little things called feet. Okay?
Oh yeah.
Alligators can walk on land. So if you get like 10,000 alligators and you build a little moat on the border, you put them all in, they're not going to stay in the fucking area. They're going to wander all over the place. So everyone that's on the America side of the border, they got like a bunch of cattle ranch and shit. It's like, oh, all our cows are getting eaten by these fucking 10,000 alligators. We
Can you
pour it on the
imagine?
border.
There's like littered bodies of cattle all along the
Yes,
shore.
because there's alligators everywhere. It's like, that's not a good idea to put alligators all fucking over the place. Now,
Look,
piranhas might have been a little
floating
bit
the
smarter
idea
because
is
at least
not
they're like
bad.
contained in like the water, right?
Look, this is a brainstorming session, and
Oh,
the guy
okay.
turned it into a big attack on Donald Trump. I don't.
Same thing with snakes. That's a terror.
Think
Snakes
big.
get all over the place. You know what's put a bunch of fucking poisonous snakes on the fucking border? That's a horrible idea.
Look, I admire the creativity.
I know it's retarded. Listen, blowing up nuclear hurricanes retarded, obviously because of radiation. Blowing
Of
up hurricanes,
course,
say, okay,
yes.
why? Maybe I don't know. I don't know what the science is. Maybe scientifically it doesn't make any sense. But I would understand an average person not knowing, like, why scientifically you couldn't blow up a hurricane or something, right? If that was even feasible.
Are you calling my fourth grade teacher a liar? Because my fourth grade teacher told me there are no stupid questions, Sitch.
There are
okay?
stupid questions. There are stupid questions. Okay. There's lots of stupid questions. We almost covered a conversation about debate about one of those stupid questions.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Look,
So
we got to
maybe we'll
watch
cover
that
the
video
future.
because that video is fucking hilarious.
Yeah. But no, so
Is this
okay.
good evidence? Look, is this good evidence that Donald Trump is an idiot?
Well, first of all, the question
This
is
one thing.
well, not this one thing, right?
Yeah,
There are
exactly.
There are multiple things that lead us to believe Trump's not the smartest, sharpest tool in the tool shed.
Mm-hmm.
But putting aside the stupidity of it, okay, I think it's important for the moral creation. It would be insanely. I mean, I think you'd agree. Would it not be despicably immoral to put poisonous animals and alligators in a moat from our border so that if people try to go to the border, either to sneak in or to apply for asylum, which they're legally allowed to do currently under the law, that there's a fucking moat of alligators there to try to murder them? Okay, try to murder like people, men, women, and children trying to apply for asylum on the border. I mean, that's like insane.
I mean, it's just think of it's economical, Sitch. Obviously, you don't have
Just
to
change the law so they can't apply for asylum. You don't have to fucking put like a murder moat. Like, that's crazy.
No, you keep the law, and then the migrants feed the alligators. You don't have to feed them.
Okay, how about this? How about we listen? I'm a centrist here. Okay, I'm an enlightened centrist, even though we are not using the term anymore. Let me build a bridge here. Okay, how about this?
A bridge over the deadly moat?
Yes.
No,
yes.
we want them to fall in.
No. I got it. Okay. We'll do like a Squid Game scenario. All right.
Ooh,
We're gonna dig
I
a
like
moat.
it.
We're gonna dig a moat along the entire southern border.
Right.
We're gonna fill it with alligators and piranhas.
There
right?
already is a moat, like through half of it.
I
It's
know
called
there's
the
a
Rio
lot
Grande.
of the Rio. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Right.
Don't have to build a moat.
Well, okay. We'll build a moat where there's no Rio Grande. Right.
Okay.
Though actually, you'd want to cordon it off. So you want to cordon the Rio Grande off. It'd be easier just to build. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take over we're gonna conquer little bits of Mexico so that we can build a moat because we want to separate it from the Rio Grande. Like, you don't want to like cut that off. So we can build a little moat, filled it with alligators. All right.
Piranha.
And then we say, listen, if you can cross the moat, you get to be an American citizen.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay?
That's a great idea.
There you go. It's like a game show. And you could
It's American
put a little
Gladiators.
webcam.
Literally.
It's American Gladiators, but for real, right? We can even call it American Gladiator.
Yeah.
If you win, you get to be American. If you lose, you die, right?
Call it American Citizen Gladiator.
That's the kind of moxie, right, that you want. You're like, okay, are you willing to risk your life to be American? If you are, then I'm willing to have you, right? That's the kind of moxie we want here in America.
Holy shit, the whole border is the Rio Grande, Sitch. I mean, it already has a moat.
Well, then you just got to put a bunch of alligators in it then.
The Rio Grande goes all the way over to New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And it keeps going, but it keeps going north up to Albuquerque.
Right.
All right. I'm convinced Donald Trump is a genius. We got to get this. we got to get on this shit immediately. God, these bureaucrats. It's a deep state that's standing in the way, Sitch.
Right.
Look, I'm being sarcastic. Some people might not realize that. You guys might publish clips saying that I think people should inject bleach or something. Look, this is sarcasm. I do think we should do an exploratory committee on the temperature range of live piranha and how much they can eat. But other than that, yes. How many alligators we can put in a body of water the size of the Rio Grande. What's up, Sitch? What are you reading?
I was reading an article about blowing up a hurricane.
Oh, now it turns out that that's possible? Please.
Well, they say that in this article, they said, but obviously nuking it would be retarded because you just make it radioactive. They're saying that there's like nowhere near enough energy in a bomb to even do anything to a hurricane because hurricanes are so big. Right. Which makes sense. But then I wonder, well, I mean, what if you did it before it like formed, like when it's still like a system? Because I mean, they're pretty good at predicting what the system's gonna like turn into a hurricane.
Yeah,
is
you
it
just
too?
Drop it off the side.
Is it too? Is the bomb not powerful enough even then when it's just like one of these depressions or whatever? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. Look at Sitch is actually contemplating a plan from Donald Trump.
I think they should be doing something. I think it's kind of crazy that in our ingenuitive American system, we just kind of shrug and say, let them come. And no one's really trying to do anything to stop it. Listen, we should, maybe I'm just saying this, Adam, because I'm Jewish. Okay.
Right.
But we do need to control the weather. Okay. We do need our Jewish space lasers that can control the weather.
You're just saying that because you're in Florida. See, the
Yes,
southern
that's why I'm
border is a
saying it.
more tangible problem for me.
I don't give a fuck about the southern
bring
border.
in the
Okay. I don't care about these
alligator.
hurricanes coming.
I'm like, bring in the alligators. Sitch is like, nuke the hurricane.
Listen, if the alligators could eat the hurricanes, I'd be like, put the alligators there. Okay. But they can't.
You just want to lose all your gators.
That's right. That's the real reason. You're going to take all of our gators from Florida and you're going to ship them to the border.
Those gators reproduce pretty quickly, right? They're like,
I don't know. I don't know what the gator life cycle is.
How
I
long
do
does it
know. Here's your fun gator fact. It's very weird. Whether the gator is male or female is dependent on the temperature of the egg.
Yeah, I knew that.
So, yeah, and so like the position of the egg in the nest affects whether it's male or female, which is weird.
Kind of crazy, huh?
Yep.
Hey, I got to run to the bathroom, but I'll be right back.
Okay, you
Read a
run in the
super chat.
bathroom. I'll read a super
But don't read a
chat.
big one.
I'm gonna read
Read a little one.
all of the big ones.
Stug
Okay.
for $2. Sitch and Adam are of their time. What's that?
There you
Sitch
go.
and Adam are Biden face
They're the
of their
best.
time. Interesting.
They're the best. Yeah.
I'll be
You go to
back.
the bathroom. Sorry for Jarvis. Oh, this is a Biden face. Yeah. The Wootman for 15 months says, this is my first membership chat that I've actually paid for. I have left the class of JMac freeloaders and joined the true free will seekers. Well, thank you. Thank you. So how would do you guys want us to cover the Sneeko versus moist critical age of consent debate? How you guys feel about that? I wanted to cover that. We weren't sure if enough people cared about it. Should I do a poll? Let me guys know. I listen to the conversation. It's a long conversation. It's like 2.5 hours. We'd have to watch it like 1.25 speed. I think it's very interesting because it's all about like these weird kind of Jonathan Haidian moral questions where you have to think about, like, obviously most people are like, yes, obviously, there should be an age of consent and like it's gross. All the pedo stuff is gross, but it can be difficult to articulate the moral reasoning when you have someone like Sneeko like attacking it. And it was very interesting because Moist Critical, who just seems kind of like a normie, or Charlie, he just seems kind of like a normie. He didn't really have a good argument against Sneeko about why there should be an age of consent in the country, which I find kind of interesting that he couldn't really articulate that, though not unusual, because I think most people just have like the vibe of like, okay, obviously, underage stuff is gross. So, but it can be difficult to be like, well, let me give you the fleshed out argument for why that is the case.
Fleshed out.
I was telling him about whether we should do the moist critical Sneeko debate.
Oh, okay. We'll do that during the week.
It's kind of long. I don't know if we can do it during the week, but
so we got to cover the new Deadpool movie too on our second channel, media channel. We both just.
I think we should do a video. I don't know if we should do a stream.
Okay, we'll do a video on it. That'd be great.
Right.
I got lots of thoughts.
All the debate proved was Moist is an NPC. I think that I don't think he's an NPC. I think he just has like a generic kind of vibes based morality. It is interesting that Sneeko, who's arguing against the age of consent, somehow like in this like weird rhetorical voodoo magic is trying to say like, well, if you're Sneeko makes an insane argument. He says that if you're in favor of an age of consent being 18, that's actually because you're in favor of degeneracy, which is an insane argument, right? that like that is some kind of magic voodoo that you're going to turn around like advocating for 12-year-olds to be able to get married and have sex and say, no, you're the degenerate because you think it should be 18. Like that's some kind of magic, right?
Yeah, that's a weird position. I didn't really listen to the whole thing, so I just saw a couple clips on Twitter. You're a degenerate if you're in favor of the age of consent. That's a
Well,
it's a kind of strange move there.
No, it was totally strange. It's like in the argument Sneeko makes is like, that's what's funny because everyone only plays in like the trans clip, which I disagree with Charlie's position on the trans stuff, but they don't play all the clips of Sneeko saying insane shit about being against the age of consent and advocating for underage sex as long as the parents sign off on it, which to me is like a fucking unhinged fucking position to have and a horribly degenerate position for someone to have.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, let's get back to the video.
About to tell you what to do.
Trump couldn't walk down a stage. Trump couldn't walk off a stage without someone holding his hand.
Go and get video of the two of them from 10 years ago.
I will.
And play it in a split screen on your show to now.
Oh, no doubt.
Play both of them,
doubt
and you will
Biden
see Trump is exactly the same as he was then, and Biden is not. End of story.
That's the best point. That's the best point you've ever made, Piers. You're right. 10 years ago, Biden has deteriorated for 10 years. Trump is the same as 10 years ago, but the difference is Trump was mentally incompetent 10 years ago. He was incoherent and mad 10 years ago when he
What are
ran
you
for
going to
office
do,
and said
Mehdi, when he
mad
wins again?
stuff.
What are you going to do when he wins again?
Best question.
Well, I mean, but this is like insane too, because obviously, as I said, you could see Trump has slowed down, right? But to be like, oh, he's just as Trump was incoherent 10 years ago. Trump wasn't incoherent. You just disagreed with him. He wasn't incoherent. You understood what he was saying, right?
No, it's incoherent to anyone on the left.
Okay.
They don't.
I mean,
they only hear it through the straw man filter.
They understand it when they want to say he's quoting Hitler. Was that incoherent?
I
don't know. You said he was quoting Hitler.
He's not legitimately quoting Hitler, though.
He's just incoherent.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know, Piers. I'm hoping that people like you will stand up for free speech and democracy against an authoritarian who wants to fight the press and calls journalists scum.
Actually, the biggest attacker of the press.
Look, I just, the whole calling journalists scum. When journalists are literally lying about you, as you have done in this interview, I think it's fair to call them scum. I think it's also fair to say that they're ruining the nation. Like when journalists are propping up fake news as legitimate news, that is destroying the nation. Is that incorrect, Sitch?
Sure.
Yeah.
In modern presidential history was Barack
Obama. It's annoying. This is why I hate like the way the environment is right now, is because there was so much lying. And the show is a lot of lying about like Trump's positions on things. But then there is actually true reporting about insane shit Trump has said or has done, and it all gets mixed into like, well, they lied about one thing, so they must have lied about something else, right?
Yeah, boy who cried wolf, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. Which is entirely the media's fault for essentially cultivating that, they're responsible for cultivating that atmosphere.
I think it's an ethical decline in just people in general.
Really?
Like a lot of people in the media, they don't, I think that they know they're being dishonest, but they think it's for the greater good. So that's why they do it. They're like, this guy is a purveyor of white supremacy, and I know that I'm lying about him, but it's for a greater cause. It's for saving the country from white supremacy. I think that's what they think. So they know that they're lying, but they just don't have any moral character at all. They're fine with lying.
I don't think most of them think they're lying about most of the things they say.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think they've never encountered the counter arguments?
A lot of them haven't, no.
Well, I think a lot of them have.
Okay.
Look, as an institution, their whole purpose is to find those counter arguments, to know if they're telling the truth or not. People within the organization know that they're lying.
Yeah, it would be extremely fascinating to interview some of the people that write these articles that are just wildly biased.
I'm sure people do break down into kind of three camps. There's the people who just assume, I'm working for a big institution. The institution fact checks and anything I'm saying or doing is obviously the truth. They've never encountered the counter arguments. They're not familiar with the lie that's being perpetrated. There are the people who they do know the counter arguments, and they're just saying, keep it quiet for the good of, the greater good of doing what is right. And then there are the people who are actually perpetrating the arguments. Now I lost my train of thought. Never mind.
Okay.
Obama, actually, who was extremely
I never
draconian.
defended Barack Obama on that.
And I was interested earlier,
Piers, I never defended.
And I was
Barack
interested
Obama's
earlier
attack
because
on
you were talking about how Trump put people in cages and all this kind of thing. Do you know who deported the most people in American presidential history?
Yes, Barack Obama, and I called him out for.
Do you know who also put lots of people in cages and separated families? Oh, that would be Obama.
Do you know who dropped the most?
Hang on, I haven't finished yet. Do you know who dropped the most bombs? Do you know who dropped the most bombs in a calendar year? Oh, Barack Obama. Do you know who ran illegal drone programs that killed thousands of innocent people? Oh, Barack Obama. Do you know who actually campaigned in 08-09 to shut down Guantanamo Bay because as a former lawyer, he knew it was an illegal torture chamber? Oh, it's still open. So I'm afraid, Mehdi, your revisionism
this is the problem, Piers.
of Saint Barack against evil Donald doesn't quite cut it with me.
This is the problem, Piers. Your question doesn't cut it with me because, number one, I criticize Obama for all those things. Unlike you, I can criticize both sides.
I criticize Trump all the time. You know I do. Why do you lie?
You did it in that question you didn't. In that question you didn't. You just said Barack Obama increased drone strikes attacks. Trump actually escalated drone strikes over Obama. Trump supports Guantanamo. Trump wants to torture more people. And as for deportations, why don't you tell your viewers, one of the reasons we oppose Trump coming back, those of us with any sense, is because he wants to carry out the biggest deportation in history. Eject 11 million people.
Well, the biggest
disgusting racist operation.
Ironically, we've got to leave it there.
11 million people he wants to eject from this country.
The biggest deporter in history was Barack Obama, who was a Democrat president. Anyway, Mehdi, we've got to leave it there. As always, good to debate with you. I appreciate it. And hopefully get you back on as we get near the election. Thank you. Well, joining me now to discuss what we just heard was the host of the Ben Ferguson.
So this is a good poster of how to not handle. Well, I guess, again, if your job is just to cultivate an echo chamber of simps for your NPC side, then that is the way to handle the conversation, probably. If your goal is to not do that, is to be persuasive to people, and actually, if Mehdi actually wanted to have some potential influence on the election, then he behaved as a complete retard and ass of himself. So there you go.
Yeah, it's tough to tell which side they're on.
Yeah. I think you're correct. I think Medi is just NPC, emotion, elephant rampaging. I don't think there's any calculation in any of that conversation. So
I remembered the third group. So there's the people that know and the people who, believe they're doing the right thing. They don't know, they're completely in the dark. And I think there's a third group that actually suspects, but doesn't actually want to know. So they don't actually want to do the research.
I think if you entered into a conversation with a lot of these journalists, the conversation at first would start that they would say that they believe what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you were to bring up something that would debunk it or to show that, they were saying something was untrue about someone on the right, I think the go-to response would be the dog whistle response. Well, they're dog whistling, they're providing some amount of cover, but I can read their mind. I know what they really think. I know what they're really saying.
Right.
And then they would point to a bunch of other things and this is what people do with Trump or with other people on the right. They point to a bunch of other, things they've said that have been close or that you could kind of look at in a specific way and say, okay, I have a bunch of quarter or half pieces of evidence. And if I put them all together, I get the full piece, even though that's not really how evidence works. Right.
Right.
So they say, look, I have a bunch of half pieces of them saying something that's, racist. So therefore I put it together and declare them racist.
But I would put those in the people, in the camp of the people who know that what they're saying is completely true. They're just looking for confirmation that it's completely true. Constantly.
Right. But I think that's what my intuition would be. That's what 90% of the journalists are in that camp of thinking through that lens. I can put a bunch of incomplete evidence together to paint a full picture to show that Trump or whomever they want to label as racist is racist.
Yeah. Yeah. It's tough because those two lines are close to one another. So
yeah,
you're looking for people. I mean, you're rarely going to have that epiphany moment. And I think you actually kind of saw this in Anna Kasparian where they're like, oh my God, I'm completely lying to people. Right.
Right.
And that's kind of what I'm focusing in on. That would be the situation where the person is, the news media would never lie. Everything that they're saying is the truth. All of this is fact checked.
Right.
So when somebody comes out and says, Trump said he condemned neo-Nazis in Charlottesville. He didn't praise neo-Nazis. He actually condemned it. They're just incapable of believing that. They're like, oh my God, that's right-wing propaganda. That's some out of context thing. That's some secret note, right? So then there are the people who know, oh no, he did actually condemn neo-Nazis, but they're going to ignore that for the greater good, right? And there are the people that just, they don't want to know. So they're not really going to go look. They're going to be like, oh, maybe that happened. Maybe it didn't, but I'm just going to keep that at bay.
Right.
And I think there are a lot of people in the news media in that just keep that at bay. I'm a believer situation.
Yeah. Well, I think there's also sort of a difference between the journalist and the audience reader or viewer of the journalist.
Yeah, but go ahead. Sorry.
It can be I think part of why it's very difficult to talk to someone who's been indoctrinated either by left or right-wing media. It's the same way, and I've always said this, part of the reason that the left went insane when Trump won the first election is because everyone had been predicting that Donald Trump was going to lose. Everyone was saying Donald Trump was going to lose. His campaign was a joke. And so when he won, it showed that there's a fundamental flaw in their worldview about their sense-making apparatus. People construct a view of the world and they say, okay, I understand that the sky is blue. I understand that gravity is going to pull things down. I know that if I jump, I'm not going to fly off into space. I'm going to come back to the ground. And our brain kind of creates this view of the world, and it says, okay, I don't have to think about this anymore. I have a comfortable idea about how everything works, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know that or you hope that when you put your key in your car and you turn it on, it's going to turn on. It's not going to explode, right? And so your brain kind of just puts that into the background information. And most people don't realize this because most people have probably never experience this. But when you go through some traumatic situation, psychologically traumatic situation, where the safety of your worldview is suddenly challenged, and this is what causes PTSD in people and other things, or anxiety in people, is that when you go through something that's psychologically traumatic and your worldview is broken, it could be, hit with sickness or accident or death or something to that effect. It puts people in a really psychologically uncomfortable and vulnerable state. And it could be a horribly uncomfortable and horribly terrifying state. And this is kind of what happened to the left because their worldview was very solid, and then Trump won, and it completely destroyed it because suddenly now they didn't know anything. Right? If Trump should win the election, I don't know what tomorrow looks like. None of my predictions, none of my ideas about how the world works make sense anymore because I thought it was impossible for Donald Trump to win the election. And it's the same thing when you try to convince someone on the left or the right that their news source is lying to them or is wrong, right? And I would kind of experience this when I would talk to people on the left about all the misreporting about CRT or, the book bannings or things of that nature, is that because part of their worldview that's cemented, that's explaining to them like the solidity of the world, the sense making of the world, is that they can open up the newspaper, they can open up the New York Times, the Washington Post, or whatever. Yeah. Exactly. And they can read some article from a person and say, this is true. And if I say this article about CRT is a fucking lie, and the person writing it is either a liar or a dumb fuck, okay, that totally shattered. Like that is actually a far scarier proposition because I'm not just saying this article is wrong. I'm really saying this thing you use to discern truth in the world is not accurate.
Not useful.
Is not useful, right? And your sense making apparatus of the entire world is called into question. And that's a very scary and difficult thing for people to deal with.
Right. Well, separating the people from the actual news media workers, the original context we were talking about was in media ethics. I was saying like the ethics of people have slipped to the point where they realize all of this power that they wield to manipulate the media. And I would also say second that like the reason people were so woefully unprepared for Donald Trump to win was a situation that was actually created by the news media because they created the worldview. They literally created the worldview where Donald Trump was a like neo-Nazi type racist, white supremacist, and they couldn't fathom a world in which that person would win. But a lot of the situations that they were that were putting forward that narrative were untrue. They were completely fabricated.
Yeah. Well, but I think what I said about like the audience, that applies to the journalists too.
Yes.
I don't think, some people have an idea, and I'm skeptical of this, that like I don't think the journalists are sitting around, like all left-wing journalists are sitting around in like a meeting somewhere, like, okay, what are the talking points that the deep state government is going to give us because we want to ensure that the Democrat Party has more power, right?
Right.
And like there's some sort of Machiavellian hyper self-aware idea about like pushing partisan talking points, when in reality it's like, no, you have a bunch of people who buy into a worldview that's a left-wing worldview, and they honestly believe that Donald Trump is some existential threat or some threat to America, whatever, and that when you believe that, it's very easy to then start convincing yourself of Donald Trump says Hitler, Donald Trump says fine people thing, blah, 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 blah. Like it's very easy to go down that pathway.
Or convince yourself that lying about those things is justified. That's the question that I have. Like, is there a genuine ethical decline? I mean, the first question is, do people actually know this? Are they familiar with the information? Which I suspect they are. I think people are familiar with that information. It's impossible for me to think that they haven't encountered it somewhere. And if they're reasonably intelligent, which you would think like to move up the ranks in the media, you'd have to be reasonably intelligent, that they would know. They would completely know and I think burying it for their own selfish interest.
I think most of them don't think they're lying. And by the time they might realize that they're lying, it's too late.
Right.
And the brain, like our brains do this great trick where they try to defend ourselves from seeming inconsistent and from seeing that we're lying. Like a great example of this, okay, is a conversation we had on this channel with Dave Smith about the Victoria Nuland phone call, right? Fan favorite. Sitch talking about the Victoria Nuland phone call, okay? At the end of that conversation
is amazing, yeah.
Right. At the end of that conversation, it's so insanely apparent that I'm correct. Okay?
Oh, I know it is. Yeah.
And that what I've been saying about the Victoria Nuland phone call is correct. And it's like undeniable. And yet, Dave Smith refuses to accept it. And the excuses he gives for it are like ridiculous, right? And so I don't think Dave Smith is like thinking in his head like, I'm lying, right? I think it's once he's bought into something, which he didn't realize was a lie, he buys into a piece of propaganda about the Nuland phone call. And then once he's bought into it, his brain just goes, like all of our brains, goes into overdrive to like defend the worldview. Because if he realizes that he was wrong about the Victoria Nuland phone call, it's not just like, it's like the same thing with the journalists. It's not like, oh, I was wrong about this one thing. It's like all the people that have been telling me this Victoria Nuland thing, I have to call into question their ability to see what is true, to tell me true information. I have to call into question the entire narrative about America being the big bad evil government that's cooing countries all over the world, right? I have to call all these things into question.
What
if
other
I
bullshit
accept,
has Scott Horton told me?
Yes, all this. Yeah, exactly. I have to call into question Glenn Greenwald's morality, or not, maybe not morality, because I don't know if he knows that he's lying, but I have to call into question Glenn Greenwald's, truthfulness or ability to accurately explain information, right? It really fucks with your worldview, when you acknowledge all this stuff. I think that's kind of the problem why it can be so difficult to change people's minds who are very heavily, into politics and stuff.
Or he says, this is probably wrong. This is probably untrue, but it's a good narrative, and government is so evil that I'll just keep saying the narrative because it's a good argument.
It's possible.
I mean, that could happen.
That could happen. That could happen. I don't think that's the case for most people. I think it can happen. I just don't think that's the case for most people, in my experience.
I think it is. Look, and I don't want to throw dispersions at Dave Smith. I don't know Dave Smith. I don't know if this is what he's doing, but I think in a lot of cases, and this is why this is why I'm pointing to the ethical decline, because I think there are a lot of people who would, even talk about it openly towards one another, going, oh yeah, this is totally untrue, but look, we got to save the world from white supremacy here. So we're doing what we're doing. I think people,
Mm-hmm.
like they don't think of honesty as a principle anymore. Like they don't think that way.
Well, obviously, like a lot of like the Marxists, they don't even give a fuck about it. They don't think honesty even exists.
Yeah.
From like a principle perspective.
Yeah. Look, you're making my argument. I love it.
Right. And so no, there definitely are people like that. Like Vosh is a person like that.
Yes.
Who is saying openly that the ends justify the means. You can do anything to get to that better world position, blah, blah, blah. Like I would believe that like Vosh could make an argument where he's also smart enough to sort
know
of
that he's lying.
To know that he's lying,
Yeah.
right? I don't think most people, maybe not smart enough's not the word. It's like, it's not a question of being smart. It's like there's a level of emotional intelligence or emotional detachment from oneself that's required, I think, to be like, oh, I know I'm just lying, but I'm going to do it anyway because I want X, right?
Yeah. Do you think
there is one?
Do you think the more intelligent people are, the more willing they are to lie?
No, I don't think I don't think intelligence and capacity to lie have any correlation with each other. I think smart and stupid people basically act the same. They have an intuition about something that's instant, and then their brain just tries to justify it. And obviously the smart people are better at justifying it.
But the intuitions, look, the intuitions are in conflict, obviously. It is it is literally a moral dilemma if you're lying to save, somebody from dying, or, if there is a greater good, you sacrifice honesty to go for the greater good. Like,
Right.
just whether or not honesty is good as a principle, I think is where the moral decay is.
Right.
Which I do think people are willing to lie a lot more easily, and especially in the realm of politics. Which, look, the problem is that in the news media, you're only dealing with information, and you're supposed to be dealing with truth. So that's why it's like the perfect institution to be corrupted by this thinking, this downfall of honest ethics.
I think I'm going to agree with you, not in the realm necessarily of the media, but on the realm of social media.
Right.
Where
Oh, yeah. Okay.
the amount of intentional lying on social media is through the roof. Okay. On both sides. And it's what I call performative stupidity. It's someone puts forward an argument that seems rhetorically effective, but everyone knows it's like a troll or fake. And then everyone just starts repeating it. Right.
Yeah.
And so, like, you're seeing this on the left, it's a troll. Right. I mean, that's the defense. Like, oh, it's a troll, right? So I'm not lying. It's a troll. It's like, okay, well, I mean, you are lying. You're just a troll, right? That's what a troll is by definition. Is that you're lying about something in order to elicit an emotional response. You're seeing us left with people who were defending to the death that Joe Biden was mentally capable of being president. Now, as soon as Biden's out of it, they're saying, well, Donald Trump is too old to be president.
That was just a troll? Oh, no, wait.
And yeah, and they're saying it like, on one level, they know it's a troll. And I don't know how much, like, but it's like, okay, well, that's performative stupidity, because it's a ludicrous argument, because you were literally just defending Biden's ability to be president, 2 weeks ago.
I don't think David Pakman making 35 videos a day on Trump's cognitive decline is a troll.
No, I'm not talking about Pakman, because Pakman, he's been consistent on that, right? Pakman's his own thing. I'm talking about the people who were now saying that Trump is too old to be president as a troll only because Biden dropped out.
Okay, I got
the people who were defending Biden's ability to be president.
They were saying Biden is just fine. He age doesn't mean anything. Yeah. Oh, you're you're ageist. Oh, guy too old. Right.
Yes, exactly. Right. And now they're like, oh, ho, I get to troll the right. It's in this flavor of performance stupidity where I pretend that this argument is like a real argument when we all know it's not a real argument. It's a silly argument.
Right.
Because if they actually believe that, they would have been saying that for Biden and Trump. They would have been saying, I think they're both too old to be president. But as soon as their guy's out of it, then suddenly it's an issue.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, obviously.
And then
social media is full of liars.
Right. And then the right is doing the same thing now with the whole coup, right? They didn't want to, they will fight to the death that there was any sort of Trump January 6th fake electors coup, but now they're like, oh, listen, the Democrats cooed Joe Biden out of the primary, or Kamala cooed him out. So it's the same thing. It's like a troll argument that everyone knows is like stupid, but it's a effective rhetorical troll, so it gets brought out.
The Democrat coup?
Yeah. The Democrat coup. The Democrats cooed. Anyway.
A Democratic coup.
The Democrats.
It's good. It's good rhetorically.
It is very good rhetorically, but it's a troll. It's a troll argument. It's a performatively stupid argument. Yeah.
So. I just see. Look, this is a difference. I think the news media should be neutral arbiters. I don't think they should hire any partisans. I think they should hire people who understand the arguments on both sides and just are not really invested. Maybe they just need an army of psychopaths who are like, I don't give a fuck which one of you guys win, right? I'm totally cold to both of you. Because I do think it's a job of the politicians, like to let the politicians play these political games, right? But keep it out of the news media. The news media is supposed to be the ref. They're even supposed to come out and go, oh, yes, this is a very good, effective rhetorical strategy here, right? Mm-hmm. Is it true? Well, let's take a look at it. right? What is the
Well,
truth value of this claim?
The problem is like, it wasn't, it's funny because I said that, I'm not going to vote anymore for president
Mm-hmm.
in order to try to unbias my thinking. And it used to be like in the 50s that was a very common
Oh yeah, it was.
position for news anchors to either not vote or they would never say who they were going to vote for. They try to remain neutral. Papers they were more neutral, but papers were still more biased. It's kind of, if you go through like American history, there are times where the bias in the media kind of waxes and wanes. But a lot of people grew up, a lot of the older generation, the boomers and the sound generation, they grew up in a time where in the early days the media was kind of, historically not biased, right? In the 50s, 40s and 50s, where you had kind of these rules about, for news media on television that they had to provide equal time to both sides.
Yeah.
And the news was not done for profit. It was done because the only reason news exists, TV news exists, is because the government basically said, okay, there's only so much, like back in the day when TV was broadcast, right? And you had your little rabbit ears and you had to literally catch a TV signal the way you'd catch a radio signal. So that because TV was that way, it meant that there was only so many TV channels that could exist because there's only so much like frequency space that exists for TV channels to kind of inhabit, right? And so the government said, okay, well, if we're going to allow you to take up public airspace, public spectrum, electromagnetic spectrum space to produce a TV channel that people can get, you need to deliver a public service. And that public service was that you would do the news for an hour or whatever it was, daily.
Yeah,
right?
The logic was the airways were a public resource. So you had to have a
Yes.
public good to be able to use them for profit.
Right. Yeah. You could do all your profit shows, your profit entertainment shows, but for 1 hour, a day, you'd have I think it was a day. I don't think it was a week.
Right.
1 hour a day, you'd have your news show, that would come on and it would just be public good, unbiased, not for profit.
And then they
so that's
realized
how you
how
kind of
profitable politics can be.
Well, exactly. So that's how you kind of got your, like, everyone said, like, oh, here's our good, amazing, unbiased news. But then obviously people started to realize, oh, more and more people are tuning in specifically to see the news. More and more people are tuning specifically to see the political news. And then you have sort of in the 70s and 80s, the rise of for-profit news. And suddenly, and listen, I mean, as much as I like capitalism, the financial incentive for the news media is definitely a huge, not fully, but a huge reason for the decline of media into what we have today, where everything's hyper biased, everything's siloed off into left or right wing media.
It's crazy.
It's really sad. It's really sad. I am very curious to see what direction the country and the media is going to go in the next 4-8 years when Trump is out of the picture. So Trump and wokeness have kind of been the double blows to the faith of a lot of people in this country, unfortunately.
Well, I don't like I guess it's just political season, but Trump is bashing the media. The media has plenty of problems. I do think the media is definitely become partisan to the point of almost being useless.
Right.
So,
yeah. But the problem is there's no, I agree, but the problem is there's not a clear alternative yet because all the alt media sites and independent journalists on Twitter, they're all just as bad.
Yeah.
Or not worse in some situations, right? And people will wholeheartedly say, oh, I don't trust the media, but I trust, some fucking retards on Twitter, spouting a bunch of nonsense because it agrees with my ideological narrative.
Yeah. Sad.
It is sad. It is sad.
Trump is going to clean it up, though. He only needs one term, and everything is going to be perfect after that, Sitch.
Really?
Everything will be fixed in one term, just one term.
This is if Trump wins, here's my hope. This might be controversial. Okay. Here's my hope if Trump wins. If Trump wins, I want it to be very extreme in one way or the other. Okay. I want if Donald Trump wins, I want him to either be like, I'm not going to do any sort of the legal shit against Democrats. I'm not going to do any of that crazy shit. Not going to do any of that crazy Project 2025 shit that they're all hair on fire about. I'm just going to do, I'm going to try to do border control and tax cuts and try to, bring peace to Russia, Ukraine, and Israel. Yeah, try to lower, try to get woke stuff out of schools. I'm just going to do like very bog standard Republican stuff for 4 years. I'm going to try to lower inflation, and that's it, right? And so everyone on the left can go like, oh, we just totally were like losing our minds, and it was not a big deal.
No,
right?
They're going to frame all that stuff
They will
as
try
white
to.
supremacy.
Right. They will try to, but obviously it won't take, right, to most people. So I hope that either A, that happens. So like you have the extreme in one direction. Left is proven totally wrong. Donald Trump just does very standard Republican things. Nothing crazy happens. Or the exact opposite extreme. Donald Trump wins the election and just does the most crazy shit ever. Just tries to
full investigation of the Biden family.
Yeah, gets full, literally sends the FBI to try to arrest Biden and Mark Milley and like raid all their house, just completely weaponizes the Justice Department in the most nakedly like insane way ever. Just starts doing massive layoffs and replacing all these government heads with like the most incredibly ideological right-wing people. And then it's like, oh, all people let's go, oh, we were 100% correct. I just want it to be clear. I want one extreme. I want one of the extreme pictures to become real. Okay, just so I can just like rub it in someone's face. I don't care whose face it is at. I just want to rub it in someone's face.
You want someone to win this fight.
I want
decisively.
It to be, I want a decisive, clear view of reality where one side was correct and one side is totally fucking wrong. Right?
Yeah.
I know that's not going to happen. I know it's going to be this wishy-washy, middle-of-the-road shit, right? But I want it to be clear. It's not going to be, but it's what I would hope.
He's going to do bog standard stuff, and everyone's going to frame it as the weaponization of the DOJ. That's what's going to happen.
But we won't. We'll know we'll be able to parse through it. So.
Oh, yeah. The two realities they're going to stick with us for a while longer. 2033 is when you get the reprieve. So mark it on your calendar.
2033. What's in 2033?
That's when the culture war ends.
Oh, is that when you're the cycle, the whatever cycle ends? The seculum?
The saeculum is over, yeah.
That sounds like something disgustingly sexual.
The saeculum will end in 2033.
Hey, have you guys got your saeculum pierced? I heard it really increases your bedroom performance.
It does, by the way. And the climax.
The climax. Oh my God, the saeculum climax.
The climax turning will be done. We'll be moving into the first turning of the new saeculum, and everything will be clear. I think conservatives. Yeah, I think probably conservatives are going to win the culture war.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think the moderate conservatives are going to win the culture. I don't think we're going back to like no gay marriage or anything like that. I think that's just ridiculous, right?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a strong possibility that conservatives win the culture war. And then the situation switches where now the problem from the mainstream is like the right ignoring the two extreme elements of the right, just the way that the mainstream now is ignoring the two extreme elements of the left.
Right.
We could have the mirror image of that in like 10 years. So.
Well, I think there'll be unity though.
You think there'll be unity?
Yeah. 2033 is when there's like everyone is in agreement. There's a new moral framework that everyone is kind of agreed on. And then maybe there's like 5 or 10% of the population are the rebels, and they're like, no, but everyone's like, fuck you. Like bash their heads down.
I don't think that's going to happen unless someone attacks America, like a country attacks us and we go to some kind of defensive all-out war.
There was like, well, that could happen. That could definitely happen.
Well, there was a disturbing article where they said that China has been stocking up on all sorts of resources as if it's preparing for an invasion of Taiwan and the sanctions that would be levied against them. So they're stocking up on all these resources to sort of weather the storm of sanctions when they attack Taiwan. So
they're talking to Putin. They're like, "Hey, what did you guys run out of over there?"
Well,
because we sanctioned the shit out of them too.
It's interesting because there was that computer glitch that happened.
Oh, I know.
Last week.
Yeah.
And we saw how weirdly fragile a lot of our systems are. Like one fucking security system has like a glitch and it like fucks up all the stuff. I mean, what's going to happen? Like if China invades Taiwan and there is this shutdown of like chip manufacturing for most of our devices, like what, like that's going to have a very severe and detrimental impact on our economy that people aren't really going to know how to deal with.
We'll just go back to landlines and answering machines.
Okay.
I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Test out your cassette player.
It feels like we're in sort of like was it the Bronze Age where it was like there was some, I forget the exact way it worked, but there was some kind of trade, like the production of bronze was like almost all situated in one area of the world. And when like barbarians or some sort of violent group of people like basically destroyed the country that was producing like the bronze, it basically caused a cataclysmic, destruction of the Bronze Age where like no one could get the resources they needed to maintain the societies they had built up.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't think it'd be that dire. I think I think we'll figure out a way to make microchips, but I think we could be in for a little bumpy situation for a while if China invades Taiwan. So,
I mean, it could come down to that. We get 10 years.
We'll see.
9 years, actually.
Artemis Fowl for $5 says Andrew Torba came out and stated that law enforcement informed him of Crook's Gab account. The account was staunchly anti-Trump. So I saw that unless there's new information, I saw what you're referring to happened a few days ago. And he didn't say, well, first of all, Andrew Torba, we have to be careful. Andrew Torba is not a reliable source of information at all. But that's not even what he said. He said, unless there's new information that came out today or yesterday, he said that the FBI informed him that they wanted information about an account. They didn't say it was Crooks' account. They said they want information about an account. And Torba was speculating that it was Crooks' account. And he posted this account. It had like 7 posts. And the posts were anti-Trump and were definitely firmly on the left side of the political spectrum. So if that Gab account turns out to be Crooks, it would be substantially more likely, definitely show that he was probably on the left and motivated to take out Trump for political reasons, if that turns out to be his account.
Yeah, I heard one person say that the donation to Act Blue was from a different Thomas Crooks too, but I never heard anybody else confirm that. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
That it was like an older Thomas Crooks in his 60s. Yeah.
I don't know.
But I never heard it again, so I don't know if that was a mistake.
Right.
But if what you're saying is true, maybe it wasn't a mistake. Or maybe it was a mistake.
We'll see if that account is attached to Crooks or not. Loser Doman for 28 months. Thank you so much. Says 28 months. Does that mean I am a simp? No, it means that you see reality. It means that you are a true free will seeker. That's what it means. You are a simp to the truth.
Yeah. Simp for enlightenment. So, look, it just doesn't sound good being a simp. So
that's true. That's true.
You're a study of enlightenment.
There you go. You're an alpha. You're a true alpha. Okay.
Right. Exactly.
Artemis Fowl for $5 says no teleprompter was hit. The claim used an incredibly low resolution image to pretend it was. So is there a low resolution image of like a teleprompter looking like it was? I've never seen a picture of a teleprompter that they were referring to, that they were saying it was hit. I've never even seen a picture of that. So I don't know where the origin of the claim was.
I saw pictures where both teleprompters were obviously unhit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were just fine.
Loser Doberman for another 2 Canadians says Sitch not liking Overlord shows his lack of taste. Listen, I don't like TV shows with Mary Sue characters. Okay.
Oh no.
Overlord is a Mary Sue character. A massively Mary Sue character who is evil, and there's nothing interesting about the show. There's nothing. It's a show that should be funny. It's a show that should be interesting, and it's just horribly boring, horribly mean-spirited, and disgusting. Actually, I find season 3 of that show morally reprehensible and disgust me on a visceral level. A show has never accomplished in disgusting me. So good on you, Overlord season 3. You've disgusted me on a level a show has never disgusted me. I actually think that the people that wrote that show for season 3 should just be like stripped of their writing capabilities forever and be beaten and thrown in prison. That's how disgusted I was with that episode.
Did you get caught up on House of the Dragon?
I did.
Oh, good. Everyone's watching that. House of the Dragon.
So
no, we can't talk about it now. What are you talking? This sort of
just find it
politics
boring.
channel.
I just find that show boring.
How dare you?
I just find it boring. I can't get over it. Jay for 24 months. Thanks so much for being 2 years of Free Will Seeker. Look at that. As I'm shocked that Mehdi, non-Muslims, or animals Hassan has bad messaging. Well, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. He has since, to be fair.
Has he really said that? Wow.
He did say that. To be fair, he has since renounced that statement, but he did say that when he was younger. So
look, I don't forgive him.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Current for 20 months says to, well, actually, you know what? That's a good point. You could say, listen, Mehdi, why you're attacking Trump for saying these quote Hitlerian quotes according to you, but I mean, you said some pretty,
yeah,
you said pretty sus shit when you were younger. Okay. So
yeah.
Current for 20 months says to add on to Artemis Super Chat, the posts seem to be pretty firmly in the establishment Biden Democrat camp, not so much the crazy socialist camp. That is true. If those posts are his, yeah, it definitely shows a more, obviously he's like a crazy person because he tried to kill Donald Trump, but it definitely shows his political ideology doesn't, at least from those posts, seem to be like a socialist. Seems to be more like moderate
Biden
progressive.
simp? What are these posts? We got to bring them up.
Okay,
who is he watching on YouTube?
Let's see. We can bring them up. They're not like
really?
they're boring. They're not like incendiary posts. So, but it shows a clear ideological perspective, which is what's important.
But you don't think he was watching Vosh because he's not like a crazy socialist?
No. They weren't. Yeah, no. There wasn't anything. I don't recall anything from the post that was like crazy. It was just shows that he was.
Is he watching Keith Olbermann?
Maybe.
I don't think. I mean, insane.
It could be because Keith Olbermann's very insane, but he's not a socialist, to my knowledge.
Yeah, he's like mainstream insane.
Right. Yeah, he's like mainstream. So maybe he's a big Keith Olbermann fan. I believe.
Maybe he's a big Joy Reid fan.
Ooh, okay. Well, she's kind of dipping into socialism. Who knows?
Maybe he did it to get Joy Reid's attention.
Wow.
Because he
That's an idea.
likes her.
There you go.
In like a boyfriend-girlfriend kind of way.
There you go. It's definitely possible. Stuck for $2. Got the Sitch does not want emoji in the microphone, I guess, because my microphone.
That's a good look. Mic drop right there. He's like, mic drop.
Well, no, it's the mic problems, I think, not the mic drop.
Oh, really? Oh, damn. That's hilarious.
That would have been a good mic drop, but
it does look like a mic drop.
It does, actually.
It looks like you're going. Whoosh.
It does. That's a good emoji. The Sitch mic drop emoji. Look at that. Cameraman for 502 for $10 says, when was the last violent attempt on a Democrat progressive? Because since the conspiracy against Whitmer, there have been several attempts on conservative lives. Trump, Zeldin, Kavanaugh. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. Does the attack on Paul Pelosi count in that? It is a violent attempt on a Democrat progressive. I don't know if that guy was politically motivated or he was just crazy. I never looked into it because I didn't care enough to look into his motivations.
I thought he lived in a van down by the river, literally.
Like, I would believe that. So, but I don't know. I don't track that sort of thing. So, Aiku Shadox for $5 says moral foundations. The left has no check against their own moral degeneration. So many on the left are ends over means. Don't miss next time. Yeah, I don't think that's unfair. I think the left. I mean, it's much more difficult. Obviously, the right is primed to care about degeneration, and the left is not primed to care about degeneration to that capacity. So, I don't know. Do you agree with that? Do you disagree with that?
That the right cares about the future, the stability
that the left
of
has
society?
no check against their own moral degeneration. I think.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'd say it that absolutely, because obviously there are people who are moderate left who don't like socialists, and they don't like that level of social, economic, or moral degeneration. So,
yeah, I don't know that it's like a left-right thing.
Well, the left, I think the issue is that the left, I think it's part of in the way that the phrasing is being described. I don't think the left on average cares about degeneration, period. They might not like something. They might say, oh, I don't like communism. I don't like this for whatever reason, but they don't frame things in the degenerate spectrum the way the right does. The right is sensitive to degeneration and the left is not. That makes sense.
Right. I guess the word degeneration is just so, I mean, that could mean so many different things. That obviously the left finds racism disgusting, right? So,
well, again, this plays into my left-right definition, which you don't like perfectly, which is that the reason the left doesn't care about degeneration is because the left, like, what does it mean to degenerate? It means that you have something that's good, and then over time, something comes into that good thing and degenerates it down, right? Something infects it, whether it be just the ravages of time or whether it be toxic or something. Something goes into something good and healthy and then degenerates it down, right? That's what the phrase means.
Sure, yeah. But
the
degenerate, there's like a sexual component to it.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
And I don't know if equal shadows means that, so.
Well, but even the sexual degeneracy means that same thing. You have like an idea about sexuality, you know, the man and woman should bang to produce children, and then, which is, quote, the good biblical idea. And then you have an idea comes into that idea and breaks it down and makes it like gross. You know, oh, you should have sex outside of wedlock. Oh, you should have sex, you know, before marriage. Oh, you know, gay people can have sex. Oh, you know, you can, you know, do whatever fucking sexual thing you want to do, right?
Right. Yeah.
And so
okay.
the reason the right cares about, quote, things degenerating is because the right tends to look at tradition or things that existed and saying, we need to look at this pre-existing structure and use this to say, this is a good thing. We need to go back to this. So they're hypersensitive to degeneration, where the left generally looks at the pre-existing systems as being the problem in the first place. So that's why they're not worried about degeneration, because there's nothing to degenerate, because they think the existing systems are bad.
Well, I think the right in general is trying to facilitate societal stability. And I think the left is not, I mean, they don't really see that as a positive thing. They see society as constraining, not stabilizing. So I'm in the context of that, I don't necessarily know how you look at moral degeneration.
It's the same thing. If you want society to remain stable, you're afraid of the stability being degenerated down. If you don't think the stability is good, then obviously you're not worried about degeneration. You think the degeneration is a good thing that needed to clear out the brush, to clear out the dead, you know, trees that are kind of stifling the growth of new things.
Right. But what is the moral purpose of the left that is degenerating?
I don't understand the question.
Well, if on the right, if the right has a check against its own moral degeneration, that would be the right is focused on a society that's actually stable, and degeneration from that would be kind of tyranny, right? Too much
Well, no, see, and maybe, okay, I'm glad you actually said this. This is
Yeah.
the issue. The right has a check on degeneracy because the right doesn't like degeneracy as a concept.
Well, hold on. That's
Right.
why I'm like, the word
Right, but
degeneracy is the problem here.
Exactly. You're correct. The word degeneracy is the problem because you could, the counter, the mere version of that is, well, it's true. The right, maybe you could say has well, I don't know, because the left with socialism maybe doesn't, but you could say that the right doesn't have as much of a fear, well, does it towards, the authoritarianism, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So that's not.
So they don't have
interesting.
a check on moral degeneracy.
Well, it's interesting because in America, the right does have a good check on authoritarianism
because of
only
the
in
political
America.
system. Because of the political system.
Well, no, because the American ideal of libertarianism and liberalism is like ingrained in our DNA. And so that's why in America, the right, at least recently, has been associated with like
libertarianism,
removing power from the government, right?
Yep.
But that's why it gets weird when you start to get into the post-liberal right, who is the exact opposite of the American right, who want the government to have more power. They want more centralized power in the form of a king or a theological group or something. This is maybe why it gets obnoxious to talk about things on a unilateral axis of left versus right.
The thing that's unclear about the super chat is saying their own moral degeneration. So
I see.
It's like, what is their own moral degeneration? Does the left have the same type of moral degeneration as the right? I would say no. I would say the kind of moral degeneration that the left suffers from is different. It's more unconstrained individualism. That's the kind of degeneration or that's the kind of bad behavior that you get into on the left. On the right, the kind of bad behavior you get into is constraining other people's freedom, right?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I guess
authoritarianism.
the way to frame it, the right doesn't have a good way of policing its own moral degeneration. The right has a good way of policing moral degeneration, period.
Right.
Societal moral degeneration.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But you understand the problem, obviously.
I understand the problem.
And I do 1000% agree with you that because we're in this strange situation in America where individual freedom is kind of ingrained in our DNA, that's kind of a natural check on the moral inclinations of people on the right, which are, we've got to constrain people's personal freedom to keep society secure and safe, right? Everyone should dress the same. Everyone should look
and
the same.
not degenerate. Yes.
Yeah. Everyone should talk the same. Everyone should eat the same type of food, go to the same churches, pray to the same gods, right? And their idea of moral degeneration is when people start dipping into the multiculturalism, right? The different, being different.
Right.
Yeah, but the left's idea of degeneration is completely the opposite of that, right?
Well, they don't have an idea of degeneration. The left doesn't have a clear concept of what that means.
Right. Going too far, they don't have a concept of.
Well, not too far in a degenerative stance. They have a clear idea of going too far in an authoritarian stance.
Right.
And the removing of individual freedoms positions. So.
Right. Okay. So maybe Equus Shadox is right then, that the left has no check on their own moral degeneration.
They don't. Yeah.
Their moral degeneration would be more like unconstrained individualism, to the point where people were allowed to be cannibals with one another in like some weird sexual way, and that was just fine.
It wouldn't be, the left doesn't, I don't think the average left person, they don't characterize things through the lens of degeneration. They just, like, there are people on the left who say socialism is bad, right? Mm-hmm. They're not going to view it through the lens, and they might say, oh, grooming children is bad, deviant sex acts with children is bad. They're going to say those things are wrong and bad, but I don't know if they're going to think of it in the framework of a degenerative process.
Right.
They're just going to think like, oh, this is something that's bad because it's harmful. Right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $10 says the problem is the media's ability to memory hole left violence. People spray pointing Hamas is coming and chanting Al-Qassam make us proud already out of the media cycle was a few days ago. Yeah, well, that is true. The problem is, again, it all comes into
That's a great
whether
point.
violence occurs or not. Like if that protest happened where those people, well, first of all, I did see a lot of people were covering that stuff, the spray painting of the Liberty Bell and the monuments in Washington, D.C. and all that kind of despicable shit.
Painted the Liberty Bell.
Yeah.
What
totally
a bunch of pieces of shit.
I did see a lot of coverage on that when it happened. And then if violence had occurred, like if right after that happened, or like even a week after that happens, you see like someone attacks, Jews or Israelis or something, right? Then that will all come up and say, okay, this is the rhetoric that's sort of going into it.
And the dodge would be, these are nobodies. These aren't Trump saying, my
that would be the
military.
dodge, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. No, and there, but the media did memory a whole lot of like, when you'd see violence against Asians that were perpetrated by not white people.
Oh yeah.
Right. During COVID, a lot of that stuff was downplayed intentionally by the media because they're just hyper trying not to like, oh, we can't be racist. So Loser Domain for 5 Canadian says you should ask Spoon to join this conversation. I'm sure it'd be very entertaining.
Does Spoon want to join?
I don't think so.
Are you thirsty to talk to Spoon, Sitch?
Me? Not at all.
I think Spoon thinks you are.
He's thirsty to talk to us. It's so weird. He
I
keeps
know.
making videos about
hilarious.
us. I'm like, the only time we even mention him is when someone super chats something related to him or something. That we respond, and then I just see constant video. It's weird. Him and I tweet about this. Him and what's his name?
Actual fandom.
Actual fandom.
I can't remember what his real name is.
Name is Dane. Or is that the other guy?
Oh, Dane. Yeah, you're right. You got it.
Yeah, like they're like so thirsty to. I don't know. They keep covering us. It's so. I mean, it's fine. I don't give a shit, but it is weird. It's very strange. So.
Yes. Did you get Mr. Ubercross donated 20 gifted subs? Okay, good. Or 20 gifted memberships. Woo woo.
Woo. Andrew Haskins for 18 months says they called Bush a fascist. They called McCain a fascist. They called Romney a fascist. They called Trump a fascist. They will call the next guy a fascist. So that's all true. But I would assume you would acknowledge that the level and repetition of people calling Bush or McCain or Romney a fascist is very different than the level, repetition, and volume of people calling Trump a fascist. I assume you'd agree with that. That seems to be just self-evidently true.
I would totally agree with that, yeah. And the amount of people actually believing the rhetoric is much different too.
Right.
Because I think in the Bush era, I think people realized it was hyperbole / rhetoric. Now I think they actually believe it. Donald Trump is a literal fascist.
Well, this is the way I think this works. There's always let's imagine there's 5% of the population of like crazy people on the left. You have your Joe Scarborough, not your Joe Scarborough's what was the guy you talked about? The guy who you said the show on MSNBC, but they canceled him because he was too crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the guy I'm thinking of? You just talked about like 10 minutes ago.
Keith Olbermann.
Thank you. You're going to have your Keith Olbermanns, you're going to have your Joy Reids, you're going to have your Rachel Maddows, who, like, you're going to have like 5% of the population who's going to say any Republican that's president is fascist. They're going to say that no matter what. They're going to say fascist, 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 fascist. They're always going to be trying to pull the country in the direction of like, this guy's a fascist. They're always going to say that. But then, like, the question is, how much is that rhetoric going to actually be persuasive to like the population, right? How much of the population is that rhetoric going to sink into? And I think with Bush, it's sunk in a little bit because of the Iraq war and stuff, but not a lot. And then, I don't think it really sunk in deeply with McCain. I don't think it really sunk in deeply with Romney either. But then with Trump, I think it did actually, that them just saying that, they're always going to be saying it, it did actually sink into a good chunk of the population.
Well, and the Charlottesville was just like the gift that kept on giving.
Yes, obviously that is what kind of allowed it to sink in the first place. And so whoever comes after Trump, there could be DeSantis, whomever, they're going to say the same thing. They're going to, because that's what they do. They just 5% of the population. They're going to say fascist, fascist, fascist. And the question is, how much of the mainstream does it sink into the minds of people? So I would wager nowhere near as much as it did with Trump.
Yeah, I hope.
Well, I don't think we're going to get another Trump-like charismatic figure in our lifetime. So,
what about Nikki Haley?
Oh yeah,
come on, Sitch.
Kana X122 for $5 says, yeah, Shane Killen did a video recently on the whole bullet was hypersonic and the amount of energy would have been absurd for that to be true. Well, there you go. I know. I saw the video where they like actually shot the ear, and you could see how much damage it could do. But okay, I think Trump should show a picture of the damage. I mean, if he doesn't and there's not damage, that is going to be kind of weird, though. So, Apple's Ghost for $5 says, "How's this different from the quote? You're responsible for your audience harassing people you criticize. The only ones responsible for this are the violent." So.
It is different. Yeah.
It is. Well, it depends. There are definitely content creators who are definitely responsible, in my opinion, for their audiences criticizing people that they criticize. If they, they can definitely come out in the way they criticize people. They can even be direct and say, fuck those people, fuck this guy's evil, criticize him. Every time you criticize him, I'm going to post a comment, showing my entire audience that you criticize them. I'm going to like your criticisms on Twitter, blah, 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 blah. Right. It's very different than saying, okay, we're criticizing someone. Don't talk to these people. Don't engage in these people. Let's not be hyperbolic in our criticism, blah, 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 blah. These are completely different things. So obviously you can criticize people without you kind of trying to draw a hate mob. And obviously you can criticize people with the intention to draw a hate mob. And I think those distinctions are pretty clear. At least they seem pretty clear, I think, to most people that are being honest when they sort of go over people's interactions with each other and kind of look through them. Because, this was one of the things I was massively criticizing Pisco for doing, is that the intention of what he's doing when he quote tweets and retweets every single reply is because he's trying to drive his audience to participate in sort of mobbing someone. That is the intention of that action.
Yeah, the Hitler comparisons, I think, are over the top too, just because they're dishonest. Right. So,
right, and it's the same thing with the political violence thing. It's, again, I don't think the people that were calling Trump Hitler, I don't believe that they intended for someone to go do some act of stochastic terrorism. But when someone does, it's the reminder that, okay, everyone should chill the fuck out and we need to tamp down the rhetoric because there's people that will do this action. And if you continue to do it after this point, then I think you are liable. Same thing with like the BLM stuff. So.
Cool.
Bernewski for $10 says, Destiny has stated that if one of his fans got shot and killed at a Trump rally, he would laugh at them and their families. Why would we want to unify with people who want us murdered? Well, I'm not saying so. You got to be careful, Bernewski, because you don't want to fall into the exact same collectivist lens that Destiny or someone who has that position has fallen into. Because, yeah, Destiny said that and other people on the left have said that. But a lot of people on the left have said it's horrible and they don't want that. We even played a clip of someone saying that they don't want that. So you can't just say, well, everyone on the left is evil who wants this thing. Because then you're just falling prey to the exact same form of collectivism that your ideological opponents are falling into. You don't want to unify with the people who want you dead. You want to unify with the sane people.
Right. Those people are saying
down the rhetoric.
Those people are saying everyone on the right is a MAGA supporting Nazi.
Right.
Yeah. Which is completely untrue.
The scary truth that you have to understand, that everyone has to understand, is that in these sort of like conflicts, okay, both sides of like the armies have fake images of the other side embedded in their mind, right? The left has this fake image, like all those people on the right are all literal white supremacist Nazis that are evil. And the right has this fake image that all the people on the left are grooming socialists, degenerate, child molesters, right? And like,
baby
so
killers.
That when they, baby
one.
Killers, right? There you go. And so that when they like attack each other, they're kind of like have this like monstrous view of the other one in their mind to justify the actions.
Yeah.
Yeah. The attack.
It's hard to attack somebody if they're not evil, right? You don't attack the guy who's nice.
Right.
Who's
yeah,
just
like,
grilling, right? He's just
the guy was just like,
beer.
he's just grilling and has, different political take from the world than you do because he has different moral intuitions or different life experiences.
He's got to be a literal Nazi.
Exactly. Yeah.
Otherwise, you don't muster the energy to actually attack him. So, but the people that you want to unify with are the people who are just, moderate left and moderate right.
Right.
You want to unify with them.
Yeah,
the people,
you got to be.
The incendiary types don't want. That's what they're most afraid of. That is what they're most afraid of.
Yes, that's a good point.
Yeah.
The incendiary types, the extremes, the left and the right, are afraid of the moderates of their side unifying with the moderate on the other side.
Yeah, because then their worldview collapses. Then the stereotype that they have in their head about all MAGA supporters being Nazis starts crumbling. What?
Right. Yeah.
People on my side agree with those people that are just innocently grilling, going hunting, making beef jerky, having families, getting tax cuts for their children.
Lethal Strain for $5 says January 6th was to create a constitutional crisis and have the state re-adjudicate the election because of fraud allegations, not installing Trump. So that is incorrect. That is factually 100% incorrect. I'm not this is why it's difficult to talk about. There's so much incorrect information about this. And you can look up the Eastman memo on Google and you can literally read what the plan was. That was not the plan. The plan was for Pence to throw out the swing states' votes using the fake electors as an excuse, and then say that the House of Representatives, okay, not the state legislatures, but that the House can just vote to make Donald Trump president, because the way it broke down was that there were 26 states that had a Republican majority and 24 that had Democrats. So it'd be 26-24. And the hope was that all the Republicans would vote lockstep. I don't know if they would, but all the Republicans in Washington, D.C., not the state legislatures, all the House reps would vote in lockstep to install Donald Trump as president because Mike Pence had thrown out incorrectly, illegally, bullshitly the swing states votes. That was the goal. There was literally no whatsoever goal to throw it back to the states, to have the state legislatures have additional time to look over fraud allegations. Anyone that says that is completely misinformed. That is 1000% not what happened.
And you spent a lot of time building this mental map of the entire January 6th situation. It's great. It's an awesome resource.
Because it's very interesting. The Kyle Rittenhouse thing to me, and I said this at the time, Kyle Rittenhouse was so crystal clear. Kyle Rittenhouse was the ultimate NPC test for the left.
Right.
Okay. And so that's why we talked about it, and that's why it was very interesting to me, because it was very okay, you can go boom, Kyle Rittenhouse completely in self-defense, right? Undeniable.
Yep.
And it's the same thing. I feel like the Elector's case is become the same thing for the right. It's the right-wing NPC test. It's a little bit more difficult.
It's not crystal clear, though.
I know. It's a little bit more difficult.
And the intuitions around self-defense are so ingrained in us. This is
well, that's not why. I'd say it's because in the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, it's like a video. You can just look at it. In the Elector's thing, it's like a more complicated, it's like a complicated fact-based legal shenanigans, right? So it's more difficult to unravel. But
right,
if you do understand
you're still dealing with moral intuitions of right and wrong, though.
Right.
And all I'm saying is the moral intuitions of right and wrong around self-defense are very clear. The moral intuitions around elections and not so clear.
Mm-hmm.
You disagree?
Say it again.
The moral intuitions around right and wrong for how to conduct an election. I mean, those aren't just very
What do you mean?
primal in us.
Well, no. If everyone's agreed upon the rules and then suddenly says they want to throw out the rules because they want their guy to win, and those rules are basically the foundation of what our country's been based upon, I think that's pretty clear.
Right, but they don't have visceral emotional components ingrained in us over millennia of evolution.
I guess. I mean, I don't disagree with that. Obviously, the intuition for self-defense are more
Yeah, exactly.
That's, fair,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, I don't disagree with that.
But look, I was complimenting you on your mental map of the January 6th elector situation, which...
Stumpy, if you want to tell me why I'm wrong with something true, you can tell me, or I'm just gonna throw you out of here. Because
no, bring him on. Don't throw him out. Bring him on.
No, I said if Stumpy or someone actually wants to come on, I will challenge anyone on this. Any single fucking. I have not, as I said, every person I've ever talked to about the electors thing is either just factually wrong or lying.
I listened to a debate. Somebody posted one of the debates that we did on January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, I mean, it had to be a year ago now. And it was pretty fascinating. I was listening to it. I was thinking the same thing. Like, oh man, Sitch has just such a good mental model of this. Like, I try to build a mental model of the economy. Nobody gives a fuck, right? It's like a giant waste of time. You build this mental model of January 6th, and everyone wants to talk about it all the time.
Stumpy, did you want to come on, or are you just gonna talk shit in the chat?
Are you just talking shit in the chat, man? Come on. Come on, I want to see it. Everyone wants to see it.
Yeah. Put me in my place. Show me how wrong I am. Okay.
Look, this is a win-win for me. Sitch puts you in your place, I win. You put Sitch in his place, I win.
There you go. Look, come on.
I can't lose. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
No, I'm waiting. I'm looking for the response here.
Oh no. Twitter sucks for $2 says, Sitch, check DMs. I recorded your what your stream does. Well, thank you, Twitter sucks.
Thank you, Twitter sucks. Yeah.
We're not going to listen to that on the stream, but we will listen to it.
I'm assuming the audio is better because I didn't see any people complaining about it yet.
I took some filters off of OBS, but OBS, every time I open it up, it's been saying you got to update OBS for like a month now. So maybe
I don't care that you're on your phone. Stumpy, send me a tweet right now, and I will send you the link to this call, and you can come on, and you could tell me why I'm wrong.
Bradley Heaton for $1.99 says the Pelosi thing was weird. Yeah, look, we didn't cover it because it was weird. I didn't really, and I did hear a lot of people complaining about what the right was doing with it on social media or right-wing channels and stuff like that. Is it? I guess.
Okay, here I'm gonna say here's an open invitation to any of the people in chat who think that I'm wrong about the electors thing. Okay, send me a tweet right now, and I will send you a link, and you can come on and argue with me about it, and you can show the chat how smart you are and how wrong I am. Okay, put your money where your mouth is. Send me a tweet and I'll send you a link.
Yeah.
Calling someone out with no prep time. Oh, you need prep time. So you know I'm wrong. You just don't know how you know I'm wrong. Is that the argument?
Yes.
Is that the argument you're going to make?
Look, Sitch hasn't had any prep time here.
Well, I mean, I've researched this topic heavily. So.
Yeah, but you haven't prepared for this.
Not for this. I didn't know we were going to have a debate with someone about this. Yeah.
So Sitch is completely unprepared.
Come on.
You know
send me a notification. I'm waiting.
You know who would want to debate this with you is Rob Knorr.
I might actually talk to him about this.
Yeah, Rob Knorr's been begging to come back on.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, it's interesting because I listened to, before the stream, I listened to P.F. Young. He was talking to Rob Knorr. And he was kind of going through like who you should vote for. And he was kind of doing like a rapid fire of the things. And they brought up the electors thing. And he said, P.F. Young said, you know, I don't know, I could have someone on. I'm just repeating what I've heard. I don't know enough about this to have an argument about this. If anyone wants to come on and sort of battle for the soul of P.F. Young about the electors thing, they're welcome to come on. So I sent him a DM. And so we're going to have some conversation about it.
Well, have it on our channel. Why the hell would you have it on his channel? Come on.
We can stream on our channel at the same time.
Okay, good.
Can't we?
Sure, but look, I'll have it set up for Monday.
Well, I think Rob's out of town for like a week or something. So.
Oh, okay.
Could be a while, but I don't see any notifications. My notifications are dry, motherfuckers. What happened? All this tough talk.
Here, look, I'll send you a picture of
Nothing.
Bergam's wife real quick here.
Send me a picture of Bergen's wife. Make sure my notifications are still working because I got a single fucking one. I haven't got nothing.
Your notifications.
I don't have anything. Look at this.
Well, look, they need time.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. All right. Tough talkers in chat.
They need time to prepare.
Okay. They need time to
preparation is important, Sitch.
Right. Okay.
But if you think he's wrong, though, just go ahead and super chat.
There you go. If you think I'm wrong, send us more money. All right.
Hippo-sized cat. Oh, now it's a hippo-sized cat.
Wow.
For $10 says, I'm back. Being an apex predator is hard work, but listening to your beautiful voices while I play with my food helps. Take this small contribution as a token of my appreciation. S-Team is A-class. Look at that. Perfect enlightened centrism. Thank you, hippo-sized cat. Oh, man. God, what I would give to a hippo-sized cat. Jerome Bound for $5 says,
I like this. Adam gets to read the super chats. I guess it's just lay back and relax.
I know you're fighting with people. Don't. Okay.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. You keep reading.
Okay. Jerome Bound for $5 says, I got to go back to watch from the beginning, but wanted to say hi. Okay. Well, hi, Jerome. Thank you for the super chat. Dialogue Always. Look, coming in for another $5. Dialogue Always gave us $20 earlier, which was very generous of you. But Dialogue Always for $5 says, so when someone says this sounds like X, does that always mean they are saying this is X? It depends upon the situation, obviously. But I do think in the political realm, and specifically in the Mehdi Hassan video that we were watching here, of course he means this is X. That's what you're supposed to take away. You're supposed to say, oh, this sounds like Hitler. You're supposed to say this is Hitler. You're supposed to think that this is Hitler. And that's what I think people are doing. So I think it's a little sneaky, a little weaselly way to incite that hate mob that people want to incite. So anyway. Equals Shadox for $5. Oh no. Well, Sitch is gone, so we can't talk for 5 hours about the super chat. Equals Shadox for $5 says, if you had a little 6-inch tall clone of Hitler that could fit in your pocket, what would you do? What would you do to him? Well, first of all, I mean, come on. I would take the Hitler.
I'm back.
Oh, wait a second. It's a Hitler clone? Are you saying that this is like I was thinking like a Hitler figurine. Here's Sitch, this is a good question. Equals Shadox for $5 says, if you had a little 6-inch tall Hitler clone of Hitler that could fit in your pocket, what would you do to him? So this is like a living, 6-inch tall Hitler. And I'm assuming like we've traveled through time. We've abducted the actual Hitler who is responsible for genociding people. We have him captive. We've shrunk him down to 6 inches tall, and we brought him back to our time to serve justice. What are we going to do, Sitch?
I mean, making a clone of someone, that doesn't, they didn't do any crime. You just made a clone of someone.
Oh, I guess you're right. I changed the hypothetical when I said we got the actual Hitler.
Oh, you said it's actual Hitler?
No, you're right. No, he says a clone. So this is an innocent clone. Just an innocent Hitler clone.
Innocent Hitler clone. How dare you attack an innocent Hitler clone?
Yeah. Look, you've made the moral conundrum is very profound here.
Right.
Look, you can't let anyone know that the Hitler clone didn't do anything wrong. The Hitler clone has to be guilty by association. I don't make the rules.
There you go.
Is guilt by association acceptable in a Hitler clone situation.
I don't think so. I think innocent clones are innocent clones. Okay.
Yeah, but the guilt of Hitler. Maybe you're right.
So we have finally a champion, a brave champion
No
has
way.
taken up the cause.
Somebody sent you a DM? You're kidding
Someone
me.
of all the fucking whiners at chat, only one of you fucks raised to the call. We have the neocon Sitch. Look at this. What's up, neocon Sitch?
Can you hear?
I don't
We
know.
can't. We can't hear neocon Sitch, but
okay. Well, you work on your audio, neocon Sitch.
read a couple more super chats.
Where were we? I don't even know where we were.
Oh, okay. I'll read a couple super chats. I kind of like this. It's Truth the worm Truth
through the wormhole for $5.
Truthy wormhole. Truthy wormhole.
Right.
For $5, yes.
Okay. You should look into Trump
wanting to give the cops federal immunity.
Wow, that's interesting. I don't know anything about that.
Trump wanting to give cops federal immunity? Yeah, look, he wants to, because he's saying that a lot of these cops are afraid to do their jobs because they're afraid of getting sued.
Right.
They're afraid of getting Derek Chauvined.
I mean, they already have pretty wide immunity.
Oh, do they?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. What's up?
Yeah.
All right.
What's up?
Yeah, I was just not talking. Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Love your show. You guys
Thank
are
you.
awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for
and
coming
thank
on.
you for picking up the challenge, the gauntlet.
Thanks for coming
No
on
worries.
completely unprepared.
Right.
Yeah, that is a problem. But
Well,
all
he
right,
is
so-
the
'cause
neocon version of me, so
I am the neo. I actually, as I've said before, most of your positions are somewhat neoconistic. But
there you go. Wow.
it is.
I didn't even know.
It's a small dig. It's just a
Okay. Okay.
Well,
Wow.
anyway, let me
kick
get to
him
the
out.
point.
Kick him from the call.
Let me get to the point. It's going to be short just because, like I said, I'm underprepared. I didn't do a whole bunch of research on it. But to my recollection, there was at least
You're wrong.
two
I'm sorry. Continue.
there was at least 2 Eastman memos. Am I correct or not? To your knowledge,
I believe there's 2 Eastman memos. Yes.
at least 2, and they all had several different theories on how the Elector scheme, as you say, would go. Correct?
No, I think one of them had multiple ideas, and one of them had just the one.
All right. Do we know which one was used?
I believe they were both circulated.
They were both circulated, but do we know which theory Trump was using in whatever he was doing on January 6th?
Well, he must have been using the getting Pence to overturn the electors theory
And
because
some-
he
and
called
some-
Pence to
and-
overturn the electors in his speech that day.
Well, he didn't say overturn the electors. He was making vague references into what he wanted Pence to do. He wanted Pence to do "quote unquote" the right thing. But not
Well,
correct.
what
in
does that mean? Obviously,
No, nobody knows what that means. It's Trump.
what else could it mean?
It could mean several different things. There were several different. What I'm saying is, so let me just cut to the chase. What I'm saying is, because this hasn't gone to trial yet, we have no idea which theory he was using to overturn the electors, and any theory as to how he was going to use those "quote unquote" fake electors, which I don't think were fake, but how he was going to use those "quote unquote" fake electors is speculation. Nobody knows how he's going to use it. Maybe Pence does, but that's my contention.
Okay, so I actually
they just can't be known.
Right. I have the 2 memos. I just found them.
Uh-huh.
So the one that has like a bunch of different possibilities, they're not suggestions about what he thinks they should do. It's called Wargaming the Alternatives. And he's just saying these are the potential things that could happen if Pence opens the alternate/fake electors or doesn't. And here are the potential outcomes. And he says Biden wins if Pence does this, Trump wins if he does this. And Trump only wins in the scenarios where Pence throws out the swing state votes and passes it down to the
he
to the
doesn't.
state electors.
All right.
So obviously that's what he's
But
advocating for Pence to do because he wants to win.
he wouldn't be throwing it down to the. So he would have to get those. How would he? What was the theory behind him getting the alternate slate of electors certified by the governor?
They didn't need to. The
Of course they
idea
did.
was that I mean I agree with you, but the idea was that Pence could just look at them and make that the vice president had some magic authority to just make the determination on his own.
That was one of the theories, right?
No, that was the theory for how an alternate slate of electors could ever be given to the vice president, and he could.
I'm not sitting in front of a computer right now, but to my recollection is right. So that was the first one, right? So he takes the electors, right? He says, "Look, there these elections in these states is under dispute. I'm going to not count these elector votes as toward the electoral college count." And put them aside, right? And then Trump wins based on whatever is left over, right?
Right.
Now, Eastman also expected that, obviously the Democrats would and complain, and then he was like, okay, and then throw it back to the House of Representatives. In that case, the electors wouldn't be, in question at all, right? Because it would go down to a vote of the House of Representatives.
Well, the only way it could go to the House of Representatives was by using the unverified electors to get it there in the first place.
I don't know. How's that make sense?
Because the only justification, the only way it goes to the House of Representatives is if there's not enough electoral votes to meet the minimum count required. That's the only way it goes to that. And the only way you get that is if he throws out the votes by saying, oh, well, I've got two slates of electors. I don't know who they're actually voting for, which was not true because obviously everyone knew who they were voting for.
All right. So how do the fake electors come into play at all if Pence is just not counting the electors from that state?
Because they were going to use the idea was that Pence, they want to give Pence a justification to take the swing state votes and throw them in the trash can. And I guess he didn't believe that he could just do it on his own. He believed that he needed to have the second slate. So let's kind of look at it and say, there's a conflict here. I don't know which one of these is the true electors from the state. So therefore, we're not going to count either of them.
I think that description begs credibility just because of this, okay?
That's what I can read it to you. That's what he literally says this in the memo.
I understand that. I'm just going to explain why I just don't believe that's what the theory was. All right. So if you look at an actual verified, legit governor certified state of electors, all right, it does not look like what those fake, quote unquote, fake electors looks like. It's not a list of names with their signatures at the bottom saying we are the certified, blah, 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 blah. There's no signatures at all on a real slate of electors. It's just a list of names. I think how they voted, I guess. It looks different from state to state. And then like the signature of the governor and the seal of the state. And that's how it's supposed to be for, whatever statute governs that sort of thing. If you look it up, you can find the code. I don't know, I have it in front of me. There's just no way that Vice President Pence or anyone else can mistake those quote unquote fake electors with the real state certified. It's just not possible. So
obviously he knows they're not real, right?
Yeah. So how could you say I don't know which ones are the real electors?
Because they wanted him to lie.
I don't know. That's going to be something. Yeah.
Okay. Well, first of all, two things. First of all, number one, CT made an avatar for you, so I don't know if Adam wants to bring it up. It's kind of funny.
I can't see anything. I'm using my phone, and I'm a boomer. I think I'm closer to Adam's age.
It's like an inverted Sitch with a mustache, like the colors are inverted.
I will take it. I appreciate it.
Okay. Okay. So before I get into like whether Pence did it or not, do you agree that if Pence or they wanted Pence to do that action, that would obviously be immoral and not defensible.
What, to lie and say that he was confused about the electors?
Yes, to lie, to pretend that there's okay.
Of course.
Okay.
But that's not what Pence said that he was asked to do.
What did Pence say he was asked to do?
Pence said he was asked to do the throw it out, the electors thing, and he didn't have that power. That was the point of the letter. I don't know if you've read this already, but like Pence put out a memo after he was asked to do this, and Pence put out a memo saying, look, President Trump has asked me to do one, this, that, and the third. I can't do this. Blah, 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 blah. He put it out on like January 5th or something like that. And then
he said he didn't have the power to look at the electors and make a determination about throwing them out. He did say that.
Right, correct.
Right. But that entails that he's supposed to look at the fake ones that he knows is fake and to think that they mean something. Like how else would he throw them out? How else would he throw them out?
Well, no, the fake electors were there as an attempt to, ascertain that there was a, dispute about the
they were supposed to represent
of the election results.
They were supposed to represent a dispute in the states about the election results.
Correct.
But they weren't verified by the state. It's just they had the same legitimacy of a random hobo writing on crayon that they think Trump should win and then handing it to Pence. They don't mean anything.
Right. But what I'm saying is, just to go back to the point, I don't think that those electors were sent there as, supposed to be real electors. Nobody thought that those were real electors.
I agree. No one, They,
all right,
no one thought, they all knew that they were fake.
How could they be fake electors?
What do you, because the whole point was that they were supposed to be used to create the justification. So
I don't know.
How would you describe them? Wait,
what do you mean?
What do you think that they were there for, if not this purpose? Like this alternate slate of electors?
Well, if for whatever reason Trump got the whoever's running the elections in these different states to go back and do whatever Trump wanted to do to, basically look at and possibly recertify the electors to be whoever the Republican, the RNC picked, then those electors would become real. Like, it's not set in stone once the
there's
governors...
a timeline. There's a deadline. You can't... There's a deadline for when they get the votes.
What do you mean?
There's a specific deadline. I don't know off
for
the top
when
of my
who
head
gets
what
the
it is,
votes.
Where the state has to have their electors vote and then has to send it in. And after that deadline, that's before January 6th, you can't change the results.
Okay.
So the argument that Dershowitz was making was that they're just an alternate state of electors, alternate slate of electors until they're actually used, until they're actually played. Like as soon as Pence takes them and does this lie thing, then they become a fake set of electors.
No. Yeah, but Dershowitz, okay. Here's part of the complication of this. When the Trump team originally created the alternate / fake electors, it was for the same purpose of the JFK situation.
Of course. They still had pending litigation. Like it could have gone either way. Those electors could have been used. Right. So
that's what Dershowitz is talking about.
Right.
That's what Dershowitz is talking. But when all that litigation ends and the deadline passes, so no longer can the vote be changed. The states can no longer change the votes when this deadline is reached. That's when
they
it
become
shifts
fake. Yes.
Over into this other situation where now they're the fake electors.
Well, and I mean, I can see the wiggle room there. Like people on the right will want to say, well, they aren't technically faked until Mike Pence takes them. I don't see how you can get around the fact that as soon as Mike Pence takes him and puts him into play, then they're obviously fake, right?
Well, obviously.
Well, no, they're not obviously fake. I mean, so here's the thing, right? So all of this is a petition to Mike Pence to do something, look, we can disagree with this, of course, right? But the Eastman memo is saying that they're able to do this under the law. Okay, they're not trying to sneak under law. They're saying that this is legal. Eastman is saying that blah 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 blah, but this law is illegal because it's unconstitutional. Blah blah blah. Now we can say that's wrong, but they're technically trying to do it within the law.
But they weren't.
No,
that's the problem. So okay, here's I found the date. It says December 8th. This is known as the safe harbor deadline. The U.S. law requires that all states resolve all election-related disputes 6 days before the electors cast their votes. States are expected to complete recounts, resolve any legal challenges, and certify results by this date, December 8th. This is known as the safe harbor deadline. Typically, state governors also prepare certificates of ascertainment by this date, blah, blah, blah. December 14th, electors vote in their states. The U.S. law dictates that electors shall meet and vote on the Monday after the second Wednesday. Look at that language. The Monday after the second Wednesday in December of presidential election years. This year, this was in 2020, the date falls on December 14th. On this day, electors meet in their respective states at locations.
With regard to the safe harbor date,
hold on. I'll get there in 1 second. Okay. And then it says December 23, deadline for certificates of states to be received. The aforementioned certificates, each including the names of electors, blah, 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 must be delivered to all relevant parties by the fourth Wednesday in December or December 23rd in 2020. Okay, so there's a specific law that says in December, these are the deadlines of when the electors have to vote and when they have to send it into Washington, D.C. And obviously, the fake electors that he received on January 6th, or they wanted him to receive on January 6th, is far outside this deadline. Right.
Okay, but keep going. What did Eastman say about it?
Okay, so here's the Eastman memo. This is what Eastman lands at as the plan. Number 1, Vice President Pence, presiding over the joint session, begins to open and count the ballots, starting with Alabama, without conceding that the procedure specified by the Electoral Count Act going through the states alphabetically is required. Step number 2, when Pence gets to Arizona, he announces that he has multiple slates of electors and is going to defer decision on that until finishing the other states. This would be the first break from the procedure set out in the act. Step 3, at the end...
This is the Electoral Count Act?
This is the Electoral Count Act, yeah.
And what you read from as far as the deadlines, safe harbor date, and that are from the Electoral Count Act?
No, I think it's from a different law. U.S. Code 3, Statute 5. I don't think
it might be because the Electoral Count Act has its own, code.
Electoral. I mean, I don't know if it matters.
I'm just trying to ascertain why Eastman would have thought this was okay to submit a different slate of electors after these deadline dates.
Right. I don't know what the code is for Electoral Count Act.
No worries.
Is this the Eastman memo that we're reading?
This is the Eastman memo.
Okay.
There's at least 2 of them. So we don't know.
This is one of them. Yes, this is one of them.
Yeah. So there might have been others that have not been presented, right? Because this is what, people are using to hang him
to
with
my
in court.
knowledge, I don't believe Eastman has ever denied that this was his plan. Which if there was another plan, he would deny it. Would he not?
Has he given? I don't know. Has he given an interview? I've never heard him speak, actually.
Well, I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question. If you find information about him saying, this was not my plan, or this was just hypothetical, that would definitely be a good defense for him.
We can put it aside, just as far as what this memo says. I just want to know what.
Okay. So step 3. At the end, Pence announces that because of the ongoing disputes in the 7 states, there are no electors that can be deemed validly appointed in those states. That means that the total number of electors appointed, the language of the 12th Amendment, is 454. This is a reading of the 12th Amendment, has also been advanced by Harvard Law professor Lawrence Tribe. A majority of electors appointed would therefore be 228. There at this point would be 232 votes for Trump and 222 votes for Biden. Hence, then gavels President Trump as re-elected. Step number 4. Howells, of course, from the Democrats, who now claim, contrary to Tribe's prior position, that 270 electoral votes is required. So Pence says, fine. Pursuant to the 12th Amendment, no candidate then has received the necessary majority. That sends the matter to the House, where the vote shall be taken by the states, and the representatives from each state shall have 1 vote. Republicans currently control 26 of the state delegations. the bare majority needed to win that vote. President Trump is reelected there as well. Step number 5. One last piece. Assuming the Electoral Count Act process is followed, and upon getting the objections to the Arizona slates, the two houses break in their separate chambers, we should not allow the Electoral Count Act constraint on debate to control. That mean that a prior legislation was determining the rules of the present one, a constitutional no-no. So someone like Ted Cruz or Rand Paul should demand normal rules, which include the filibuster. That creates a stalemate that would give the state legislatures more time to weigh in formally to support the alternate slate of electors if they had not already done so. And then the last piece, number 6.
Wait, read that last sentence again.
This creates a stalemate that would give the state legislatures more time to weigh in to formally support the alternate slate of electors if they had not already done so.
So there's where they want to legitimize that alternate slate of electors, correct? Even though
I guess he was hoping that state legislatures would, at the last minute, say, "Oh yeah, we're going to somehow agree to this." I don't know why they would at the last moment, but
I'm just pointing out that not even the Eastman memo states that those alternate slates of electors were legitimate at the time that Pence was using them to do whatever he was supposed to do.
Yeah, no one said they were. No one was saying they were legitimate.
They can't be fake. They can't be fraudulent. They can't be fraudulent slates of electors if nobody is saying that they're legitimate electors.
Okay. If, as in step 3, the plan was, at the end, Pence announces that because of the ongoing disputes, which there weren't in the 7 states.
Well, no, there was because Trump was
there was no official ongoing dispute. The state legislatures in those states.
What does that Sitch?
I will tell you what it means. Okay. The state legislatures in those 7 states all said, we are signing off on this slate of electors and saying that our state goes to Joe Biden. That means there's no ongoing disputes.
No, that's not what that means.
No, it literally does. State legislatures have the full power and authority by the Constitution to determine who they are voting for president.
I agree with that.
Okay.
But the existence of a dispute or not is not determined by the state. The state judges disputes. They don't determine whether there's a dispute or not. Okay, I don't agree, but we can move on. That's not important.
Well, okay, but wait a minute. If step 3, Pence announces that because of the ongoing disputes in the 7 states, that there are no electors that can be deemed validly appointed in these states, and that's when he throws out those. So he's going to throw out those slate of electors. He's using these alternate slate of electors as a justification to throw out the right state slate of electors. Okay. I don't know if you want to if you don't want to call it the fake slate or whatever you want to call it. It's a bullshit.
That's the crux. The crux of the issue is whether or not those alternate electors were fraudulent. Okay.
No, that's not. It doesn't matter.
That's the whole. No, the January 6th case is all about fraud. When it comes to those electors, it's fraud.
You're focusing on this claim of like, well, is it fake if everyone knows it's fake? I don't care whatever you call it.
Well, no. Now you're saying you don't care. But what's the indictment?
Yeah, okay. I'm telling you from my argument, right? To me, it's a waste of time to argue about whether you want to call them fake electors or not. What matters is we have a piece of paper that everyone knows is not the state legislature's slate of electors, and they want to use this as a justification to get the vice president to throw out 7 states' votes. Mm-hmm. And that is a morally reprehensible action.
Fair enough.
Okay.
That's not the issue here. The issue is whether or not there were fake electors and Trump committed fraud. That's what the January 6th case is about. If you want to say, oh, they were fake electors and blah 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 blah, etc., then fine, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, everybody can have their opinion on the moral reprehensibility of what Trump did on January 6th, which mostly I agree with you. However, I think the claim that they were fake electors is not true. That it was an insurrection is probably not true. Just because they were, if Trump would have succeeded, he would have had the, sign off of Congress, right? So the Senate through Mike Pence, the House of Representatives would have had to vote on it. It would have definitely went to the Supreme Court. So for him to succeed, the Supreme Court would have had to sign off on it. So he would have had the full legitimacy of the government behind him. So to call it an insurrection, I don't know how you insurrect by petitioning your government. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, okay. Well, there's 2 things. So you agree? It sounds like you agree that trying to use this alternate slate, whatever you want to call it, of electors.
No, here's
to get Pence to throw out the vote is wrong.
I'll straight out
right?
tell you
You
what my
agree that
position
that's
on
wrong.
it. I don't think it was right to, I think the consequences of him challenging the election in this way would have been, I can't really overstate how severely damaging to the country it would have been. The aftermath of Pence putting aside those votes, I mean, I just can't even imagine what kind of chaos would happen in the country without it. So that's why I think it's wrong. Now, the problem is, I think Trump legitimately, and this is, you can disagree, but I think Trump legitimately believes that the Democrats did some shady shit to like steal the election from him. I think he actually believes this. And if you were to actually believe this, I think you would act in the same way. I mean, I'm not sure, but if Trump succeeded,
I wouldn't act in the same way.
The Democrats, like many of them, legitimately believe that Trump is a neo-Nazi. Does that condone their behavior?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, look, I think they're wrong. I think they're delusional. I don't think Trump is a neo-Nazi.
Like what behavior
but
are you talking
they
about?
legitimately believe that Trump is a neo-Nazi, a threat to...
So if somebody legitimately believed that Trump was a neo-Nazi, okay, what behavior am I legitimizing?
Well,
should they be able to use, unjust lawfare to go after Trump?
Should they be able to lie about him in the media? Should they be able to all of the things that they're doing that I think are wrong for them to do, because I think delusional.
I just admitted that morally, whether or not it was right for Trump to do this, I think it was not right for Trump to do this. Now, the Democrats can lie without, lie with abandon without getting, charged in a criminal court. All right. They can lie all they want to, and they're legally immune to any repercussions. Okay. So yes, they can lie because they think.
I think the question was, the reason Adam asked the question was because it sounded like, and I don't know if this was your position.
Delusionalism isn't a self-defense.
Yeah, it sounded like you're saying, I agree with you. I think Trump honestly deluded himself into thinking he won the election and that the Democrats stole it, but that doesn't justify anything he did at all.
I'm not justifying it. The contention here is whether or not those electors were fake. That's what my contention is.
But
that's it.
So, but if you agree that the action is morally wrong, why does it matter whether we classify the electors fake or not?
Because I don't like Adam, I have a version of lying just because I disagree with that an action was taken. Just because an action was taken, it doesn't mean that I have the right to just say anything I want about it now to make it worse than it actually is.
But what? Okay, so how
are
would
you saying that
if you're not going to call
is incendiary? Is that what you're saying? That calling them fake is incendiary?
People are saying, yeah. So here's what I believe about the whole situation. So people are saying that Donald Trump was one step away from taking our democracy from us. When I think that
he was like 3 steps away.
I was going to say 3 steps. Huh?
Yeah.
Like
I think there's nothing further from the truth. I think Trump tried to get the election challenged, and he failed at every step. He didn't even get halfway. He didn't get anywhere. He got rejected at every single attempt. He made it nowhere in trying to challenge that election. In order for him to get there, he would have had to get through at least 4 or 5. He wasn't 3 steps away. He was many, 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 many steps away. Even that Eastman memo is the most complicated thing you've ever. That's not the most complicated thing we've ever read, but you know what I'm trying to say. I'm overstating it, but it's the most cockamamie, weird thing, and Trump was just trying anything he could to get the election challenged.
Well,
now
it's 3 steps because if Pence did it, that's step 1. If the Congress went along with that, step 2. And if the Supreme Court went along with it, step 3.
Step 3. Well, those are big steps.
That's 3 steps.
I was right. 3 steps.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'll acknowledge that 3 steps, but those 3 steps, none of them were.
Would ever happen? I do think there's some merit to that argument, but
well,
I think
we don't know because Pence, the first step failed because Pence did his patriotic duty
they,
and he was chastised by the Republican Party for doing that.
Well, here's the thing. So it was
and the level of risk
after Trump tried to do this, they amended the Electoral Count Act. So in a way, so now it definitely can't happen, okay? Because they made it clear. But just in the fact that they had to do that means that at least it was plausible, okay? Now,
well, no one had thought that this was a thing for 200 years, so I don't think that's plausibility.
Just because it's new doesn't make it unplausible.
Wow, what a progressive.
I'm not on the right. That's not an insult to me.
Okay.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the attempt to throw Trump off the ballots was a new thing. Nobody had ever done that before.
Sure.
Nobody throws, I mean, I guess I take that back. People do throw shade on that attempt, but it was a legitimate attempt. Yeah, no, I know people do, but it was a legitimate attempt to, if you believe that Trump is an insurrectionist and tried to overthrow his own government, which I don't know how he would actually do, then that was a reasonable attempt to make, and it was legitimized. But that got further than Trump did, because at least there, the lower courts, sided with the people who wanted to kick him off the Colorado ballot.
Well,
am I correct?
Some of Trump's cases did go to the Supreme Court. I mean, they turned
Which
it down.
Ones? For January 6th?
Well, not the January 6th, the claims about election shenanigans. The Texas suing Pennsylvania one did go to the Supreme Court. They didn't hear it. They said, we're not hearing this. This is stupid.
Was that Trump's case?
It was about, I don't know if Trump was on it. It was about the election, claiming there was election fraud in that state.
Look, what Texas did, I don't know who initiated that lawsuit for Texas and Pennsylvania. I don't know how it got.
I think it was the Texas Attorney General or something. But
I mean, that's a legitimate lawsuit, is it not?
Well, the Supreme Court said it wasn't.
Well, so they lost, right, at the bottom, right? They appealed.
Yeah, they lost. Well,
they
Supreme Court's
lost
the top,
right.
but I see what you're saying. Yeah, sure.
Right. So they lost at every step. The people who tried to get them off the balance didn't lose at every step.
No, that's true.
All right. So here's the question. So people are saying that Trump tried to be king or whatever the case may be. How? I mean, I just don't think it's okay to lie because you think something was horrible. You get what I'm saying? And to make it the worst thing that you can possibly imagine it to be. I think that's incorrect.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree completely. You shouldn't lie. But going back to the fake electors thing, I don't see how it's a lie if you have, I agree, I've seen them. They don't have a government seal on them, but they do have language that does say that they are authorized by the state to be the electors of the state, which they don't,
but you
forged, right?
But
and they are giving it to the vice president. Wait. They are giving it to the vice
definition.
They are giving it to the vice president with the intention that he is going to pretend that they are legitimate.
No.
Yes.
That's not. No. He's giving it to.
Technically, he wouldn't pretend that they were legitimate because he'd say there's a conflict. He would pretend that the other ones were illegitimate.
Well, no, he could pretend they're both legitimate. That's why.
No. Then he's not pretending they're legitimate because at the end of the memo, they're sending the other electors back to the state to get legitimized. Okay, nobody thinks. What is it wanted? I thought we just read it, but I don't know. Maybe I was incorrect.
He said what he was hoping was that if Pence did this action, that the state legislatures from those states would pick up the phone and say, "We've decided on January 6th that we support the alternate state of electors." That's what he was hoping would happen.
Well, I don't know. I felt like
which would be a violation of the
they
law
were going to send it back to get. signed by the governor and actually
Well, there was no
certified
time.
by
It
the
was
state.
well, no, because remember his plan.
No, what
was
was in the memo? That's what I'm saying.
I'll read it.
I don't
His
care about
plan.
the time. Was yeah.
I'll read it. His plan was, let's see. He announces disputes in 7 states. Okay. He initially says Donald Trump wins. Then he expects that the Democrats say, no, you need 270 votes to win. He doesn't win. Pence says, fine, pursuant to the 12th Amendment, no candidate has achieved the majority. That sends the matter to the House of Representatives, where they take the vote and they declare that day that Donald Trump wins.
Keep going.
Assuming Electoral Count Act, and then it said after that, it said one last piece, assuming the Electoral Count Act process is followed, upon getting objections to the Arizona slates, the 2 houses break into their separate chambers. We should not allow the Electoral Count Act constraints on debate to control. That would mean prior to legislation was determining the rules of the present one a constitutional no-no. Someone like Ted Cruz or Rand Paul should demand normal rules, which includes a filibuster. That creates a stalemate that would give the state legislatures more time to weigh in to formally support the alternative slate of electors if they had not done so already.
Good. See?
That doesn't say what you said it says. That says what I said it says.
You can't have the vice president Jedi mind trick himself into thinking that the alternate slate of electors were quote unquote real, and then say that, oh, we need to, if they haven't, then say that we need to go send the alternate slate back for certification. That doesn't make any sense.
No.
It's
That's not what I'm
logically
saying.
inconsistent.
No. That's not what I'm saying that the plan was. The plan was, okay, that he's claiming, based on his reading of the law, that the vice president has some kind of authority to look at multiple slates of electors and make some kind of determination about the validity of them or not. And so using that logic, they're going to give him a slate of electors that everyone in the entire world knows are not legitimate, and Pence is going to look at it and pretend that there is an ongoing legal dispute in the states when there is not. And that justifies him throwing out the legitimate slate of electors.
All right. The legitimate slate of electors, okay? I'm not even sure they need to be there, okay?
What do you mean?
Well, the idea
in
is
today's
that,
modern time, we all know who everyone voted for, if that's what you mean. Sure.
No. The idea is that the vice president has the ability, he doesn't have to see a slate of alternate electors. He can say, like, look, these are illegitimate because of this, that, and the third reason, okay? He can make up any reason. Under this theory, he can make up any reason he wants to declare, a slate that he receives invalid or under dispute or whatever, and throw it to the side.
Okay.
All right. So it's not that he sees the slate of quote unquote fake electors that he thinks is real. He doesn't think they're real. Nobody's asking him to think they're real. Okay. That's just a reasoning to say,
he was using it as an excuse to do an action.
As evidence that there's a dispute in the state about who won, and that there's legal challenges, that these people are trying to get certified. That's all there is.
No, that's not all there is.
All right, so we disagree on that, but that's the argument.
He believes that the vice president has the authority, the legal authority, to throw away a state's votes. Okay, we agree on that, right? Okay,
yeah, we agree with that.
All right. So then they have a slate of electors that are completely not certified. Okay, so we agree that this uncertified slate of electors is the same legitimacy as a dog turd. It doesn't mean anything, right?
It doesn't mean it's not certified, correct?
Okay, but they wanted that to exist as an excuse for the vice president to use his power to throw out the legitimate slate of electors, right? That was the idea.
No, the idea is to say, like, look, there's a dispute as to whether these, these electors should be certified or challenged in court, which is ridiculous if Eastman had no theory as to how to get over the safe harbor provision and all those dates. I don't know how he planned to get over that. Which
his argument for that was that his argument was that the Electoral Count Act was unconstitutional.
No. Do we know that the Safe Harbor Act is in the Electoral Count Act?
I don't know. Oh wait, let me look. I don't know how to answer that question. Yes, it is. It is in the electoral
It
count.
is.
Yes.
All right. So he's saying that the whole electoral count is unconstitutional. So there can be a dispute up until the point where the electoral counts are certified by, I guess, the Senate in this case. There can be a dispute up until the point where the electoral counts are certified by the Senate. So if the vice president if he has this more than a ministerial role, more than just, he just simply looks at the counts, the votes, and counts it. If he does have this power to determine whether or not he needs to count these votes or not, then, the alternate slate of electors are there, but he doesn't even necessarily need them. But
he might not. Yeah.
Nobody,
right. It's nobody, just an excuse.
It's right. But nobody's saying that those are the real electors from the state. It's just evidence that there is a dispute about which electors should be counted, whatever the case may be, and so he's not counting them. That's it. Yeah, that's all. There's no fraud.
Okay. No, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't care about calling it fraud. There's a piece of paper that they're trying to use as a justification for an action, even if they say that they think Pence has a justification to do it without the piece of paper, they still created the piece of paper. They think that gives them a justification for the action.
I will call it a truce if you no longer call it fake electors.
What should I call it? What would be a better term to describe this?
You can call it like an election overturn scheme or election challenge scheme, whatever you want to call it, but not
a coup scheme. Can I call it the coup scheme? The Donald Trump coup scheme?
How it was a coup scheme? I don't know if it was a coup.
Sitch, if they just let the alternate electors die, they don't actually try to use them, would you still call them fake electors? Wouldn't they just be more like void electors?
Well, it's interesting. You're making a very specific argument that I haven't really heard anyone make, which is that you agree that the action is wrong and horrible when have a horrible outcome for the country, but you just have a specific qualm about it being described as fake for the specific legal case of saying that Trump should be
it's for the same reason why I disagree. Right. Yes, it's basically.
Are you talking about my argument or his argument? Which one are you?
I'm talking about Neocon's Sitch's argument.
Okay, go ahead.
I think it's incorrect for you to call it fake because it's just not true. They're not fake. Nobody intended somebody to, mistake them for the real certified elector slate from the state. Okay. I disagree with it being called a coup because of the fact that he was trying to do it legally. Okay. If he would have got through those 3 steps, which we counted so accurately before, if he would have gotten through those 3 steps, his challenge of election would have been totally legal. Okay. Because those are the legal mechanisms that our Constitution provides. Okay. So it was not a coup. You can't petition your judgment. You can't petition your government for a coup. It wasn't a coup in any sense of the word. It wasn't even an insurrection because you're appealing to the authority of the government as they thought was provided by, as at least Eastman thought was provided by the Constitution.
So according to Dev, he found this term, which I looked up. There's a thing called a constitutional coup. Okay. And this occurs according to Wikipedia. A constitutional coup occurs when a person or group seizes political power in a way consistent with their country's constitution as opposed to a traditional violent coup, often by exploiting loopholes or ambiguities in said constitution, which this would be doing. It'd be exploiting an ambiguous statement in the law that Eastman is saying gives the vice president this power. So it'd be a constitutional coup by...
Read that definition again.
Constitutional coup occurs when a person or group seizes political power in a way consistent with their country's constitution, as opposed to a traditionally violent coup, often by exploiting loopholes or ambiguities in said constitutions.
Oh, okay.
Constitutional coups often involve willing and participatory parliaments, and changes to term limits are often accompanied by other constitutional changes, which are meant to weaken political opposition and ensure electoral victories.
Well, to me, all right, there's 2 things, okay? To me, this sounds a lot like, stochastic terrorism, right? As in, you're borrowing a term like coup or terrorism to describe something that's not a coup or terrorism and make it morally the same, even though I think, it's close, but it's not exactly like Trump marching into the Senate and, threatening to blow away any senator that doesn't, count the votes the way he wants. Okay. Like, that's a coup. That's completely different than somebody, quote unquote, I mean, especially in this case. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what other situations are determined to be a constitutional coup. To me, that's an oxymoron, right? How do you, I don't think you can have, if there's a loophole in the Constitution or whatever the case may be, I don't really get how you can have a constitutional coup. Like, I don't get that.
Well, because it's a loophole or ambiguity, because obviously I think it's fair that we'd all agree that our founding fathers or whoever existed back in the 1800s, hold on, let me finish. In the 1800s, when they wrote this law, when our country and these people were very afraid of a king and executive overreach, that none of them ever wrote this law with any intention that the vice president would have the power or authority to throw out entire states' votes.
Correct. I agree with that. However,
okay, so that's why it's a loophole or an ambiguity.
Wait. Now you gotta let me fit. Now you gotta let me finish.
Go.
All right. In our Constitution, we have a separate branch of government, which is unlike other constitutions with parliaments or whatever. We have a separate branch of government that settles those constitutional disputes where loopholes exist. It's called the Supreme Court. Now, if the Supreme Court ruled that Eastman's memo, as harebrained as it was accurate, a lot of people thought that Trump had no presidential immunity, thought it was a ridiculous concept until the, Supreme Court said, he does have some immunity in some cases. Now, if it did go to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court decided that, blah, 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 whatever, there was some validity to Eastman's memo, then I don't understand how you can call that a constitutional coup when the Constitution is acting, is being used as it was intended. The Supreme Court is supposed to settle these disputes.
Well, okay,
let's
like game it out here. So let's say, they have the Eastman memo, Pence goes through with it, the state legislature, the House goes through it, right? They say Donald Trump is the president. So obviously this goes to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court rules 6-3, completely along party lines. Let's say 5-4. Okay, we'll say Roberts goes to the Democrats. 5-4. Donald Trump is president. That the vice president actually does have this power, and that the Electoral Count Act is unconstitutional. Okay, so Donald Trump is now president, and so now we say, what does the country look like now? Well, there's a sudden realization dawns on the Republicans, and it's this. We now have a situation where the vice president has just been determined by the Supreme Court to have the power and authority to throw out any state's votes for president that they don't like. Okay. Once that is the power granted to the vice presidency, the Democrats can never, ever, 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 ever win a president election ever after that moment. It's 100% true, because all you have is that the Republican vice president now throws out the Democrat votes, and a Republican wins the presidency again and again, every time. And the only recourse for the Democrats at that point is literal violence. And that's why I would call it a coup.
All right. I applaud you. That was great.
Thank you.
Okay. However, it would not have been a coup. Okay. We still have elections, and you're saying that they would throw them out. How are you going to throw out? You're going to throw out all the elections for the senators as well, right? How are you going to do that?
He counts the votes.
The vice president counts the votes for appointments.
Well, I guess it would just be for the president, is what I was referring to. It would just be for the presidency.
Well, no, but you have to,
for the Senate, yeah.
Well, you gotta have buy off by the House, right? The House is directly elected, right?
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong about that?
No.
All right. Does the vice president control the votes for?
I mean, we're getting into crazy town here. So look, it's just going to be a Republican president forever and ever, and we're just going to keep on moving on.
The argument is not. The only way the presidency would be non-Republican president is if the Democrats have to literally win the House too to prevent this action. That's
Correct.
the only way, right?
Yeah.
And so now we have a fucked up system where the presidency actually doesn't matter. Whoever wins the House wins the presidency.
You're assuming
This is
no,
a crazy reality here, Sitch.
He sold past the sale, right? He assumed that it would get, like we said, or we've already acknowledged that it didn't even get past the first step. He's
well, no,
that
you said what would you laid out a scenario where the Supreme Court agreed to it, and I said, okay, this is what it would look like. That's why I still say it was a coup.
You can't.
It definitely would be a coup at that point. I mean,
well, you can't see a coup is you seize power, like that power will be given to Trump. Okay, well, he's not seizing anything.
Well, no, I disagree. I think throwing out all these votes to declare yourself the president through a weird legal mechanism no one thought was possible is a coup. I don't know what you mean.
You just said declare yourself, okay? And no point on that is he declaring himself the president, okay?
Okay. Well, first of all, he wanted Pence to declare it, and then the Democrats would complain, and then it would go to the
House. He wanted Pence to declare it. He wanted Pence to declare it.
Okay.
He wanted the House to declare it, and then the Supreme Court to declare it.
Pence, as a surrogate of Trump, would declare it, and the House, as a surrogate of Trump,
would declare it. And so you're just saying that they would be controlled by Trump. Is that what you're?
I think they'd be controlled by their. They'd be controlled by their own fear.
They'd be controlled by Trump. So if we ever get to that situation where we have, I don't know, I forget how many members of Congress there, the House of Representatives, 200 some odd people who were.
There's 100.
100.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It would for the vote. It would be 50 because each state only gets one vote.
So you're saying the Senate votes on whether?
No. It's the House, but the House. It's like the House delegates it each. Okay.
Well, there's 200 members plus of the House. All right.
There's there's 454 or whatever 300. I don't know whatever the 400.
Whatever the number is.
Okay.
Whatever
each one gets one vote in this potential process.
I think it's like 538 actually. Now I think about it, but I don't know. Whatever the number is. All right.
Yeah.
They would have to be all, enthralled to Trump, and you'd have to have the Supreme Court, who has lifetime, appointments specifically for this reason, to be all enthralled to Trump. Okay, it's just not a situation that's in reality, and no point of that is Trump declaring himself anything. He's not seizing anything. He's being given it.
Yeah, but okay? If Trump does this weird legal mechanism that we all agree sounds like utter bullshit, and the Republican Party goes along with it. That's a coup. I don't know why we're quibbling over the words here.
No, the word's legitimacy. Okay, if you get the Republican Party or Congress in this case to sign off on it, then it's legitimate. That's all there is. Unless
I don't agree with you. I think
look up the definition of legitimacy. I mean, that's
because I just laid out. You're creating a situation where the president winning the presidency literally doesn't matter. All that matters is winning the House.
I disagree. I disagree with you on that categorically. I think you're 100%
incorrect. As long as the vice president has the power to throw votes out to turn it over to the House of Representatives, then that's just the nature of the claim.
No, it's not.
How so?
Announced that has to go to the Supreme Court as well.
No. Once the Supreme Court, I'm saying in the scenario that you laid out, if the Supreme Court agrees that the vice president has this power, okay, the Democrats can never win the presidency unless they win the House.
I don't agree with. I don't think that follows. I think
how could they win?
You leaped over a few sets.
How could they win?
Either they could. How could they win?
Yeah.
All they need to do is have the House not say that vote on it, send it back to the states, whatever. Of course they win. Look, we've already had elections that were disputed and then went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, just said, "Oh, Trump, not Trump, but Bush won."
Bush won.
Right,
yeah.
Bush won. All right. We had elections after that. Every election after that didn't go to the Supreme Court and say, "Look."
No. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, I'm saying if the Supreme Court says...
All right, let me ask you a question.
Wait, let me just lay out what I'm saying. If the Supreme Court says that the vice president has the power to throw out any state's slate of electors for any reason, okay, then what that means is that whoever the vice president is currently is obviously going to do that action to make sure that their party maintains power.
Sounds like a real good reason not to rule that way.
I agree. I 100% agree, but that's why I'm saying in the
you're
hypothetical, if the Supreme Court did rule in that
you're
way,
the one talking about
this is what creates the problem. That's why it would be a coup.
No, it's not a coup.
Okay.
It's not a coup.
Okay.
In any way.
I don't know why. I don't think that's founded, but okay. Anyway.
Attempted coup. Right.
Attempted coup?
Failed coup.
Failed coup.
I just don't, it's a legal theory. It was a dumb legal theory. Was it a coup? No. He tried to do it legitimately, even though he was incorrect about that. Bit of pleasure talking to you guys. Big fan.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks.
Love the show, and hopefully get to argue with you guys again.
There you go. Thanks for coming on. Listen,
show.
Neocon Sitch picked up the gauntlet, unlike some of you cowards in chat. Okay.
Yeah, of course. It was great.
Look at this. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming on. Sitch will from now on say alternate slate of electors. It's been
now I'm still gonna call them fake electors. I'm gonna trigger you. Fake electors. Forever.
All right. Everybody knows what the deal is. All right. Talk to you guys.
All right, take care.
Later.
Okay.
I mean, I just say alternate slate of electors to trigger the other people. Like, I know you trigger people when you say fake electors, and I say alternate electors to trigger the other people.
Right.
Or like, it's a fake set. Like, it just gets everyone going, Sitch. It's great.
I mean, I think if we're getting into sort of, as I get, again, I don't want to like do the Sitch's law arguing about like what label should we call this action, fake or coup or whatever. I mean, if we agree that this is an immoral action that causes a lot of problems in our society, I don't really call whatever you want at that point. But
yeah. Call it terrible.
Yeah.
Chaotic. Society ending.
Where were we?
Destructive. Caustic.
Strain, you can come on if you want. I sent Strain the link.
Okay.
Right.
Do you get what I was saying about how, like, if the alternate, I mean, a huge part of this is that they tried to use the alternate slate of electors. Like, if the alternate slate of electors just becomes void and nobody, like, there is no pressure on Pence on January 6th, there's no rally or anything like that. And Donald Trump loses his court cases and the alternate slate of electors just becomes void. It's not as big a deal, right?
What do you mean? Oh, like if they, well, again, as I said, like whenever I've talked about this, if they created that slate just for the Dershowitz,
argument, exactly.
Just to exist to challenge these things before the deadline, and then the deadline occurs,
and they become
and then
void.
they become void. They throw them in the trash can. No one cares. Then no one cares. That's fine. That's what happened with the JFK, ones, and then there wouldn't be this issue.
This is the wiggle room for people. This is a wiggle room because the hint of truth here is that yes, this happens and the electors become void, right? But I just think as soon as some dude tries to hand those electors to Pence, like then it becomes like a fake elector situation. Sure, they're an alternate slate of electors until actually after Safe Harbor Day, they become like as soon as they don't go in the trash, they become a fake set of electors, right?
Right. Well, I think as soon as you try to use them for some purpose, in my mind, they become fake.
Okay. Well, that's what I was saying.
I mean, I think there's the argument that technically them just existing, claiming that they have the authority of the state when they don't, is the fake element of it. And I think that's like one of those things that's technically true, but I don't think you would get charged if you just threw them in the trash and, you know, you didn't do anything with them.
Yeah. It's actually using them.
Right. It's attempting to accomplish this goal with them, yeah.
Now, did they come up with this game plan before they even created the electors? Because that's some pretty powerful evidence that they...
I don't know the answer to that question. And that is a very good question in terms of the motivation for doing it.
Right, exactly.
Right.
If they have the game plan, they're like, okay, well, we need to come up with a slate of electors. Like if they just came up with a slate of electors because they thought they were going to win their court cases and stuff like that, you're like, okay. You know, they're running the ball a little bit down the field, but they don't really, it's not really dishonest intent here. But as soon as they're like, okay, well, we lost all our cases. What if we use these alternate electors that we just so happen to have here that we created with the best of intentions, right? I got this gun simply for self-defense, but there's a liquor store across the street, right?
Right.
So, yeah. I don't know. It's funny to me that people, because this is totally word thinking. And I do think most people are word thinkers, unfortunately. But this is why they argue over the word. They're like, alternate slate of electors, bitch. Fake slate of electors, bitch.
I think Neocon Sitch was arguing over the word fake because he's arguing it from the context of the specific case in Georgia is claiming that they're fraudulent and forged documents.
Right.
And so if they're not fraudulent from that legal perspective, I mean, you could still say that the action is wrong, but you know, then there's not really a case, at least the Georgia case, there's no Georgia case against Trump at that point. So it is an important distinction to make in terms of that. I don't care in terms of what I'm arguing. I don't really care about that. You know, if the people that were making the argument were making that argument, okay. I mean, at least there'd be ground to them. There'd be an acknowledgement that trying to do this scheme in the first place was morally wrong, right? And then we could argue about what to call it later. So I sent you. I don't know if you saw. I sent you
in the chat says, Adam, the court cases were not all lost. What?
Okay, but anyway, Strain, I sent you a link. I don't know if you saw. If you want to come on, that's fine. There's also someone else was I might send the link to. So
do it up. I don't care.
I want to give Strain a chance to respond. So we can do like one at a time.
Is he the one that was going crazy in the chat?
No. Person that was going crazy in the chat didn't say anything. So.
You should just, I mean, I don't see why you just don't go full audience capture and just grift. Why don't you just like say,
I mean,
oh,
it
yeah,
would be
they were.
Easier. It would be nicer. Yeah.
I mean, you know all the details.
That's true. That's true.
Look, how many super chats will you guys throw at us to actually get Sitch to grift? Yeah.
Right.
Is that like
how
if
much
we can
money?
Get $2,000 in super chats, Sitch will come out in favor of we'll say alternate electors from now.
It was a totally legal thing. Yeah, it's totally great. Wonderful.
I doubt. Look, that's not going to happen. Don't super chat. Expect
you don't know. Listen, you guys don't know. You don't know. Listen.
Look, I think it's a bit dishonest to look. I know Sitch is not going to do that. I think it's a bit dishonest to imply that he might. But I'm conflicted because if you guys are literally paying him to be dishonest, then aren't you guys the bad guys and you should lose your money?
Exactly. There you go. Look, that's a good, juicy rationalization.
Look, I am morally conflicted here, Sitch, and I am. It's just great that I'm morally conflicted in a way that earns us money.
Mm-hmm.
It's always good. Hilarious. Did you see the Hugh Jackman did this Wolverine Deadpool meme The number one movie meme?
Mm-hmm. No.
Oh,
What was
okay.
it?
Hugh Jackman is like looking lovingly at a picture frame that says number one movie in the world, but it's like a meme. I think it was a meme in the comic. Here, I'll send it to you. Anyway, are we waiting for people? Is that what's going on? Do you want to go back to the video? Are we ever going to go back to the video? I feel like we should.
I didn't think we were just going to watch the Mehdi Hassan part, I thought.
Okay, perfect. I'll take it down. Nice.
Let's see.
What is the meme? Was this in the comic? And I never read the X-Men comic, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, there's a picture. There's like a famous meme of like Wolverine looking at a picture of Jean Grey.
Oh, okay.
So that's the.
He did the meme.
He did the meme, yeah.
But it's not looking at Jean Grey. Yeah, they had a spicy love affair. Wolverine and Jean Grey, even though Jean Grey was really.
Well, they didn't. That was the thing. It was she was in love. She was with Cyclops. But
Yeah.
He always had feelings for her.
Was she married to Cyclops, or were they just?
Yes,
Okay.
they were married. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you had your love triangle.
They just had the feelings.
They just had the feelings, right?
Jean Grey turned bad though, so I mean, she could have.
That's true.
Acted on those evil feelings of hers.
She
right?
could have had both. She could have been like, I'm a queen and I have two husbands.
Yeah.
Right.
Of course. I mean, but Wolverine and Cyclops could have just fought to the death.
Right.
You're gonna leave? Okay. I'll read some super jets.
I gave someone else the link. I'm gonna give them a couple minutes to respond. If they don't, then there's one other person that DM me. And I'll throw them the link if this person doesn't respond. So
I mean, you could send both people the link and I could just enable the waiting room and whoever gets here first can comes on.
Sure. Okay, you do that. I'll send them both the link.
There you go. And then we can just move on. They get here or not.
All right. Fondue for Jura says, why is it okay for Pisco? Why is it okay for Pisco allowed to do blackface?
It's not. That's horrible. I can't believe Pisco's doing
blackface.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Pisco's doing blackface now?
What a racist.
Yeah. Evil.
What a bigot.
Bigot.
CT for 5 Canadian. Hey, CT says, fun fact, Piers Morgan won Celebrity Apprentice. It was a good season, and my point is Piers knows Trump better than this random.
Wow. I didn't even know he was on Celebrity Apprentice. Hilarious.
Wow.
That's funny. I never watched that show.
I love that show. My God.
Celebrity Apprentice, really?
Yeah, that show was great.
I liked The Apprentice. I watched like a couple seasons of that. But
Normal Apprentice sucked. Celebrity Apprentice was where it was at.
That was where it was at?
Yeah.
Didn't they have Gary Busey on there? Wasn't he one of the crazy people?
That was a great season. Yeah.
Yeah. He just looks crazy.
I mean, he looks crazy. He is crazy.
Right, yeah. He's got the look down.
He does. That was a good season. Let's say Celebrity Apprentice.
Maybe I'll watch it.
Who else? I mean,
wonder if it's on Netflix.
Ancient, you know.
Yeah, but look, I haven't seen it, so I don't know the drama.
True.
Who cares?
Let's see. Was that the seat? Let's say had. Is that the season with Penn Jillette? Oh no, it was a different season. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
There was one with Penn. No, he was on Celebrity Apprentice season 4. Oh, that's right. Meatloaf, John Rich, Marlene Matlin, Lil Jon, Star Jones, LaToya Jackson, Mark McGrath for Sugar Ray. Some people I don't know. Oh, Jose Canseco was on. That's right. Diane Warwick.
Isn't it Dionne Warwick?
Oh, you're right. Dionne Warwick.
Racist.
Also, another great show besides Celebrity Apprentice was The Surreal Life. Did you ever watch that? I love that show.
Yes. The Real Life. I did watch occasionally.
We had Vanilla Ice, the Flavor Flav season, where Flavor Flav fell in love with Bridget Nelson, and they had that weird romance show that I didn't watch because I fucking hate Flavor Flav.
The spin-off show, yeah.
Yeah, Flavor of Love. Oh my God.
Wasn't it just like The Odd Couple?
Yeah, it was. That was, Surreal was awesome. That's you had Eric Estrada was on that season with Ron Jeremy. Eric Estrada was like the chillest, coolest guy. I was like, this guy's awesome. Big
Yeah.
Eric Estrada fan. Oh no, he was on a different season, not the Flavor Flav season. Anyways.
All those VH1 shows. Is VH1 even around anymore?
Right. Yeah, I know did you see the weird Doctor Doom situation?
That's Tony Stark is going to become Doctor Doom.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Is he supposed to be like a clone of Tony Stark, or is he supposed to be a completely different guy who's just played by Robert Downey Jr., who's Doctor Doom?
I haven't seen the movie yet, so I don't know.
Well, the movie's not out yet. It was just like a reveal that he's going to be.
Have they even shot the movie?
No, I don't know.
Oh, Zach is here. You want me to let him in?
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Well, yeah, I don't know. So if anyone in chat knows, Robert Downey Jr. is playing Doctor Doom in some new Avengers movie. If you didn't know,
right?
So
is Marvel back?
I mean,
was Marvel saved
by Wolverine and Deadpool? I don't know if it was saved, but
is it Wolverine and Deadpool, or is it Deadpool and Wolverine?
Deadpool and Wolverine. Excuse me.
Look at you.
I know it's like this. It's like saying Adam and Sitch. It's just wrong, right?
No, it's right. I always see people saying Adam and Sitch, and I think I just snicker.
I guess people don't know this. Just Robert Downey Jr. was cast to play Doctor Doom in the new Avengers movie, where Doctor Doom will be the villain. It was announced at Comic-Con. Yeah. I don't know if that means it's supposed to be like a Tony Stark clone, or if it's just if Doctor Doom is just a completely different person, Tony Stark, that just happens to be played by Robert Downey Jr. and they're going to put like prosthetics on him or something.
Hopefully
it's a weird
they do
thing.
it right. Yeah.
Anyways. Okay. What's up, Zach? I see you're muted right now. I don't know if that was by choice or.
Oh. Okay. Is that working now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
What's up?
So I had DM'd you, Sitch, about the coup thing. I wanted to say, so first, like, I am just pretty appalled by, like, the January 6th situation. I think it was, like, honestly, one of the worst things to happen, like, in past 2000, honestly.
Wow.
However, the coup idea, I don't necessarily agree with.
Okay.
There is, what I was looking into is 18 U.S. Code 2385, which basically goes into, I bet you've actually read this.
Probably not.
Essentially how a coup takes place and what's defined by it. And it definitely includes violence and force as explicitly outlined. So I think that, to be honest, like it is getting kind of hung up in the minutia, because I see why you have no problem calling it that. I just think the last caller maybe had a point to where, like, if it is legally done, despite the laws being bullshit, it's hard for me to say it's a coup.
Well, I mean, I'm curious as to like the origin of this term constitutional coup. Obviously, if this was a term that was created specifically for January 6th, that's kind of like, okay, it's like kind of suspect, right? But if this is a term that's existed for hundreds of years, and you could say, oh, here's all these times in history where people have done these actions, then that would be different, right? Because I would assume it's not that unusual for someone to try to maintain power by using some kind of weird loophole and unintended consequence in the law, and then for whatever reason the parliament or the military goes along with it.
So do you think one of the things involved with that would be that, do you think that the protesters on the ground were involved in this plan?
No, I'm not planned to be involved. Well, I don't think Trump intended for the people to like go into the building. I think he wanted them to just exist outside as a show of electoral force, and that hoping that Pence would look at that and say, oh, if I want to be reelected, I should do this thing that Trump wants me to do.
I actually totally agree with that. I think that was I think that he didn't intend for people to go in, but I absolutely think that he wanted Pence to see, oh my God, look at all these people that want me to do this. Like,
right.
I should do it. I am looking a little bit more into that because I just read the statute. It wasn't, I know it's not like something that was put in for Trump. But I'm actually having trouble finding an exact date. But it essentially is the means that you would bring up charges against somebody to, get them imprisoned. Do you guys think that, from what I've seen, there was like some Proud Boys or whatever organization there that were thinking we're going to go in there and like overthrow the government? What I think is just ridiculous is that like they were anywhere close. Because I even heard Destiny talk about it, and it's like he thinks that they were one step, like they were like moments away from seizing power.
Like the people physically in the Capitol?
Yes.
Wow.
Like
I didn't hear that clip. Yeah.
And again, that's like newer. He didn't think this like a while ago. But as I've heard him talk recently, it's literally like he thinks like democracy almost fell that day because like they would have taken over the Capitol, they would have killed all the politicians, they would have inserted their own like
wow. Okay.
I don't know, man.
Stop laughing, Sitch. Come on.
Well,
it's
pretty funny.
It's interesting. I hadn't heard that clip. I don't know. I'd have to, yes. So if someone has that clip, send it to me. I'd be curious if that's the route he's gone down. That's unfortunate. But I'll hold off judgment till I hear exactly what he said.
So to get back to what I was saying, do you think that a coup then? And again, you can have a difference of opinion. Do you just mean colloquially that a coup doesn't need to involve violence? Everybody can go along with it, cooperatively. Like nothing has to take place where somebody is coerced via violence even.
Well, so using this term constitutional coup, I would want to see other examples of this behavior for me to like judge whether this is a legitimate term in my estimation. I want to see not only when did this term originate, but also other examples of things that are described as constitutional coups. And like, because again, if it's actually like happened a lot in history where people have used weird constitutional loopholes in a country's laws to basically overturn the country to become the dictator for life or to have a party basically maintain control of that country forever, then I'd be more inclined to say, okay, that's a fair definition. If it's not, if this is just something that just kind of existed recently and there's not really examples of it, then I'd be more inclined to be like, okay, it's not really a coup attempt. Maybe it's something horrible and bad, but maybe we should just have a different term for it.
What's funny is that one of the things I've heard described as a constitutional coup is the 2000 election, actually.
Really?
And that they were saying that there was lawyers behind the scenes trying to work this same angle. I remember even, and I was a kid then, I was like, I wasn't even old enough to like know what was going on at the time, but I heard about this years later. That was one of the criticisms like my parents had of Jeb Bush, funny enough, that he actually was saying they need to throw out these electors.
Wow, he said, I didn't remember that. I mean, obviously I was a child, but
I'm looking at it right now, actually. During the United States presidential election debacle in Florida, then Governor Jeb Bush called on the state legislature to simply ignore the contested vote and count Florida's electoral college votes to candidate George Bush.
Like
this is from Wikipedia, so okay, that could be
right.
A little bit twisting of his words because I haven't read an exact quote.
Sure. You have to see what the source was.
But I think that's fair that if you want this term, and it is a lot like the last guy was saying, stochastic terrorism, where like but I think stochastic terrorism is real though too. So if we want to create a new term that or go along with that, that's reasonable.
Right. Well, and also to be clear though, with the Jeb Bush situation, that never occurred. Even if he won it, that didn't actually occur because the Supreme Court said, to stop the count because it was unconstitutional or violated people's civil liberties. So.
Yes. What do you think about this, Adam? Are you with us?
The what? What is the
Calling
question?
it a coup or not?
Call it, yeah. And do you think
I
that
mean,
a
the
coup
constitutional coup is a good term, right?
Yeah.
I
I
think
Adam was
called
listening
it.
to the last 10 minutes.
I think I called it a bloodless coup at one time.
Okay.
I do think Trump tried to stay in power surreptitiously, which is what happens in a coup, right?
Yeah.
So
I think I can only imagine the harebrained lawyers he had and like behind the scenes working on this, because like the amount of stuff that I've read about this and how like he's been in business for so long, he knows how this works, and it's never ended up this bad for him. So he's probably listening to these lawyers just thinking, yeah, that sounds great. But that's not to absolve him of any guilt, because he obviously had to have known what he was doing was wrong, but he really believed there was a legal pathway to it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah. Have a
Cool.
good stream.
Thanks. Take care. Okay. There we go.
coup. The whole
this
coup
is-
language is just emotional manipulation, though. That's
true.
That's why I don't like it. Coup, insurrection, all that shit, emotional manipulation.
Right.
So
Right. It was maybe we should call it the Trump goofing of the floof. Trump tried to goof the floof of America. Trump's floof goofing. Goof
yeah.
goofing.
I mean, this is a tough one, but obviously people on the left will think everyone that voted for Trump in the primary knew that it was a coup and were okay with it.
No, but it's like nobody knows. No, it's like no one agrees. No one knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to imagine that if those people agreed that Trump committed a coup, that they would vote for him in the primary.
Mm-hmm.
I think the people that believe Trump committed a coup obviously voted against him in the primary. I mean, they seem like incompatible. Well, unless they're thinking, okay, well, yeah, a coup is good. They've been gaslit so hard on the Democrats that they just think Democrats are an existential threat.
Right. No, I think it's just not an agreement on terms of coup, fake electors, or whatever, or that it was even a bad thing.
There are certain people, though, that I do think, to them personally, Democrats are an existential threat.
Sure.
So, because of their policies or whatever. So those people I don't begrudge. Voting in their own interest, obviously.
Mm-hmm. So John Eastman actually, I'm not gonna read the whole thing too because it's kind of boring. John Eastman, if anyone's interested, actually wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal defending his argument that Pence had the power to throw out the votes. So if anyone wants to read
wasn't
that,
he facing legal ramifications? So obviously he's going to have to come up with some legal defense, right?
Well, he's facing legal ramifications in terms of, I believe, in terms of the Georgia case. I think it's, to my knowledge, that's the only, I don't think he's involved in any of the other cases besides the Georgia one. I think he was facing a disbarment hearing. I don't know if he ever was disbarred or not. So I don't know what happened to that. Anyways, the word you're looking for is cheated. It's not really cheating. I mean, it is, but it seems a little more substantial than that. Mega Mikey 75 for $10 says, imagine being a supporter for a party who votes for a candidate that wins a nomination, only for them to be replaced and nominated at the last minute by a person literally no one voted for, the DNC right now.
Oh, that's kind of like a coup, right, Sitch?
Stop it. Stop it.
Sitch
We're gonna quibble. If we're gonna quibble, well, if you're gonna say that the coup requires violence, obviously they can't apply violence.
Sitch and I literally argued for 30 minutes before the stream began.
I know.
Which was pretty hilarious, so. But it's all in good fun.
I know. Famalon for £2 says, it's funny that Destiny thought Mehdi Hassan did great here. He did?
What? Really? Oh my God.
Wow, that's shocking. Okay. Interesting. Radio Retro Future for £6, €6. Thank you. Says, while listening to this, I can't help but wonder, would they prefer Xi Jinping over Trump? Well, who's the they? I mean, I like Democrats. I think if you did a poll, the overwhelming majority of Democrats would prefer Donald Trump over Xi Jinping for president. At least I would hope. Christian Barr for $5 says, don't forget Maxine Waters literally called for the public to harass members of the Trump administration and anywhere they go. True. That did happen. That's a good point. Chaotic Intention for $10 says, reminded the boys scene of a race of superheroes can radicalize their viewers to shoot foreigners, yet calling Trump Hitler isn't the opposite of the same coin. Also true. Are you there, Adam?
I am. What's up? How's it going?
Just want to make sure you didn't disappear.
How's it going, bro? Ham?
Bro for $20 says, Adam, quote, the left aren't groomers, end quote, Chris Tyson, hold my beer, Mr. Beast, LOL.
Oh, no.
I don't think it's fair to label the entire left because of Chris
based
Tyson's
on one guy
situation. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just because one guy is a groomer doesn't mean the whole left is.
Whoa, Adam.
What do you mean?
Their name is Anna Chris Tyson. Okay. They're not one guy.
Mm-hmm.
They're one lady, one trans lady. Okay. Do not misgender Anna Chris Tyson, you bigot. How dare you? How dare you misgender this possible groomer? All right.
Look, I've always considered myself, I think women should have equal rights.
Yeah.
And I've noticed women often do call each other guy. Like they say, what do you guys want to do? So
look at this. Look at this. Oh, you're right. I said the name wrong. It was Ava, not Anna. So
I didn't mean anything incendiary by this. I was just talking about, the general guy, like one person.
Look at this biggie here.
Just because one guy.
Yeah.
Just because one guy is a groomer pedophile doesn't mean.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Doesn't mean that all guys.
Okay. Lives in Deswell. Yeah.
Is this person on the left or?
I don't know. I'm assuming, but I don't know.
Because they're a groomer? That's Sitch.
No, because they're trans, and not all trans people, obviously, but most trans people are generally on the left politically. So maybe it's unfair of me. But I haven't really followed any of the Ava Chris Mr. Beast drama at all. So I don't even have a strong opinion about whether they're a groomer or not.
Lucy Levenbuck says, just because one lady is a groomer, it doesn't sound right, does it?
There you go. I saw that Think Before You Sleep was tweeting a bunch about it. And he seemed to be on their groomer train, and he's usually pretty smart. So
yeah,
I'll just defer to him and say, I don't know. I'm not following the drama.
Like he's pretty smart.
He's pretty
I still
smart.
don't believe him.
I don't fucking know what's going on. Lives at Deswell specifically for $5 says, I'm annoyed that political commentators are paid millions of dollars to shout "no you" over each other rather than offer insight. I despise empty suits.
Yeah, me too.
True.
Perfectly said.
CJ46, thanks so much for $5 says, does Piers enjoy these arguments? I'd go insane if I had these yelling matches every show. So
he loves it.
If you view it as something that you care about from a seeking of truth perspective, it would probably make you insane. If you view it from the lens of this is good for my ratings, then you probably love it, right? There's a certain level of kayfabe that you engage in order to hype up the situation. So I don't know how Piers does it. I'm assuming the latter.
I love
it. Kevin Klissing, thanks so much for the 5 months. Isiad for $2 says, Margaret Sanger has said far worse. The left loves her.
Wow.
Okay. Savvy's Greek Feet, thanks for $2. Lethal Shanford Jar says El Chapo's hippos on the Rio Grande. Google those.
Oh, wow.
Wait, is it? Is that real?
Hippos on the Rio Grande. That's perfect. That would work.
What is this? Pablo Escobar's hippos, a growing problem.
Look at this. What? Look at this.
A herd of hippopotamus once owned by the late Colombian drug baron Pablo Escobar have been taking over the countryside near his former ranch, and no one quite knows what to do with them. It was 2007, 14 years after his death. Blah, 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 began phoning the Ministry of Environmental reporting sightings of a peculiar animal. They found a creature in the river they'd never seen before with small ears and a really big mouth. Jeez, people in 2007 in Mexico didn't know what a fucking hippopotamus was. They're like, what is this demon creature in the river? He went to look, and they found himself faced with the task of explaining to startled villagers that that this was an animal from Africa, a hippopotamus. The fishermen were all saying, how did it come there's a hippo here? Which is a good question. Blah, blah, blah.
That's great. See. Look at woodwork. Yeah, now you have to admit Trump was a genius.
No. This shows why this is a terrible idea. Pablo Escobar imported some hippos, not as border control, but just because he wanted it here. And then they got out, and there's like a big problem because they're not indigenous. So they're fucking hippopotamus.
Yeah, but it's working as border control.
I don't think it is. I think they're just causing general chaos.
This is proof of concept.
Is it?
Do you know what that is? Do you know what proof of concept is?
I do.
Have you heard that term before?
It's proof of concept to causing chaos, not to protecting the border.
Trump was ahead of his time.
Oh, here's another article about it. Colombia plans to send 70 cocaine hippos to India and Mexico.
My God.
Governor says.
It's genius.
Colombia plans to fly dozens of its cocaine hippos, the descendants of the drug trafficker Paul Escobar's private menagerie. Oh, they're not on cocaine. Okay, that changes everything.
They were purchased with cocaine money, obviously.
Look at this. This is primo clickbait, okay? Colombia plans to send 70 cocaine hippos to India and Mexico. So you're like, they're going to send hippos on cocaine.
Yeah.
Right?
What will they do on the flight over?
Yeah, exactly. But no, they're not on cocaine. So sad. To their new homes in India and Mexico in a bid to control the booming population, according to local governors. There are now between 130 and 160 of the hippos, according to the Colombian government. Blah, blah, blah. Why are they sending them to Mexico? Oh, why India and why Mexico? A total of 70 hippos are expected to be moved, with 60 going to India and 10 to Mexico. The goal was to take them to countries where these institutions had the capacity to receive them and to home them and to properly control their reproduction. Sending hippos back to their native land of Africa was not allowed. Sending hippos back to Africa was doing more harm than good for both the hippos themselves and the local ecosystem. Every time we move animals or plants from one place to another, we also move their pathogens, the bacteria, and their viruses. It could be bringing new diseases to Africa, not just for the hippos that are out in the wild, but new diseases for the entire African ecosystem. Oh, okay. Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah,
okay.
blah.
Oh, there you go. I guess India and Mexico have like zoos that can house these hippos or something. They're like, yeah, we got space for some hippos. Give us some fucking hippos.
Proof.
So there you go.
Of concept.
This is not proof of concept. It's the opposite. Stop saying that.
You've got a bunch of undocumented workers.
I thought you were going to say undocumented hippos.
You got a bunch of undocumented hippos.
Right.
Out there on the Rio Grande.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Okay.
No one will go. Everyone will be like, look, we can't cross the Rio Grande. There's too many hippos. They'll kill us. Best to go home and start our own capitalist utopia.
Okay. Pooey Wins. That's a gross name, but thank you for 15 months. I don't think I've ever seen that name before.
Pooey Wins. Okay.
Yeah. Did you change your Dave 15-month number? Didn't the shooter have the username Epic Microwave on Gab? He was posting pro-illegal immigration and pro-lockdown positions. If true, must be lefty. So that's the name. Yes, Epic Microwave is the name that Torba said the FBI was interested in looking at their post. That was the guy's name.
Hmm.
But we don't know if that was Crooks's account or not.
Maybe that was a girl he was trying to impress.
Maybe, or maybe it was a random person. Lives in Deswell specifically for $2 says border policy, release the cryptids at the border. There you go.
Release the cocaine hippos. What are you talking about?
Well, speaking of that,
solved.
CT for 2 Canadians says, haven't you seen Cocaine Bear? It's a good plan.
Yeah, look, Sitch.
There you go.
Got to think about this.
There you go. I don't think this is a good plan, Adam. It's a bad plan.
But you can't judge Trump as a fucking idiot because of this plan. That's a little bit far.
He denies all of a sudden he became redneck. He denies that he ever suggested this. Okay.
Trump denies that?
Yes.
He distanced himself from the smartest idea I've ever heard in politics.
Distanced himself from the putting animals in the water at the border plan, yes.
Oh. Does he say in the documentary that Trump denies this? I don't know why Trump would deny this.
His spokesperson said this was untrue.
Right.
And this is all nonsense.
Interesting.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, if the Trump shooter hypothetically was Republican who thought Trump was too soft, wouldn't that mean that Trump is a moderating influence and not the great Hitler? That is what that would mean if that was the case. It's true. It's a good point. That would actually also harm the people in the left's argument. So
Trump is a moderate.
Yep. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, one difference between the crazy left is that the left was bundling their, quote, the right are Nazis with the, quote, punch a Nazi rhetoric, which was heavily criticized in the latter 2010s. That is true. I remember making a video criticizing the punch a Nazi rhetoric for that exact reason. So,
right.
CT for 2 Canadian says, put Kevin McAllister in charge of the Rio Grande. Is that a good idea? Instead of animals, Adam, you could have like a Home Alone situation set up on like the border.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every person that comes in through Mexico legally, they have to survive a night. In order to become American citizens, they have to get through and successfully capture Kevin McAllister in his house.
When did Home Alone come out? I feel like it was
in the 90s.
I feel like it was 1,000 years ago.
Well, the 90s was a long time ago. 30 years ago.
All right. Nice.
Old School for $5 says, I'm starting a band called 10,000 Trump Gators. There you go.
Oh, that's great. Gonna really piss off that ex-head of Homeland Security.
Right.
He's gonna, every time he sees your band, he's gonna be like, damn it. He's gonna be triggered.
Spencer Harmon for $20. Thanks so much for the $20, Spencer. Says Dr. Jordan Peterson has been on fire the last few weeks to talk with Elon and then with Joe Rogan. They talked about how he's probably going to appear on Kill Tony this Monday. Jordan Peterson's going to be on Kill Tony? That's hilarious.
Wow.
I haven't watched his conversation with Elon or Joe Rogan, but I'll check it out. So,
I watched a little bit of it and I just...
Oh, you didn't like it?
I didn't like it, to be honest with you.
With who? With Rogan or Elon?
With Elon.
Okay.
I
just saw the one clip everyone was sending around about the trans stuff.
Oh, I did. I saw that. Yeah. But I just, he interrupts so much and I'm just like, I don't know. Let Elon talk.
That's bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, but I'm glad you enjoyed it, Spencer. Definitely.
Thank you so much for the $50. Says I did this for my final paper for Homeland Security. Wait, what? What does that mean? Your final paper for Homeland Security? Did you?
I don't know.
You have to write a paper to be in Homeland Security? I don't understand. 10 kiloton ground not air all along the border. Took 118 of them. Lethal rads for 10 miles into and out of the border for around the next 100 years. Bigger gets more, rads are wise.
What the fuck?
I don't know what the fuck.
Oh, thank you for the $50.
Oh, wait. Are you saying that you wrote a paper that there's an idea to drop a 10 kiloton nuke onto the ground along the border? It took 118 of them and it created lethal radiation for 10 miles in and out of the border for 100 years. Is that what you were saying? I don't think that's a good idea. I'm gonna be against
I got
the
you.
radiation wall idea of border control. So
at least with the gators, you can turn them into food, right?
I mean, I think you could just build a big wall and then end the ability to apply for asylum on the border. Okay, can we just do that?
Always with your political solutions.
I'm sorry,
Just trying to have some fun here.
Okay.
Make the world a more dangerous place.
Terrible. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says whiskey sour with egg white or nah.
Nah, none.
No, wow.
No egg white.
You don't like
Gross.
the egg white in your whiskey sour?
No. Ugh. Do
What
you?
a pussy you are.
Do you?
I've never had a whiskey sour. I'm just joking.
But do you eat raw eggs in your drinks?
No, that sounds raw. It's raw egg. That sounds disgusting.
Well, what do you think? You scramble an egg white and throw it in there in your drink?
Yeah, why not? You cook an egg white in there. Yeah.
Get out of here.
I like putting eggs on things is great, but obviously not raw. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
I never had a whiskey sour actually. There's not a lot of mixed drinks I drink. So besides like a margarita, I think it's like the only mixed drink I'd like drink regularly.
I try not to drink it all, but I made the mistake of getting one of those 4-packs of Guinness with the little nitrous ball in it. Oh my God, those are so good. Have you had those?
Not Guinness with the nitrous ball. I know what you're talking about.
They're like in a can. They have a little ping pong ball of nitrous in there.
Yes.
So when you open it, it bursts and nitrogenates the Guinness. So it is like the consistency of cream. It is so crazy.
I mean, that sounds pretty awesome.
It's so good. Yeah.
That makes me want to try it.
You should.
Yeah, I usually just drink margaritas or some kind of beer nowadays.
Margaritas? Oh my God.
Margaritas are amazing. Back in the day, I used to drink...
Margaritas are pretty good, but...
Yeah. Back in the day, I used to drink whiskey shots, but no longer.
I can't imagine, coming home and being like, I'm going to have a margarita. Like, margarita is the kind of drink someone offers to me at a party. They're like, would you like a margarita? You're like, okay, I'll have a margarita.
So here's my rules for being healthy, okay? When you're home, you should not drink soda or alcohol.
Yeah.
You only drink in home, you drink water, okay?
Yeah, that's
you drink water or coffee or tea, and that's about it. Maybe if you like to drink milk, if you can, I can drink milk, obviously. If you want to drink milk or orange juice or whatever, fine.
Half and half.
You probably shouldn't
the
drink
breakfast
half
of champions.
Yeah,
no, I love half and half.
Super fatty. So. You shouldn't drink half and half.
No, you should.
But yeah, save alcohol, save soda for like when you're out doing something. Okay, don't drink that stuff at home.
Unless some nitrogenated Guinness finds its way into your refrigerator mysteriously.
Well, I am curious to try that. That does sound interesting and tasty. So
I mean, you're not going to get that out at a bar.
Right. Well, you have to get a can, I guess, right?
It's like a weird can thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Thal says yes. It was for college for a Homeland Security degree.
Fascinating.
Is that a thing? I'm not even familiar. There's a degree in Homeland Security. I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay. That's cool, I guess.
Lethal rads for 10 miles.
Yeah.
I guess look, in like World War III type situation, I mean, why wouldn't we nuke the border, right? Keep everyone away.
Sure, if you were in that situation.
Look, we got 100 years to work it out.
Okay. That's like what you do when there's like monsters or robots at the border, right? And you have to prevent
alien invasion.
Yeah. Well, if they're aliens, they can fly, right? Doesn't matter.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Are they flying aliens or just?
They're just the walking aliens,
like tunneling aliens.
They're just the aliens, like in Signs. They just try to open your door.
Oh yeah.
Even though it's like those weren't aliens, they were demons, and no one realized that for like 20 years, and the fucking movie came out.
What?
It's all for. You didn't know that?
They were demons?
They weren't aliens. So in Signs, one of the big critiques in Signs was that they're like how these aliens come to a planet where they're killed by water, and they can't open doors. And it's like, yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And then there was like 20 years after this fucking movie came out, people were like, oh, they're not aliens, they're demons.
When it's like holy water or something?
Yeah, because remember she prayed over the water.
Oh,
that's why there's all that water around, because she would pray over it.
Oh, it's all holy water.
Yes, so it's not water, it's because it's holy water. Yeah.
Yes.
And then also there's something about like the crop circles or like demonic signs, and there's something where like there's demonic writing on one of them, or I don't know, there's something about it. And I was like, oh, that makes so much more sense. And it's funny because like you always talk about clarity in movies. And I was like, that's so unclear. Like the 99% of the population walked out of that movie like just thinking it was just a stupid plot hole. They didn't realize that these are supposed to be demons and not aliens.
Yeah, sad.
Yep.
Because I wasn't he had a crisis of faith too, so
it makes perfect sense with the theme of the movie. Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Right. Yes. Because it's all about a preacher who lost his faith when his wife died.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Thal for $20. Thanks so much. Thal says, Sitch, there's nothing performant about my stupidity. How dare you? How dare you? Well, I would never say you. Okay. So.
Oh, yeah.
An alien for 10 Aussie bucks says, I'm a bit behind, but in the first interview, the right-wing guy did disavow January 6th rhetoric and violence and pivoted. Adam was also on fire the other day on X about the DNC convention being undemocratic.
Hell yeah. Of course
Terrible.
I was.
Well, we don't live in a democracy. Why does it matter? It was a republic. It was within accordance of a constitutional republic, right?
What? Constitutional republic? It's a
Yeah.
Look, I'm a democracy person. Okay,
okay.
I actually believe in democracy.
Really? Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
You and Trump.
Yes, me and Trump. Trump took a bullet for democracy, and thank goodness I didn't have to.
Thal for another $20. Thank you, Thal. Says Sitch, you and Adam are the only. I don't know what this is. R.E. Ambersand 8. Reates? Reandates? Well, I don't know.
Distrust the media.
I think you meant to say you are the only retards I trust in the media. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate being trusted.
Oh, you can't say retards? Damn it.
Maybe.
I mean, I put retards in our poll. How is that even possible?
That's a good point.
I can say retards in our poll, but you can't super chat retards?
I know. Nothing. Life doesn't make sense. Okay.
I can't believe we got half of our audience to admit that they're retards.
I mean,
good for you.
Good for you guys admitting it, right?
If anyone can say the R slur, it's us, right? I mean, we technically are retards, so.
There you go. That's true. We're bringing it back. An alien for 2 Aussie bucks. Thank you. Says the left wing guy did do better rhetorically, though. That is true.
The left wing guy. Oh, is this in the fiery debate thing? This was like Hitch talking to Hitch.
Yes.
Okay.
No. I think it's in terms of what was his name? Luke talking to CJ.
Oh, in the debate. Gotcha.
Debate, yeah. I'm assuming that's what he's talking about. A neocon Sitch we just talked to for $10 says, what premises of the worldview do you Adam and Sitch have that your brain will break before accepting it to be incorrect, assuming you realize you're susceptible to this as well? No, that's a good question.
But someone else would have to point it out, right? I don't even.
Well, you either have to. It's kind of like something like what happened to Anna. Like she realized she was mistaken about Kyle Rittenhouse, but then also that got combined with her experiencing criminal activity that people like wouldn't acknowledge. Right?
Yeah.
So
I've already
had my worldview broken twice. So I don't think I'm super susceptible to that anymore. I guess the thing that would really break my worldview now would be if there was irrefutable proof that there was a deep state conspiracy to take out Donald Trump, to assassinate him, and that like there's some long the Secret Service and the government will in on it. Like that would be like pretty earth shattering to changing my worldview, I'd say.
That's good. Yeah. So I would be able to accept that pretty readily.
I mean, I would accept it. It just would completely change my worldview, would shatter my worldview.
Okay.
It would change fundamentally how I look at the world. Excuse me. Brian for $10 says, what would be the extreme, excuse me, what would be the extreme right element that would be ignored? I feel like the extreme right is easily understood and put aside. I don't think the same for the extreme left even now. Well, that's because the right doesn't really have control of things. So it's not, you're right, it's not an issue. If there was a shift so that the right became the mainstream in 10 years, that's when you would start to see some of these, the far right regions of the political spectrum. We see, the white nationalists, the monarchists, and sort of the post-liberal right. Then you start to see that stuff creep in, I think, and be ignored by the right the way the left is ignoring socialism.
Well, obviously there are different people all over the right. There are different people all over the left. The example that I see like being ignored is kind of the situation where we're always arguing about whether the Nazis are on the left or the right. Like a lot of people don't want to acknowledge that there's any racism on the right. So they basically don't want to categorize the Nazis as right wing. They want to categorize them as left wing. And I think it's to basically say racism isn't a essential component of the right.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a place. I do think look, it's especially in this environment, it's hard to say that racism is not ubiquitous on both the left and the right.
It is. It just manifests in different ways. Yeah.
Right. But I do think obviously the left and the right both want to ignore racism from their part, which I think is a good thing because we've reached a point where a lot of people find racism utterly detestable.
Mm-hmm.
But there are lots of racists on the right. So if you're living if your worldview is, well, I think there is a lot of racism that a lot of people on the right they don't want to categorize it as racism. I see that just time and time again. Sitch, I'm sure you see it too, right?
Well, I see like questionable things where like the people on the right are very burned out on accusations of racism because the left has cried wolf on it so much.
True. Yeah.
That
false accusations of racism.
Yeah. Right. So there are people on the right who are kind of saying things and they're questionable, but not exactly clear. Like not the Nick Fuenteses are very clearly white nationalists, but there's like people saying things that are sort of questionable about like, oh, was that supposed to be like a race thing? I can't really tell or not. And people on the right are very burned out about having a conversation or believing it's racist because the left has kind of beat that stick to death. So
right. Yeah.
So I don't know if that's like a good example of kind of what I'm talking about or what I meant earlier when I was saying like people being blind to the problems on their own side. Because I think that's caused by a different situation. I think it's caused because of the left's sort of overuse of the term. Like maybe like this hasn't quite happened yet. It hasn't materialized yet. But like, for example, the sort of like if the sort of post-liberal right gains more traction as like it sort of becomes more prominent as what if alt his thinks that they will, as it was sort of somewhat indicated by Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles in that conversation that we covered the first part of, then the backstage Daily Wire freedom conversation about is freedom really a value or not? Like to me, that's sort of more what I'm referring to when I talk about like the sort of things creeping in from the edges that the mainstream will ignore.
Oh yeah, that's a good point too. The whole is freedom actually good That's a good thing the right ignores it.
Right. Yeah.
It's weird to call libertarians right wing in that kind of context, isn't it?
Well, they're not. Well, this is why there's so much difficulty in the conversation. Because there's two flavors of libertarian in America. There's people that are libertarian because they believe that people should have the freedom to do actions as long as they're not harming other people. That's one flavor of libertarian. The other flavor of libertarian is the libertarian who thinks, I don't want the government telling me what to do because I don't agree with what the government is telling me to do. Right. But I have my own set of like very strong moral philosophies that I, want sort of communities to engage in and have, broader communal anti-individual control over each other.
That's more like an anti-government conservative, I think.
Right, which is very different from a libertarian. And these things get conflated very often because they have kind of a same goal of like limiting the government, but they want to limit the government for very different reasons. So
I have a tough time conceptualizing ethno-nationalism as anything but on the right. So.
Well, it's weird because you kind of get the Richard Spencer ethno-nationalism. He's like ethno-nationalist, but he's like a populist. He was anti-big corporation. He's kind of like ethno-nationalist, but wants, wealth redistribution, but just among white people.
Right.
So it's like this weird, like, you're like, oh, okay. Like if you're an ethno-nationalist socialist, like what is that? Where the fuck does that, put you on the spectrum? And I don't know, maybe that just puts you in your own magical category. So.
Yeah.
Lucifer, the domain for 5 Canadian says, quote, it isn't racism, it's pattern recognition. Spoon 2024. Well, that would be an example of, pretty obvious racism. So
obviously,
really
if it's Spoon, we know it's racist, right?
Well, I wasn't gonna say that. I just meant in terms of like the quote itself. So
look, you don't want to bash Spoon a bit? Come on, Sitch. You
I love that. No. Spoon's a fucking retard. I'm just saying, in terms of the context of the statement, because I've heard other people say things like that. It's a very common like, I'm not racist. I just believe all people of the same skin color act the same way. It's like, oh, okay, that's kind of the textbook definition.
In all honesty, I'm not sure I've heard Spoon say anything racist. So I think he's like a monarchist moron, but I don't know that he's like racist.
Well, I'm taking Lucifer Doman's word here that this is a comment he said. Did you make this up, Lucifer? Did he actually say this, or did you just like make this up?
What did he say?
I don't know. Wait for the response. It's like takes like 20 seconds. So
anyway,
Actual Justice Warrior, hey Sean, for $10 says, hey Sitch and Adam, how are you guys? I've been AFK since July 13th. Did any news happen while it's gone? Seems like it's been pretty slow. Joe Biden's still a lock for 2024 beyond.
No, of course not. Look, did you get married on July 13th? Is that what happened? Because congratulations, yeah.
Congratulations, yeah. That's wonderful.
Joined the married constituency.
There you go.
Which is great. We're reliable voters. Anyone will tell you. So.
And to answer your question, nothing has happened whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
Been very slow news week. So.
No assassination attempts. Nobody's dropped out of the race. Nobody's been anointed by a shadowy Democratic cabal.
Right. Wow. How
anti-democratic cabal.
How dare you? Dare you? Lucifer says that he heard Spoon say that, so he didn't. He's saying he heard him say it.
What did he say? What was the incendiary phrase?
It's not racism. It's pattern recognition.
Oh, okay.
So there you go. I trust Lucifer.
That is kind of racist.
His name's Lucifer. He's very trustworthy. Okay.
I'd like to see the context, but like, was he doing a puzzle?
A line of cocaine at the time that he said that statement.
Was
he doing heroin off a Spoon? Is that why his name is Spoon? He's doing some heroin.
Was he playing a puzzle?
M8566 for 5 memberships. Thank you so much.
Yes. Yeah, thanks.
Metalworks 41190 for 218 months says, I think you're overreacting a little bit to a bad show, Sitch. To what? To, I don't know, in terms of Mehdi Hassan being stupid? Oh, we're talking about
Overwatch?
Overlord.
Oh, it's Overwatch?
Overlord. No, it's Overlord. Overlord disgusted me on a moral level a TV show has never disgusted me before, ever.
Really?
Yeah, I don't.
Not even season 8 of Game of Thrones?
Not even season 8 of Game of Thrones.
Oh.
Season 8 of Game of Thrones was just bad. I wasn't disgusted by it.
They made the wheelchair guy king. What are you talking about? How could you not be disgusted by that? I wanted to kick the TV.
Okay. If I described to you like what happened, you'd be disgusted by it too.
Okay, don't describe it then.
Okay.
I have a weak stomach. Don't do it.
Right. Riding with Biden for $20. Thanks so much. Says in 10 to 15 years, do you think it's possible that the left will advocate for species affirming care for kids who identify as non-human, or do you think it's a bit too far for them to attempt?
No, they definitely will.
Really? You think so?
No,
I don't know if you're just memeing or not.
I'm memeing. Come on. Species identifying?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I think in 10 to 15 years, there's going to be a substantial backlash to a lot of the trans care.
Of course, yeah.
So I think it's going to, and I think that's going to play into, maybe I'll play into what you're saying, where you think the right is going to kind of grab hold of the mainstream again. Because that would definitely create a big opening for that to occur.
It's going to be compared to like lobotomies and stuff. Yeah.
Right. So
many people will commit suicide because of the horrible things that they've engaged in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's funny. I mean, it might be the people who, I'm not saying the trans people are going to commit suicide. I'm thinking that the people who kind of gaslit these people into transing themselves are going to commit suicide.
Right.
Like they're going to come to some realizations.
Right.
Yeah.
Don St. Louis for $2 says, watch the Rings of Power Season 2 trailer. Oh, I didn't even realize that was out yet. I'm excited.
Rings of Power? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Please. That show was so boring and bad and
So I like hating things. Okay.
It is fun. Yeah.
I'm a hater.
We can't hate Acolyte anymore.
That's true.
There's just no way in hell that's going to get a second season, right?
I hope that does.
There was some article about Leslie Headland saying she hasn't heard any word about a season 2 yet. I'm like, bitch, they lost your phone number. Are you kidding me? Good, the most hated Star Wars show of all time.
Right. Bernewski for $10 says, it's not just Destiny. They've spent the last decade making our lives miserable. A list of people fired, harassed online by the left over mundane right-wing opinions is miles long. They hate us. So I agree that obviously there's been a lot of cancel culture shit. And this is part of what I think awoke me and Adam to sort of the, becoming the independent people that we became in terms of like looking at the political spectrum this way. But you have to be careful. And I kind of talked about this in terms of the woman that people were trying to cancel that worked at Home Depot. There's like a mentality that I completely disagree with. And this is a mentality I think is very dangerous, where it's like a collectivist thinking. And they say, okay, people on the left, a general sense of like random people on the left have been trying to cancel people on the right, which is true. And so therefore that justifies people on the right to try to like a general random group of people on the right to cancel someone, random person who's identified as being on the left. And to me, this is very immoral and dangerous thinking. If someone works like as a cashier or something, right? And they advocated, and you went through their social media posts and you found that they were jumping on the bandwagon, advocating for people on the left to be canceled for like a bunch of bullshit reasons, then I say, go after them. If, you can say like is like, they tried to do it. You know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Okay. And if you want to get them canceled when they make their faux pas, go for it. Right. But if there's no evidence of that, they're just a random person who has an opinion that aligns with the left, then I do think it's immoral to try to get them canceled for the justification of saying, well, the left has got other people canceled. It's like, well, that you don't know if that person did any of that stuff. You can't. The whole point about being anti-socialist, about being anti-collectivist, about believing in individualism and liberalism is that you're supposed to treat people as individuals and not say, well, this person is the avatar of the group, even if you don't know that they actually are the avatar of the group or have done anything wrong in terms of, you know, those past cancellations that you're kind of referring to.
I agree with everything you're saying, only this butts up against my definition of cancel culture, which is often conflated with accountability culture. So if you're lying about people to get them canceled, that's wrong, obviously. But if somebody does something that's obviously wrong, that, you know, rises to the level of cancellation, those people have to be canceled. I mean, that's what accountability culture is, right?
Right. Obviously, if you're
Do
lying
your
about
fucking
someone,
job or you get fired. Yeah.
Obviously, if you're lying about someone, completely different situation.
Of course.
Unjustified in all
Yeah.
situations. Right?
But all cancel culture of the right I've seen as lies. It's fucking lies. It's taking innocuous shit and trying to manufacture it into racism and then getting someone fired.
Well, there's an interpretation. Someone does an action. Someone claims it's racism, right?
Yeah, but it's innocuous. Yeah.
Well, not always. I mean, often we focus on the ones that are obviously innocuous because those are the ones that are the most heinous ones.
Right.
But I'm sure there's like these edge cases where like, I don't know. You know,
I mean, Scott Adams, I think you could
Scott Adams is one of those vague. Yeah, it's like, that is an edge case, right? It's
totally. Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Exactly.
Is it accountability culture? Is it? I mean, it did seem kind of racist.
I don't think he should have been canceled for that. So
yeah,
I think it was a stupid fucking thing that he said, but I don't think he should be canceled for it.
Right. But yeah, but it was less spun up than some of these other things. I think Gina Carano is a perfect example of totally spun up out of nowhere.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the unjustified.
Right.
Completely.
But then the only reason why I bring this up is because you're bringing up the woman who got fired for endorsing political violence on social media, which I just think, look, fuck you. You shouldn't endorse political violence on social media.
Yeah, but here's the difference.
For me, that's an easy rule.
I understand. But here's why. So when people talk about cancel culture and they're not using your definition, right?
Right.
The defense that people have been making, especially on the right, to prevent people from getting canceled, for most of the things was not like, oh, they're lying about their opinion. It was free speech. We believe in free speech in this country, right?
Say that again.
The defense that most people were levying against people getting canceled was it was a joke or it was free speech. And, you know, we're supposed to believe in free speech, which means you can have different
Right.
ideas
So you're
about
saying somebody, you know, did a use the N-word in a joke or something. They were saying this is
exactly
racism.
right.
This is
That's a good example, right? Someone who gets canceled because they said the N-word or they made you have the Justin Sacco situation. She made a joke that people interpreted to be racist, right?
You have Anna where they tried to cancel her over
saying the N-word, right?
Yeah,
in
which
the
was
news
completely
clips.
innocuous. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's a little different.
Oh, you're right.
She wasn't making a joke. She was reading a news story where someone said the N-word.
The Anna situation is more clearly lies.
Like dishonest, right? Well, the Justin Sacco
situation is more of an edge case.
Right, because she made a joke that people interpreted as racist.
Right.
Even though I don't think it actually was racist, but people interpreted it as racist.
Yeah.
And so that's sort of goes more in line with like the cashier who like they made a joke about political, or they made an edgy comment.
They joke about political violence. Okay, look,
yes,
I agree. I agree. People should be able to joke about political violence.
I think it depends on who they. I agree. I agree completely. It depends on who the person is. If it's a cashier who works at Home Depot,
right?
Yes. If it's
Donald Trump.
If it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump, no, I don't think they should, right? You know, even
if it's Kamala Harris,
I don't think it was Kamala Harris. If it's a teacher making a joke about this to their students, I'd be like, oh, I don't know about that.
What if it's Derek Chauvin?
Well, if it's a cop, you get into some stickier waters depending on what the joke is.
See, that's why
right?
it needs to just be clear.
I agree, but life isn't clear, Adam.
I know.
It's all
Everything's an
series
edge
of grays
case.
and edge cases that you have to adjudicate individually. So
Right.
Fondue for Joy says, not into musicals, but Pocahontas Savages Bangs. That is true. It's a good song.
Wow.
And that song is very racist. Ryan with Buying for $5 says, you should invite Richard Hanania on sometime. Interesting guy. He's anti-woke, but goes hard as fuck against the populist online right.
Cool.
Sure, Doctor. That's interesting.
We like talking to people.
Yeah. I don't think I've heard him talk before. But I've seen his name. Fondue for Joy says, can I say you were wrong just to say hi and leave?
Of course you can.
No. But thank you, Fondue.
Oh, Sitch, this one's in all caps.
Subnautical for $2 says, A-Team reigns supreme.
That's your all caps voice. Look at this.
Terrible. Terrible.
I think people should be canceled just for not reading all caps the correct way.
Oh, okay.
With the right enthusiasm.
Right. That what you think?
Yeah, they should be canceled.
Okay.
Should be fired from their job. Excommunicated from society. Never allowed to speak again. Their mouths should be sewed shut.
Right.
Anyway.
Stug for $2, or sorry, Sketch for $2 says, tag me in, coach. I'm ready.
Oh, look at
Sketch
this.
said, I don't disagree with you about January 6th, but I love to chat to you both about getting obnoxious right-aways out of my party.
Oh,
Maybe we
no.
can talk during the week or something. So, but not today. Too late. Zero for 12 months. Thanks so much for being 1 year. Fuel Seeker 0. Says, for a long time, I thought there was some validity to the fake electors. Never looked into it and annoyed me that people, including you guys, would so quickly dismiss it. However, recently Sitch explained the difference between creating the fake electors and actually trying to use them after the cases were dismissed. Well, thank you, Zero. And for the $10 too.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah. Well, see, no, I think that, first of all, very basic of you just to say that. But also, that's the problem, Zero, is that there's so much, I think, like misinformation about it that people, when they hear it, their brain just turns off because it's like calling people racist. Like they just heard coo narrative, right? And it just is like emotionally turns you off when you hear it, or you hear January 6th. Your brain just goes, I don't want to hear about this. I've heard so much crap about this, right? It just sounds cringe automatically. So,
I mean, anything coming out of David Pakman sounds dishonest to me. So
that's
and
true.
I'm sure he's talked about the fake elector scheme time and time again, right?
That's true.
But after you've heard his lies about so many other things, you're like, oh, this must be another lie.
That's true. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, fact, there were so few investigations into the elections, especially from the courts, just makes issues unresolved to cause further conflicts. Okay. I mean, I don't know enough about, there was like 60-ish cases, I thought. I don't know enough about them to comment or have a strong opinion about that one way or the other. Anonymous Kyle for $10 says, Sitch, you predicted Biden would throw BLM/wokeness under the bus post-election. Any predictions for Kamala? The identity politics of her campaign is on overdrive, so it's here to say. Well, first of all, you actually have my opinion backwards. So I did not predict Biden would throw BLM or wokeness under the bus. I predicted incorrectly, well, slightly incorrectly, that Biden would not be woke enough for the woke crowd. The woke crowd would attack Biden. And then in order to defend Biden from the next upcoming Republican candidate, the media would start attacking the far left.
Right.
Now, that didn't
account for is Biden would fold like a card table and be woke as fuck.
Well, I didn't account that. Well, first of all, I didn't account for that Biden would just fold and be super woke, number one. Number two, that did happen, only it didn't happen about the BLM stuff. It happened about October 7th stuff. So and it didn't happen exactly the way that I thought it would. And so I was wrong about that. I'll take the L on that one. For Kamala, I don't really know. I think it's, it's interesting. If you look at kind of Kamala of the past, she seemed to be a lot more moderate. She was seemed to want to be tough on crime as a prosecutor, seemed to be kind of like more in the moderate realm of of Democrats when you go back and you look at her speeches from 2010s, but that's like back before the Democrat Party lost their mind. And now she's definitely gone full woke identity politics. I don't think that she's going to, I don't think if she wins, I don't think she's going to become some kind of amazing moderate anti-woke Democrat. I would not predict that at all. I think she's going to do a bunch of woke shit if she wins the presidency.
That's scary.
Or at least a lot of woke virtue signaling. Yeah.
That's scary.
Sure.
I mean, that's kind of terrifying, to be honest with you.
It's not great.
I think if she loses, I think there's going to be a lot of unhappy people about what happened in the nominating process on the Democratic side.
Well, if she loses, they'll just blame Biden for not dropping out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I think there's going to be lots of blame to go around. I don't think it's just going to be all heaped on Biden. Maybe you're right. Maybe Biden will be like the fall guy. Everyone will just fucking shit all over him. If she wins, all is forgiven. Everyone's going to be like, oh my God, the elite should nominate our leader every single time. But the thing is, and this is the argument everyone made in the 2020 primary, that the elites want a moderate candidate, and they were terrified that Bernie Sanders was going to win. They don't want this far left socialist with any chance of winning the presidency, right? Mm-hmm. But we are kind of in a situation where the elites have anointed Kamala Harris, and she is considerably further left than Biden. I mean, would a nominating process nominate her? I don't think so, but would they nominate someone like Bernie Sanders? Would they nominate someone further left or someone moderate?
I mean, they haven't so far. I don't see why they would.
I guess it's just the circumstances don't allow them to put anyone in there. Like, obviously the person that they put in there has to play along, but yeah, there's so many. It's more the problem of identity politics. I think that's why Kamala Harris is the nominee, even though her chances of winning are kind of like 50-50.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I mean, do you think that Kamala's gonna, be less woke, more woke, same level of woke if she wins the election?
I mean, this was kind of why I want to see if she pivots to the center or not. So the way things usually work is whoever's running for president makes campaign promises that they either keep or don't, and they get reelected based on fulfilling those campaign promises. So, I mean, if she makes a bunch of woke campaign promises, she's probably going to try to keep those campaign promises, right? But if she makes a bunch of, I'm going to seal the border, like, I'm going to be tough on crime. Do you think she's going to make those? Can she make those kinds of declarations and win? No, she's going to make a bunch of woke declarations. Yeah, look, she's going to be woke.
Yeah, unfortunately, I would predict she's just going to be woke, more woke. I don't think she's going to pivot. I mean, I think she could maybe pivot to the center during the election, this couple of months, or just downplay some of the woke shit. Once we kind of get out of the new car phase for her, and people actually start challenging her on like real things.
Yeah,
but I don't see why she wouldn't lean heavily into wokeness or identity politics when she wins, or if she wins, I should say, when she's president. So.
Yeah, I guess, look, I'm just going to have to vote for the coup guy then.
Wow, look at that.
I mean, what? This is like two unthinkable options here. You're like, vote for the coup guy and hope the institutions hold, or vote for the woke person and hope the institutions hold.
Right.
Look, the institutions are currently constructed to fold to wokeness.
That is a problem.
100% fold to wokeness.
That is a problem.
Yeah.
That's an interesting argument. You could say you're going to vote for the coup guy because the institutions are at least designed to prevent that.
They were literally designed to prevent that. Yes. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, that's why they held the last time, right? Because they were designed to hold.
Well, we'll see. Maybe Kamala will surprise us all, Adam. Maybe she'll do a hard pivot to being a moderate. Okay.
Well, look, we should bet some money on this.
Fuck equity. And then she'll take a dump on a rainbow flag.
How does she walk back her equity claims? This is the thing too. The left is in a tougher spot because turnout waxes and wanes on the left. So, a lot of those people on the left, they might get high and forget it's election day, right? So you really have to pander to your base a lot more. And I think on the right, you can kind of shun the base a little bit more and pivot to the center.
I think
they'll still show up. So
I think the issue is Kamala will do whatever she thinks is necessary to win. So when she gets challenged on her position on equity in the past, because her campaign has gonna done a bunch of polling about this, right? Her answer that she gives, I'm gonna believe, is totally workshopped in what the polling says. And if the polling, so she's either gonna double down and say equity's based, rah rah rah, or she'll do the whole, equity doesn't mean that. It just means equality of opportunity. Like I'm just silly. I'm just a silly goose when I said this in the past. That's not what I meant.
Right.
So it's
kind of hard. That's going to happen?
I think she's more likely to defend it and kind of double down on it. It just sort of this is what I think based on how Kamala's talked. I think when she's challenged on the equity thing, she's going to give a long, rambly answer that doesn't mean anything. I think that's the most likely scenario. And you'll go, what the fuck did any of that mean?
That's scary.
I think that's what we're going to get.
Well, that means you're basically just hiding something.
Well, it was like someone I saw on Twitter, I think I bookmarked it. There's like a question someone gave her, which she's VP, about like visiting the border or being a border czar or something. And she just gives this long fucking answer. You're like, what? It doesn't mean anything. It's just nonsense. You're like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I saw that clip too, but they cut out the context. Like it does mean something if you know what she's talking about. Everything was completely.
Are you sure? Maybe really. I thought I saw a clip with the context and I was like, maybe we were talking about different clips or something, but.
Yeah. I saw a clip where she was talking about, I don't know what she was talking about because the topic of what she was saying was completely edited out. But I mean, I could follow what she was saying about whatever the topic was, but I was like, this seems deceptively edited.
It's the clip
she was
of
talking about working with partners and sustaining policy over time and like all kinds of different things, right?
Yeah, it's like her at an airport.
Yeah,
There's like
totally.
a plane in the background. Oh,
Totally.
okay. You think there was some context removed from that?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'd have to go watch the full thing.
If she's whatever the policy is that she's talking about how to work with other people on achieving that policy. But you're like, well, if I don't know what the policy is, I don't really know if this is a good strategy for sustaining that policy. So, and editing out the topic, of course she's going to sound like a fucking moron. I think that was totally deceptively edited.
Okay. I'd have to go back and listen to the larger context. I mean, you can hear the question that's asked of her in the clip, but yeah, I don't know what
The content. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair.
Is she talking about the border? Like for all
the
I
question
know,
was, will you work with the GOP on the border issue? But you're right, because we don't know what does that mean?
What the
like,
issue is.
Bill?
Yeah.
Is there a bill or something?
Well, I guess we do know. It's the well, look,
is this a current clip? Is it about that border bill? Is it a new clip?
I don't think the clip I saw had the question in it though.
Well, the person says in the tweet, that's the question, and you can hear the tail end of the guy saying it in the clip. So I mean, maybe they clipped it. The audio of the clip's terrible because they're like at a fucking airport.
Oh yeah.
So
I found the clip, but it's mine's 1 minute and 7 seconds long.
Yeah, you
what
can
the hell
it,
is this? Democrats, really? So maybe I started it and didn't get the question.
We can bring it up and we can listen to it.
Sure, I mean, let's do it.
Pump up the volume on it because it's politicians should no longer do these fucking airport. They always do these airport press conferences and it's terrible.
Look, I just got off a plane. There's a jet engine right over here. Put your microphone right next to me.
Yeah, exactly. It's so awful. It's like, what the fuck?
Kamala trying to be all presidential. What'd you think of the Obama endorsement? Oh,
that's super cringe. Like the phone call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go girl, you so earned this.
There was
like, what the fuck?
There was like a weird.
Yeah, go ahead. Just give the background.
There was a video, super cringe video of Kamala taking a phone call from Barack and Michelle Obama. And they're both like on the other end of the phone call. You don't see them. You just see Kamala holding her phone. They're on the other end of the phone call, like endorsing her. And it's like, it's such a weird, cringy, like way, like fake, like they try to frame everything like, oh, look, we're just like normal amateur people on social media, you know, like AOC cooking videos. Like everything's like staged in this kind of like folksy fake way. Like we're just calling Kamala to tell her that she's awesome. Right? It's just, I don't know. The whole thing is horribly cringe to me.
Yeah, it reeks of fakeness. The thing that I thought was interesting about it was in the video, Barack, I mean, one of them says you totally earned this or something to that effect. And I was just like,
did you?
Do you remember? Do you remember the Obama Hillary Clinton primary where it was like back and forth and the polls were so close?
It was, blood for blood. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Blood for blood and by the gallon.
No one could say Obama didn't earn it. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Hillary, yeah.
And to say, oh yeah, Biden got old and dropped out. You earned this, baby. What the heck? Stop gaslighting me, Obama. What happened to you?
Was it Obama or Michelle that said it?
I can't remember. One of them did.
Right.
That line so offended me.
That's funny.
Like, you earned this. What?
Well, there's a debate about Kamala and is it racist or offensive to call her like a DEI candidate? And we'll probably watch that during the week because it's an interesting conversation.
Oh yeah. That's what the
trigonometry guys.
Oh no, yeah. Oh yeah, that is good. Oh yeah. Crystal tries to say that it's DEI to call a white person.
Right. We'll watch it. But did you want to watch this Kamala clip or?
Yeah, let's do it. Ready?
Okay. Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Fuck. Oh, fuck this. Sorry, I paused it. I can't hear jack shit.
The audio's too bad.
With a lot of folks.
I saw a transcript of it. I can't find it. Oh,
I think this has like one ear audio thing, and I just have.
Oh, whatever. We don't have to watch it.
Anyway.
Yeah, the audio's like trash. Okay. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, what if we call it Eastman's Art Project? I like that. That's pretty good. Rich Jammer for 28 months. Thank you so much. Says PSA Sitch may be debating neocon Sitch, but it seems NSA Sitch was denigrating his microphone.
I heard
best
a little
class is best class.
I heard a little robot-y in your mic then.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know if people were hearing it worse than me. I don't know if weird shit's going on. Because they also were saying that they were hearing it in your mic and not in the other guy's mic when the other guy was on.
Well, then Huh. Well, if it's
But
just
you
them,
both
it's got to be
sounded
on my end
perfect.
somehow, right?
Yeah. Well, now I'm wondering if it's just on one channel because, like, I have a. I don't necessarily know. Yeah, because look, I'm only listening on one channel, so it could be a disruption on the other channel that's not in my ear that I can't hear. Right?
I don't know. I mean, I can quit Zoom and
Nah, fuck
unplug
it.
my
Come
mic
on,
and replug
everything's
it back in.
fine now.
Okay.
Just do that next time before we stream. Do it.
Right.
Are we streaming tomorrow? I don't know.
I mean, I think we stream on Tuesday.
Oh yeah, we're streaming on Tuesday. Never mind.
Right.
Taking Mondays off, guys.
Yeah. Daniel Ash for $5 says in all caps, so he knows I'm really not gonna like it. Your viewership is dropping like flies. This is dumb. Someone tell Sitch to drop it. Never.
Daniel Irish said that
I think he's a meme.
in the super chats.
Yes. Fondue for $2 says, I think you should call it Coo Coo Kashoo. I like it.
Cuckoo Kachoo.
AKPX1212 for $20. Thanks so much. Says, I applaud this guy for being brave enough to come on, but he's clearly making his argument on the spot. His arguments all sound nonsensical. There you go. Both praise and criticism. The IJP Mexican for 22 months. Thanks so much. Says, it's my wonderful girlfriend's birthday and she is sick. Can you all wish her a happy birthday? S-Class would have bodied Stumpy and Adam would have made him cry. Well, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Girlfriend of IJP Mexican, you are a lucky gal because that guy,
yeah.
IJP Mexican, he's quite a catch. He's a
He
wonderful
is.
individual. And you, even though you're sick, and I'm sorry to hear that, and it's your birthday, you should, okay, thank the Lord heavens that you have found such a wonderful, caring, sexy, and I've heard hung individual to be your boyfriend.
Very loyal. Yes.
There you go.
We'll be by your side for many, many, many decades to come. So
There you go.
you're very lucky.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I cut off the end of your membership, Rich Jammer. He said, S-Class, it's the best class.
Well, thank God you cut out. So
And
nobody
Blunty
heard
Fly
it.
never dies. There you go.
Woo!
Edward Senior for $10 says, I think certified is more important in this discussion. What does the Constitution empower the VP to do if a state governor certifies and sends two different slates? Well, that'd be an interesting question. What the
Trump
fuck
is
happens
working on
then?
that right now, right?
I think actually there was a weird circumstance in the 1800s where there was a bunch of like multiple certifications that was like actually confusing about what the slates were. And I don't remember what actually happened in that situation, but Daniel Irish for $5 says, don't grift. It's just been talked to death. Well, I'm going to keep talking about it, Daniel, because I like to argue.
Yeah. Look, I like talking about economics and nobody likes it.
That's true.
But you have to suffer.
Well, and actually, listen, Daniel, it's only come up again because Republicans are using it as a troll argument with the Kamala Harris coup thing. So I'm not going to let it go. Never going to let it go. Checkle Desk for $10 says, got a question. If they charge Trump with insurrection and convicted and the case gets reversed on appeal to the Supreme Court, would you agree with the court's decision or would you call bias? Well, I'd have to read the opinion, I guess, before I could weigh in on that. I can't just make a blanket statement. So
Why not? Just weigh in already. Don't read the opinion. Don't have to be soy about it.
I mean, that's like when I read and we talked about it, the court case to overturn or the affirmative action court case, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I read through it and said, okay, I read through the logic of what the majority opinion said, and it seems accurate to me. And I read the minority, a disagreement, and I said, oh, this sounds like bullshit. So, now, obviously, I'm biased, I guess, in that situation because I agree, I'm generally anti-affirmative action in that case, but
nice.
Let's see what they say. I think it would be very difficult to charge Trump with insurrection on a criminal level. I think that'd be probably too difficult.
Yeah, this whole events of January 6th don't really rise to insurrection levels. So,
right, which I think is why they didn't charge him with it. So,
of course, yeah.
AKPX1212 for $5 says, Sitch, why do you hate Flavor Flav? He funded the U.S. women's water polo team for the Olympics. Well, he did? Well, listen, good on him. Good for him. I just think he's annoying. I don't hate him. I just find him annoying.
How many trans women were on that water polo team?
All of them.
Okay.
He seems like a nice guy. When I watched him on The Surreal Life, I just thought he was annoying. Lucy Lumbug, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
Fondue for $5 says the issue I have the emotional language idea is they will use that language to make arguments to put people in jail.
True.
I mean, that's true. Twitter Socks for Joy says, listen to the video on stream. I need reactions. Why?
I mean, I couldn't
listened
really
to
hear it, so.
It was just me breaking up and sounding terrible. What's the reaction?
Oh, did you listen to it? No, we're good. Loose for the Doberman for 5 Canadian says, smash that like button if you hate democracy. Wait, what?
Right.
You bastards. How many people hate democracy here? Let me see. Wow. Almost 1,000 of you actually hate democracy.
Terrible.
978. I mean, can we get it to 1,000 likes? Is that possible? I mean, I think we're so close. We only need 22. We only need 22 likes, and then we're at 1,000 likes. Sitch, how do you feel about round numbers?
I like big round numbers, and I cannot lie.
Yep, me too.
The other streamers may deny.
Give us a big round number. The bigger, the better.
Mm-hmm.
1,000 is a look. Oh, look, 986. They're doing it. Sitch.
There you go.
They're pulling their phones out of their pockets right now. They're like,
right.
Oh my God, I got to turn the screen on. Where the hell is that like button? We're at 991. 9 likes away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, it's working, Sitch.
Oh my God.
I've heard about this on.
They like the big round numbers, and they also cannot lie.
I've heard about
That's
this.
what I get on the alt accounts.
I've heard about this in YouTube videos. They're like, you got to say like. Every time I say like, the little like button does a little magical dance, firework. Like this video. Like.
Demon Bunny for 24 months. Thanks so much for 2 years. Says, I don't know. A border moat with alligators sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, look, Sitch, you got to dream a little. This is what people like about Trump. This is Trump's appeal.
They want the border moat.
Hilarious.
Okay.
So the likes went up to 1,003, but then people pulled back because they're like, look, we're going for 1,000. So
they want the exact 1,000. You know what? I can respect that.
So now we're stuck at 1,000.
I'm
I
fine.
mean, 1,003 is kind of cool.
There you go.
Well, now it's
Adam wants to keep
1,005.
going. We can go further. So
I just think it's funny that people actually, it's interesting that people react. I guess it's not that interesting, but
no, it's funny. I think it's funny. Fate of Morality for $5 says, according to the girls who screamed at me in the bar last week, I'm voting for a Nazi who tried to coup the government. Definitions and words do matter. Yep, that's the word thinking for you.
Right. But you just tell them that our institutions were designed to prevent that kind of corruption.
Right.
But what they weren't designed to prevent is a kind of corruption estrogen causes.
Wow. Estrogen, huh?
The woke kind of
Ego Shadox for $2 says, Kudzu is exhibit A of terrible invasive species. Or kudzu. That's true. Kudzu's growing out of control, Adam. It's all over the place.
Kudzu?
Yeah,
What's
the
that
plant.
all about?
It's this like plant that like grows out of control in America. You've probably seen it. It's like that vine that like covers everything.
Hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
No.
You ever seen like the trees that
Marijuana?
are growing and they're like the entire tree's like covered in this like vine thing?
Sounds awesome.
Okay.
They
I don't
should
know if they have it
import
out
that.
there in California.
They should put that out in the moat.
Right.
That'd be cool.
Deomus for $5 says send them to Florida to fight off the lizards and snakes. LOL. There you go. I like it. Lethal Strain for $5 says hippos are classified by U.S. Supreme Court as people, so just hire them as border agents. There you go. There you go. Not Alfarius for $10 says I have a simple solution to border problem. I call it the Minefield Mile Challenge. Anyone who can cross a mile of densely arranged mines and barbed wire clearly possess the kind of luck we need. Wow. There you go.
Perfect.
Nat. All right, that one. Fondue for $5 says, got it, Adam. So the plan is to buy a bunch of booze, put some in the fridge, and use the rest to erase your memory.
Yeah, good idea.
Lucifer Doman for 5 Canadian says, I read that one. The Real Holsteiner for $10 says, what did you guys think of the Olympics? I'm all for free speech, but I'm not sure that it wouldn't have been a hate crime to target a different religion. I'd love to see some fairness and standards. So actually, I tweeted about this.
Yeah, I retweeted that. You were on fire. You were like,
thank you.
You were the Christian in that tweet.
I said, so my tweet, anyone in the Olympic Committee that greenlit this. Oh, if you don't know what happened. So I should probably explain that first.
Yes, do that.
So the Olympics has like this super long opening ceremony that like goes on through like the whole day, the first day of the Olympics. And at one part in this very long opening ceremony, they had a section that showed a bunch of like weird drag queens and very obviously queer of multiple different flavors, like doing queer shit in like dressed like in very skimpy outfits and basically, you know, like naked except for Speedos with bulges and, you know, things of that nature, right? You know, a lot of queer stuff, a lot of queer, very sexually, I don't know, whatever you'd call it, things going on.
Now the
right?
Olympics is all ages, right? I mean, that's like a
right.
thing for you and the family.
And first of all, it's like super weird because you're like, okay, this is the Olympics, right? I mean, I know we got like hot chicks running around in short shorts with the volleyball. Okay. But this is pretty fucking weird for an Olympics opening ceremony thing. I know it's French or France and the French are degenerate, but it's kind of weird, right? But then it kind of gets even worse because there's very clearly, now there's some denial about this later, but we'll talk about that. There's very clearly they have these people who are kind of dressed in drag and trying to be queer kind of reenact what appears to be the scene of Jesus at the Last Supper, right? Doing kind of this, you know, Jesus sitting at the table and you have like the apostles sitting around. Very clearly sort of enact this visual thing, but in their sort of queer and drag makeup instead of.
What? How disgusting.
Yeah. So here I could bring up the picture so people could see.
I was looking for the picture, but go ahead, continue.
Here, I can send it to you.
Continue with your story. I know how to find pictures on the internet.
I just sent it to you.
I look for pictures on the internet all the time.
Okay. Well, I already sent it to you.
Okay, well, I'll bring this one up.
Okay. So now the defense to this, well, let me read my tweet and then I'll say the defense. So I said, anyone on the Olympics committee that greenlit this should be fired and France should be barred from hosting the Olympics for 50 years. The Olympics is supposed to be a symbolic event to bring the world together. They turn what was claimed to be an act of LGBT acceptance into a direct insult of Christianity. Beyond the grossness of attacking a world religion at an event that is supposed to be a symbol of unity, it also plays directly in the narrative that leftist LGBT want to attack and destroy religion, further creating more conflict and division. So
Based.
That's my stance on it. It's bad all around, both in that it's an insult to Christianity and also that it is just going to create more hatred of LGBT. And I think the people involved in this are all stupid pieces of shit and scumbags for being involved in this from all angles.
I mean, why'd you stop at firing? I would have gone more like the beheading route.
Oh, okay. I think we could hold off on the beheadings. So.
Am I allowed to make that joke?
Well, they had something that I thought was cool. They had like a woman who was sort of dressed up as like Marie Antoinette or something with her head off, like a Halloween costume, like the head off. And they had like a metal band playing and fire shooting out. And I was like, that's pretty based, right?
Oh, that sounds cool.
That was cool, right? So some of the response to this has been, first of all, to tell people that are offended by it to just fuck off, which is obviously ridiculous. The counter to that, which is very correct, is LOL, why didn't France do this with like, the Islamic religion, right? Why don't they have a bunch of drag queens dress up as Allah or something? See how that goes.
Yeah, there'd be suicide bombings by the end of the day.
Right. To me, the thing that's offensive about it is that it's the Olympics. Like if this was just some random thing in France, I don't give a fuck. I'd be like, okay, it's insulting Christianity, who gives a shit? But it's the Olympics. And again, the Olympics is supposed to be a symbol of unity. And this is very, very obviously an attack on Christianity. And that is completely, I wouldn't support this even if it was an attack on any religion whatsoever, even if I disagree with the religion. That's just, the Olympics is not the place for this sort of political messaging at all.
Yeah, this is what I liked about your tweet. It's like this goes completely against the telos of the Olympics. The Olympics are the world coming together. And this is just divisive as fuck.
And that's why I completely disagree with the people that are telling, oh, who cares? It's not a big deal. I'm like, no, it is a big deal. This is not a random, if this is a random group of people in France doing this, I don't care. It's the Olympics. Olympics is supposed to mean something. Okay. And the fact that you just wave it away shows you that you're full of shit. Right. If this was, if at the Olympics, they did like a minstrel show, they had a bunch of people in blackface. Okay. How would that, look to the left? Do you think they'd just be like, oh, it's not a big deal?
Yeah, how about if they did
No,
something anti-gay?
Yeah, they did something anti-gay, right?
Yeah.
They had a bunch of Christians up there with signs that say like, marriage is between a man and a woman. How'd you feel about that, right? So.
Yeah.
But then the other defense of this, which I think is total bullshit, is, and another at some point in this, like a guy who's like almost completely naked, painted blue comes out. And I didn't know what the fuck he was supposed to be. He looks like a weird Smurf. But apparently he's supposed to be Dionysus. I don't know why the fuck Dionysus is painted blue. I don't remember Dionysus ever being painted blue. And it's supposed to be, they're like, oh, no. It's not the Last Supper we're recreating. It's some picture of Dionysus that we're recreating. And to that, I say, you are lying piece of bullshit. That is a lie. And the reason that, to me, that's so clearly a lie is that the person who's sitting in Jesus' spot very directly, the very fat, obese woman who's sitting in the Jesus spot, has the Jesus/Mary Madonna light ray crown that is specifically associated with Jesus and Christian imagery and is not associated with Dionysus or any of that fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
So I call total fucking bullshit on that claim that it's just supposed to be some Dionysus thing. It was just an accident that it just happened to look like, this Last Supper, the very famous Last Supper,
Just an accident, Sitch.
Yeah, just an accident.
It's all in your
I don't
head.
believe it. Total bullshit. So.
Jeez.
Anyway.
Can't believe you don't believe it. Such a tough cookie.
Sarcastic Overlord for $5 says, do you guys believe Republicans have heightened the use of violent rhetoric more or less than the left?
Republicans? I mean, obviously you'd have to do some kind of survey, but the problem...
In terms of like... Mm-hmm.
Well, the problem is the left is doing it by implication. Like when you call somebody a Nazi or you call somebody Hitler, like you're kind of soliciting violence without actually using violent rhetoric. So that's a huge distinction.
Right. Well, that's the question. Like when you ask the question, if you mean in terms of explicit calls to violence, I don't know the answer to who's been more in that camp, because usually it's not explicit. Usually it's an accusation of someone doing something horrendous, right? As you were saying, the left says the right is neo-Nazi or racist or white supremacist. The right says the left is grooming children or killing babies or child predators or, going to destroy society with vaccine, whatever it is, right? They don't usually say like you should go do this violent thing. They just say these people are doing something horrendous.
Yeah, something that warrants violence. Yeah.
Right. I don't know who's. I mean, obviously the left. I think the right has a good argument that the left's been more effective in that because we had the BLM riots. And we haven't really had the right wing equivalent of that. But in terms of like just rhetoric, I couldn't answer like who's done it more. Definitely a lot on both sides.
The left has definitely made a lot of excuses for violence, as in, if you're racist or oppressed, or if you're the victim of racism or oppressed, then obviously violence is justified. I think I've seen that argument quite a bit. So
that's true. The left definitely has a lot more examples of making excuses for violent actions than the right does.
Right.
So
yeah,
that's true. Fondue for JR says, so Sitch will cover Overlord on the media channel. No, I wouldn't subject Adam to that. PC for $10 says, Adam, you should watch the A 16-ounce podcast where they explain why they're voting for Trump, crypto, AI, and taxes. Even if you disagree, the stories about interacting with the Biden administration are interesting.
Which, is that a super chat or a?
Yes.
Okay, good.
The A16Z podcast. I've never heard of them, but that does sound interesting. If they have some sort of direct interaction with Biden admin. The Real Holtonator for $10 says, I was at a local festival with my partner today. We thought it was kind of hood, but didn't want to be racist. Then some urban youth showed up, started fighting, and then pulled guns. We left. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Where was that?
Loser Doman for $2 says, do Overlord on the media channel. I'm not doing Overlord. Stop it. The Real Holtonator for $5 says, but we haven't been treated as individuals. I hear what you're saying, Sitch. It's really hard for me to care about people who were complicit. Yeah, but I get that. I get like the emotion of it. It's like, yeah, people aren't treating you as individuals. And that's true. People aren't treating me as individuals. But the answer to that is not to give in to the dark side. Right. The response to that is to be better. That's the only way forward. An alien for $5 says, by the way, I almost forgot to say last stream, you guys missed my $5 super chat about blustering and protecting democracy. Oh, no. Oh, no. Did we?
Impossible.
I thought we read it at the beginning of a different stream. In Alien.
Maybe.
Because I think you sent it. Didn't you send it in like right as the stream ended? And,
yeah.
I thought that was you. Somebody did that. I thought it was you. But I apologize if that wasn't.
Such bad form.
Lucifer Doman for $2. Shut up, Hook. Lucifer Doman for $2 says A-Team reigns supreme. Disgusting. And look at this. Lucy Lemonbug for $5 says A-Team reigns supreme. Wow.
Are those capitalized? Are those all caps?
Lucy. The dirty chopstick user. The degenerate chopstick user. Look at this.
Oh my God. Bringing up old shit. Are
Terrible.
you an archaeologist?
Get back on. Listen, I'm about America. In America, okay, we don't use the fucking metric system. We use Fahrenheit and we use a fork and a knife like God intended. All right.
Look at this.
That's the way it is, baby.
Digging up old shit.
Zorlike for $2 says, hollowed are the Ori. There you go.
Wow.
The Real Hussein for $10 says Biden was pretty woke about LGBT stuff. Oops.
Oh yeah, get ready for a whole LGBT cabinet, guys. It's gonna be
Put the
great.
intersectional flag above the U.S. flag on the White House. Didn't she raise funds to build BLM rioters? That's treason, if you ask me. So she supported some group that was, I don't think it's treason, but she supported some group that like bails out people. And there was some confusion by people supporting it, and she's just an idiot and didn't check. She's just a retard. Where people thought that this was a fund that was about bailing out people that were arrested for doing a BLM protest, when in reality, it was just a fund that believes in bailing out everyone because they don't believe in cash bail. And so they don't really do a lot of good vetting of who exactly they bail out of prison.
I love the way in this election, all of the charges that have been levied at Trump, people have found a way to levy those same charges at the Democrats. It's like treason, coup,
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, look, it's good. Got to have all options on the table. You're like, look, if you want to vote for a treasonous insurrectionist, they've got one on either side.
There you go.
So you can get the appropriate tax policy you want.
Brian for $20, thank you. Says, just to push you guys, the left going the route of racial politics like DI and other initiative, anti-white terms, anti-American terms, etc. What ideas on the right will bubble up that's on the same level? All the anti-liberty, anti-freedom, all the religious shit. The anti-gay stuff.
Anti-abortion.
Anti-abortion, yeah.
Yeah.
All that stuff. We need to, I mean, hopefully I don't think it would spill over into just blatant racism, but I don't think it'll go that far.
Do you think the right would push a national abortion ban even against the will of the people?
Definitely. I think it's highly possible.
I
think it'd be a huge mistake politically, but
yeah, I guess that would be the problem, right? They'd have to do that thing where they take over the Congress. Then they wouldn't have to worry about elections anymore.
Brian Shafada says, if you look at Matt Walsh, he had to tweet basically an apology because he went too far criticizing Amber Rose on being on the RNC platform.
Did he apologize for that? Wow.
Yeah, because that's actually a good example. Matt Walsh freaking out about Amber Rose was pretty weird and gross. So a lot of people are freaking out about
he
that.
completely made Amber Rose's point.
Yes.
Well, no,
that would be a good example of sort of like what we're talking about.
No, I take it back. He contradicted Amber Rose's point, which was Amber Rose was saying that everything I heard about Trump turned out to be lies. And when I hung out with MAGA people, they were all very accepting and open-hearted. And I fell in love and realized these people were not bigoted. They were my people, right? And Matt Walsh is like, what, bitch? You need someone to be bigoted like you expected? Right. So he completely played into the stereotype that Amber Rose, they literally invited Amber Rose to dispel.
Right.
Which, good job, moron.
Yeah, it's pretty bafflingly fucking stupid in terms of just like strategy and optics.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, he doesn't care about that. He just, it offends his sensibilities. That a rapper with a tattoo, I guess, as representing Republicans or whatever he said. I'm trying to look for the tweet. I don't remember exactly.
It's funny that Matt Walsh people make Matt Walsh. Well, I guess it's more Matt Walsh makes himself out to be this avatar of just reasonable, rational, common sense, right?
Well, I mean, he's like hyper. He's like very conservative. Like that's not true. He's not a normie centrist by any stake. He's not a normal grill kind of guy.
Of course not. But look, the kind of common sense that he's talking about is common emotional disgust at certain things. Like it's not reason or rational or anything like that. It's certain things offend his moral sensibility and he gets triggered. He has to lash out at them. Yes.
Can't see. I didn't know that he apologized. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is. I didn't know he did.
I can't find either. Maybe he deleted it. I can't find either the original tweet about Amber Rose, or any sort of apology about it. So
I retweeted it and said something about it. So here, I'll look in my timeline.
If he did apologize, I would guess, I'd wager that they're like, Jesus, Matt, you're a fucking retard. Like, you're literally harming, the Republican Party's chances, to appeal to other people. You stupid fuck. Like,
why are you sabotaging Trump?
Right. And he was like, oh, okay. So
he got a call from the Daily Wire.
They're like, listen, stupid.
We're going to dock you.
Right.
We're going to dock your pay for a couple months here.
So.
Oh my God. There's the Kamala. Oh, it's Michelle Obama. Hi. Oh, you guys are together. I know I worked so hard for this.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see Biden dropped out? Oh my God. It was so hard. I worked to be in this position of power. All that campaigning in 2020 when I dropped out before the caucuses.
Yes.
Oh my God. Are you still looking? Now I'm looking.
I am looking because I found something that looks like he didn't apologize. It looks like he doubled down. So.
No, really? Hilarious.
But I'm trying to find, I can't find, I don't know if he deleted it. Oh, here it is.
Are you going to retweet
I found it.
wokeness anymore now? Oh, you did?
Okay. He says, some thoughts on this Amber Rose thing. So, well, I don't have the original tweet. So if you have the original tweet, wait, because I kind of want to read that first.
No, just read that second one. Maybe he deleted it. Who knows?
Matt Walsh says, some thoughts on this Amber Rose thing, since apparently it's extremely controversial to say Republicans shouldn't give a primetime convention speaking slot to one of the founders of the Slut Walk. Doesn't sound like an apology, but okay. First of all, maybe Rose has totally changed and has some kind of conversion experience. There's no evidence of that. Only that she likes Donald Trump now. There are many, many examples of conservatives rallying around their new celebrity hero just because that person likes Trump, only to be humiliated and betrayed by that same person shortly after. This has happened countless times. I've called it ahead of time in nearly every case and been screamed at by conservatives the way you're all screaming at me now. Hopefully this is the first time I'll be wrong about something like this, but I highly doubt it. Okay, then he just continues. This is not an apology. I don't know. I'm not familiar, Brian, with what apology you're referring to, unless he apologized in a different tweet. That's not this tweet. This is 100% not an apology.
Yeah, hard for me to imagine that he deleted the tweet with that being his follow-up. So,
yeah,
does not seem like an apology at all. So, yeah. Double down.
Okay. Anyway. Very Dead Horse for $10 says, you think someone will make the old election date joke again and get jailed for it? Also thoughts on Josh Shapiro. He seems likable, could be trouble for Donald Trump, but might lose because leftists hate the chosen people. I don't think anyone, to my knowledge, no one got jailed over the old election day joke. Someone got jailed for creating a fake flyer and sending with a phone number. And I believe if you called the phone number, I don't think it was just like I don't remember if when you call the phone number, if it actually gave you some kind of message that made it sound like you were voting. But to answer the second question, I have no opinion on Josh Shapiro because I don't think I've ever heard him talk.
Yeah, I don't either.
So
I'm curious about him because they keep talking about him being
people keep loving
the VP.
Him. Right. People keep saying he's so cool, but I haven't really heard him, so I don't know. Fate Immorality for $5 says, don't worry, I have autistic Riz. I'm autistic. That's pretty funny. I forgot what I said, but I'm going out with the one next week to hopefully get yelled at again. LMAO. Well, there you go. I'm glad you're going out with another girl. That's the autistic Riz, baby.
Good for you.
Mr. Action for 75 NT says, have you guys seen Hedwig in the Angry Inch? I think it's the definition of liberal satanic trans nonsense. I have not seen Hedwig in the Angry Inch. I am familiar with it.
I believe I've seen it, but it's been so long I can't remember what it's about. It's a movie, right?
Yeah, it's about a guy who, I'm trying to remember. His dick is like only 1 inch for some reason.
Okay.
I don't know I think they had some kind of like botched trans surgery or something. I don't remember. So it was some really weird plot. So.
But this was like before the whole trans thing blew up, right?
Yeah, so long ago.
Okay.
Yeah, here's the plot. Hansel Schmidt is a gay East German teenager who loves rock music and is stuck in East Berlin until he meets an American soldier. Luther proposes to marry them, persuading him to have sexual reassignment surgery in order to leave communist East Germany as his wife, as the only legal solution. The doctor performs genital surgery and botches it, leaving him with only a dysfunctional 1 inch mound between his legs called the Angry Inch.
Oh my God. This is like a horror movie.
But it's like a gay musical. If that makes sense. I don't know how to describe it. It's like
then there's absolutely no way I've seen that.
That is like the
kryptonite for
the
Adam,
tone, if that makes sense. That's why I call it a gay musical. That is the tone of it. It is not is not tonally a horror story. So
sounds awful. I don't want to see it.
Angry Bellsprout for $2 says 0 is the roundest number of all. Oh, how dare you! Terrible. Loser Doberman for 5 Canadian says, did you see they made women wear pants in the volleyball game? Heresy. Oh my God, is that true? No, the blasphemy. How dare they make women wear pants to play volleyball?
So wrong.
Oh, wrong.
Is that for the children?
If they're gonna make women wear pants, then there's no explanation. There's no excuse for having the fucking guy with his dick out.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Ridiculous.
That makes absolutely no sense, right?
Hippo-sized cat for $2 says, why send hippos to do the job of an apex predator? There you go, the hippo-sized cat. That's the real solution on the board you want, right?
Hell yeah. I'll take it.
The cats won't attack people, though. They'll just roll over and get pets. Daomis for $5 says, even if it wasn't supposed to be the Last Supper, they did such a poor job of representing what they meant that no one understood what it was. Yeah, I mean, that could be. I think they're just making it up because they got in a lot of trouble for it. So, Contrast, thanks so much for the 28 months. Says, hey, Adam, the Australian government acknowledged MMT officially. Just Google Australian buck gangbang bukkake. No worries, you can thank me later.
I'm not going to Google that. You're insane.
Okay. Metalworks 41190 for Joy says, would you ever review video games? Definitely. I do want to review the Final Fantasy remake.
Video games? What are those? How do they work?
Don St. Louis for Joy says, Sitch and Adam stream playing the game Papers, Please. That would be really great. I actually love Papers, Please. I was going to say I would like to stream Adam playing it, but that game would be Adam's nightmare. Adam would not be able to play that game.
Papers, Please? Is there like a lot of reading or something?
Papers, Please is a game where you are a border agent on a fictional... It's supposed to be like the Soviet Union's collapsed, but it's like all fictional countries. You're like a fictional ex-Soviet country, and you're a border agent, and you have to look at people's passport to determine whether to let them into the country or not. But you have a time limit too.
Oh, okay.
So the whole thing is how quickly you can read.
Yeah, I'm
thinking this is like Adam's. I kind of want you to play it just to see how poorly you'll do. It's literally your nightmare scenario.
I would have to default to my intuition. Are there pictures on the passport?
No, you see the person's face when they come up to the booth. But then it gets more intricate because at first it's like easy. First it's like, do they have a little pass? And all it has is like the date on it. And then it's like, okay, well, that's not enough. Then you need to have like a different permit. Then you need to have like a passport with a picture. Then you need to have like a vaccine. Like it gets more and more like.
It's sniffing out forgeries, right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And then it's kind of like there's like some moral questions because whenever you let someone who's not supposed to go through, you get docked pay.
Ooh, not my
and
pay.
you have to like at the end of the day, you like go home to your family. You don't see them; it's just a screen. But you have to like decide if you have enough money to pay for like food and air like and heat. And if you don't, like they get sick and like you need to pay medicine. If you don't, they die. It's all
You mean
sorts
my
of-
whole family could die?
Your whole family could die, yeah, if you don't have enough money
Ouch.
to care for them. So,
Ooh.
a hard round brush for 320 yen. Thanks so much. Says chopstick reigns supreme. Wow, look at that. We will. I do want to have Adam play Slay the Princess, though.
That one
Brian
is the moral dilemma, right? I'm going to get to slay a princess.
Yeah, you can either slay
Now, by
or,
slay, what do you mean?
like kill.
Oh.
Like stab in the chest with a knife. There's not a sexual connotation.
Okay, unfortunate.
Brian for $10 says, we're talking about Matt Walsh. For me, he got so much pushback from conservatives that he had to explain himself, and that's as close as an apology from him. I mean, I disagree. That is not an apology. That's him just saying I'm right and you're wrong. So I don't agree. He got pushback because it's like horrible optics. So I don't think he got pushback for. I think he got pushback just for the optics. I don't know if he really got pushback for the intention, but I mean, if you want to say that that's like a good metric of things to come, I mean, I hope so. Again, I think it's entirely, as I said, I think it's dependent on who controls the mainstream. Whoever controls the mainstream feels comfortable to do the canceling and to sort of let their powers of canceling kind of go out of control. And so the left controls the mainstream, and that's why we sort of got the situation we got. If things switch, I guess we'll all find out.
Yeah, Matt Walsh will be canceling people to his heart's content.
The Real Wholesale for $5 says, thanks forever explaining the Harris donation thing. Still kind of a betrayal of law and order. I agree. I don't think it's treason, but I agree. It's definitely, I think it's gross. And I think she should be definitely questioned and held accountable for doing that action. So
I think it's best described as a constitutional coup.
Okay. Thank you.
That's why I look at it.
A loser Doman for 2 Canadians says, make Adam play Papers, please. This is a great idea. I knew it would be a great idea.
I don't want to read a bunch of papers, okay?
Well, then you're just going to have to guess based on the way they look. I like that. And then see if your family dies or not.
Not to brag, but I don't read, okay?
Okay. Well, then there's a whole plot about like people are trying to like overthrow the government and you can either side with them or not side with them. And you get like a different ending depending on whether you do. So
Okay, look. You get to side with the treasonous people or not?
Well, you are like
I'm liking this game already.
You're like a post-Soviet country, so government's not exactly the best. Also, you get to shoot people eventually because like suicide bombers will start blowing up the entry point.
Can I just shoot people at the beginning of the game?
No, you have to wait a while to get the
Damn
gun.
it.
And if you shoot a random person, you go to jail. So
Whoa.
Loser Doman. Oh, every other one. The Real Wholesale for $2 says, make Adam play Total War and Valheim. No, the goal is to make Adam play games that he won't like. That's the goal.
Let's play fun games.
No.
Didn't we play Borderlands together?
No, I want to make Adam miserable.
We played Borderlands, right?
We did.
That was
On a
fun.
stream.
We played Borderlands, and now there's a Borderlands movie coming out, and I'm thinking, oh, that's a game I played with Sitch. That's our game.
That movie looks so cringe.
Yeah, it does. I'm conflicted. I think it could be good.
I mean, I'll watch it. We'll watch it. We'll talk about it. But apparently my mic's kind of fucked up again.
They're lying.
Okay. Dalemis for $5 says, "Can you have Adam play?" Was it? I mean, it's not. If you're not hearing it fuck up, then it's got to be on your end. Can't be the internet.
It's got to be Zoom.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when the other guy was on and you were talking to, they were saying your mic was screwing up and his mic was fine. Which makes
It's got to be your
no
OBS channel or
sense.
something. I know.
No, because in OBS, your mic and his mic were going through the same channel.
Oh. It's not his internet. It's Adam's CPU losing bitrate because he's doing something else on his computer. Oh, you have too many tabs open? Is that the problem?
Oh, really?
Maybe you got too many tabs.
Huh.
Do a Control-Delete. Tell me what your RAM usage is right now in the task manager.
I mean, in OBS, it only says 15% of the CPU.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, but are you at like 99% usage?
For the CPU?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see here.
Damos for $5 says, "Can you have Adam play Faith, the Unholy Trilogy? You play as a priest that does exorcisms. Look up the trailer." I'll look it up. That sounds interesting. Faith, the Unholy Trilogy. Let me see this. This looks interesting. I'll look into it. Neocon Sitch for $5 says, "What are Adam's view on Vance's parental voting plan?"
I love it, obviously. I mean, he's
a bad
basically,
take,
he stole it from me. So, I mean, why wouldn't I love it?
There you go. Disgusting. Terrible.
My CPU is at 38%.
Oh, wow. Never mind.
Yeah. So what do you want? My GPU is at 37%.
That's good. Got a lot of RAM then, baby.
Yeah. Look, I'm just ramming it home right now.
Hot. The Real Hulk for $5 says, "Make Adam play Rule the Waves 3. It's literally spreadsheet simulator."
Why the fuck?
That's terrible.
Why are you guys trying to hook me up? I like games where you run people over with a car, okay? The games that you're picking out are not games that are going to make me happy.
We want you to be miserable.
I know.
What don't you
It
understand?
just makes no sense.
That makes all the sense.
Don't you want to see me, like, very excited about hitting
No.
someone with my car?
I want to see you be upset.
Look.
Anyways.
Be more fun. We need violence.
Okay.
Not politically, of course.
Well, we play Slay the Princess. There's lots of violence in that game.
Okay, good. Perfect.
Anyways,
what?
that's it.
Finish the super chats already.
I did.
Oh, really? Oh, my God. We made it. Holy cow,
Anyways.
Sitch. We made it another week.
Thank you all for coming.
Oh, thank you all.
For
Thank
coming.
you all for your isekai protagonist.
You do the outro. Look, I'll do the harmonica.
Thank you all for your gracious super chats.
No, I'm doing the no. You gotta do me. I'm doing you.
I don't know what an isekai so protagonist is. Come on.
He's gotta wing it. Hey, look at him. Not doing it. Terrible.
I don't want you to cry. Come on. Do
Okay.
your little outro.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. We'll see you all on Tuesday. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists of the universe. And we'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye. Don't vote for any insurrectionists.
I already turned it on.